Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. Okay, here we are, Saturn Day. Boy, oh boy, what a crazy week it's been, Space Fams. But first, shout-outs. Hermit Horologist Quaximus, Sisyphean Task, Mike Toole, Brizla, Jetman Mowing Up, Manda, Wedge Wizard, HBX Morbius, Cheetah Man, Mozart, Columbia Rican, Vicky, Joe 47771, Ducky, Looney Tunes, and And that might be everyone I think I see in the chat. It's good to see all of you. Well, as I mentioned, we got a lot to talk about here tonight. Protests in the United States continue in the wake of the murder of Renee Nicole Good. AI overlords have been up to all sorts of things, including calling for the deaths of leftists, among other crazy things, of course. What else we got going on here in the world? PBS Terra has figured out why LA burned last year. Weather events happening all over the place. Fires, massive fires in Australia. Venezuela updates. What else we got? Syria. Syrian forces and SDF forces clashing once again, causing the country to spiral into further violence. Iran protests shaking the country. And much, much more. Okay, starting in the United States.
Ask about the fact that the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem was there in your city defending this ICE agent from Minneapolis in this shooting. She said that he, quote, followed his training. Is that what you saw in those videos?
If that is following his training, then I think there are larger questions about the training that's being provided to ICE agents. I think we can all see that video and come to our own conclusions that that ICE agent murdered a woman in Minneapolis. And it is a glimpse into what has been a year full of cruelty. And I think what many New Yorkers woke up with feeling today was a heightened sense of anxiety and fear as to whether they were safe in leaving their homes. I know that's especially true for immigrant New Yorkers, of which there are more than 3 million, including myself. And it is clear to myself and to so many across this country, as I've shared with the president directly, that these ICE raids are cruel and inhumane, and they do nothing to further the cause or the interest of public safety.
You called this a murder just now. You said that also yesterday.
Illegal.
The mayor of Minneapolis hasn't yet said that. Why go that far before the investigation is completed?
That was the conclusion I came to just in watching that video. And I think that many Americans came to that same conclusion. No matter how many times this is mischaracterized by others, we will see right what is in front of us, which is that a 37-year-old woman was killed by an ICE agent, and she leaves behind children, she leaves behind her family, she leaves behind an entire community and a city that will mourn her. And this is something that was entirely
Yeah, you know, the question of why go that far? I mean, it's sort of superfluous at this point, right, Catlin? When you think about it, like him calling it murder, I mean, the Trump administration has come out and called it terrorism and all sorts of other insane things without having any evidence or having done any investigation. But what we all do know is what we saw with our own eyes. It's clearly an unjustified killing of an innocent person who did nothing wrong.
Zohran Mamdani.
All right, let's one more video that we watched yesterday. I don't have many of those today, but figured I'd keep these two in here.
This is this country singer Brian Andrews.
Oh yeah, let's check this out. This is awesome. I'm not familiar with country music that much. I mean, let's be honest. I'm not familiar with any music that very much.
I'm so unfamiliar with country music, though. I really know nothing. I mean, I know that there's that racist kid that, you know, whatever, the SNL guy, he's big.
Morgan Wallen.
Yeah, that's probably the only name I could. The guy that's good is Chris Stapleton, and those are probably the two names I can mention.
Sturgill Simpson.
Yeah.
I have to say,
actually.
my knowledge of country music is like my knowledge of just about every other music. Dwight Yoakam, is he still popular?
I like Garth Brooks.
That's not Dwight Yoakam last year. He's popular with me.
Okay, so Dwight Yoakam, like that was like
Alan Jackson.
Hank Williams. I mean, like
It's been a minute.
it's been a minute for
90s country music.
But
Williams was
Yoakum
50.
was Hank Williams was 50s.
I mean, Johnny Cash counts, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was huge Johnny Cash.
The crossover, though.
Yeah.
But Dwight Yoakam was like the 80s and 90s, like early 90s crossover country guy.
Exactly.
All I know is like the worst people.
Hasn't Johnny Cash been dead for like 20 years? I'm also not a country music
To high school
expert.
with, even though in New Jersey, like to dress up in outfits and go to see country music, and it's just a huge.
It's funny to see
turn
people
off.
in coastal areas
Yeah.
adopt that style in the last like 5 years, maybe.
Yep,
There's always some of that, but
they're all white, obviously.
but Brian Andrews apparently a pretty big country music star, and here he is on a TikTok message.
Oh, yeah, you already knew this one was coming. You know, people always come on here and be like, Brian, why are you always yelling in these videos? It's not that serious. You want to know why I'm yelling? I'll tell you why the I'm yelling. I'm yelling because I just watched a federal agent shoot a woman in the face in broad daylight with witnesses. You don't do that unless you already knew you were going to get away with it. And you want to tell me it's not that serious? How many times are we going to walk past the bodies like if we don't look, they're not there? Listen to me. Donald Trump said once, I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot someone and not lose any voters, okay? That is a direct quote. And you know what? He just indirectly proved it to be true. I am begging you to wake up at this point. You saw the same video I did, and I need you to know that you are not a bad person if this is where you draw the line. I mean, for sake, man, people tell me all the time, why don't you just keep politics out of your music? Okay, what would you rather me do? Come on the internet like I didn't just see with my own two eyes what I saw yesterday and be like, hey guys, here's my new breakup song? Yeah, I'll take that for 500, Alex. I got a better idea. I see the comments, I see the videos they make, I hear what even some people in my hometown say about me. Oh, that dude only makes these videos to sell his music. Bullshit. I make this music to sell this message, and that message is this. I'm gonna shove this song so far down your throat you're gonna have to drop your pants and take a just to get it out of your system.
All right.
I'm gonna make so many videos to this song that the guitars in this bitch make you feel the rage that we felt when we wrote this motherfucker. I'm gonna make you hear this tagline so goddamn much that by the time I release it, even Jimmy Kimmel's tired of hearing it, because maybe then, just maybe then, even you might stop to ask yourself.
I mean, righteous.
Yep.
I love the idea of I'm not doing this to sell music. I'm selling music to do this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
If only there was a lot more people with that their head on their shoulder.
Yeah, absolutely. That's not exactly a common occurrence in this world. Okay. You know, I just realized I have to fix something before we get any further. Before I forget later, I'm doing this now. Doing this now. Wait, why can't I? Oh, there we go. Okay. Add files. Look at this impromptu shout out to the patrons. What up, patrons? What up, patrons? There we go. I think I did it. Did I do it? Did that work? Yeah. Okay, I fixed it. I promised to fix a thing. I didn't fix it. Now I fixed it. Well, I half fixed it. I did the half. I did the editing part of it. I just never uploaded the file. There we go. I did it. All right. Speaking of ICE, there has been, of course, protests all over the place. We watched a fuck ton of the protests yesterday. We should go to this next one. This is footage from Status Quo News. Posted yesterday. I'm not sure if this was from yesterday, or I think this might have been from a couple of days ago. I just want to show you who it is that is affiliating themselves with Border Patrol out in public, who it is that the Border Patrol is protecting out in public. Status Quo wants you to know, and I think, yeah, I think you should too. Actually, wait, hold on. I gotta You don't need this whole video.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
There's more space over there. I'd like to be over there, please. There's more space over there. I'd like to. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Oh, he just escalates because he doesn't know how to use his words.
Multiple fucking times to get back.
No one can understand anything you guys say through your fucking gas
This is my
mask.
town.
These are
This
our
is my street. I pay my taxes.
America stands with us! America stands with us! No, hey, he said America stands with us. That's right. Hey, why is this bitch standing in the street? He got one off Timu. Hey, get a better mic, sir. Get out my face. Why don't you tell him to get off the fucking street? That's what I'm saying. Is it just us? Why does he get to stand on the street? He's a dirty bitch. Is it just us who yell at him, push back on him, fucking go? Fuck you. Conquered land, buddy. This is conquered land. This is conquered land. Don't fucking shoot them. Hey, I'm an old man. Congratulations. Down that side. Shut up, you fat fuck. You're pushing around. No, I'm asking the train. Fuck
Everybody back up.
Don't hurt anybody.
Back up.
Don't hurt
Back up.
anybody. There won't be a problem. That's what we're trying to do.
That's what we're trying to do.
See this, guys? We will not back down. We will not surrender. These people will not continue to intimidate us in our country. The storm is here. When we come one, we go all. No one can stop what is coming. Get here, guys. We need you in Minnesota. These people are fucking terrorists. These people are terrorists. They hate our country. They hate everything we stand for. Who's we? What do you mean? The people that are watching. You're European. What do you stand for? Unless you're Native American. What do you stand for?
The people that are watching, he says.
You're an immigrant too.
Oh,
really? Oh, really? Oh, what a pretty guy. This is conquered land. This is conquered land, buddy. Yeah, that doesn't make any better. This is conquered land. Patriots, get out of here. We need to back up. Pussy! Out of your face! Move it! Get him back now!
You're good. You're good. All right.
Ice, go home! Ice!
Fucking real tough guy, man. You're a real fucking tough guy.
So white nationalist weirdos are basically, I mean, they're out here LARPing, embedded with ICE, just screaming at protesters. While protesters get dragged around on the ground, they get chemical agents shot at them. God. bad times out here, people. It's bad times. Gotta do everything we can to fight back against it. One man had an interesting tactic.
DHS cop, they don't really care. I don't know what this facility is. It almost looks like it's, I guess it's at some type of federal building. But
a federal building or a staging site, something like that.
Really, you punk? That's what you're gonna do? What? Do you know what the fuck is that is for? What is that for? What is that for? What is that for? You're gonna push me? What is that for? What was that for? You don't give a fuck about her? Bro, this is why we're here. This is why we're here.
These guys, there's obviously like vigils.
There's a mural for Renee.
Big tough guy.
Yeah, that is real despicable, childish behavior. But honestly, I would expect more from a child. I'm not gonna lie. I would expect more from a child. Like if it were I don't have children, but if I had a child, I would tell them, no, you can't do that. You can't do that because that's disrespectful. It's disrespectful fucking behavior out here right now. Okay.
Big.
I mean, just look at him.
He kicks like a toddler.
I know.
He looks like a big giant baby.
Yeah,
look at him.
He looks like he's failing at hopscotch on the ground.
Look at this guy. He just learned how to walk.
I know.
Center of gravity's a little off.
Not quite potty trained yet.
Let's do number 6. This is protesters. Another, like, these guys feel like they have impunity. I mean, first of all, like, just even put the still up and look at, like, the way these guys are dressed. They are in full military gear. They all have like what now look like government-issued masks. They have canisters. I mean, these people are like they would be no different if they were sent into a war zone with people with weapons firing at them. And watch what they do here. Shoots him point blank in the face with a huge
someone else!
Arrest that guy.
I just like
their actions.
I mean, can you imagine the fear that guy must have had in that split second, not knowing what that.
The tactics of ICE and Border Patrol and DHS and all these fuckers that are really just the same people. It's just despicable. I was actually, when I said the interesting tactics, I was actually talking about this next guy in this clip. Sorry,
we're taking this from X, where it was posted.
Working, you know, I've been here. This is an Uber waiting lot. We're literally working. You know, I've been here since. Criminals doing Uber? Oh yeah, that's not how it works, brother. Maybe criminals are doing ICE. How about that? You know what I'm saying? You guys shooting up people, man. Somebody just got shot for what? Why did you guys shoot that lady? Answer me that. There's an officer today that shot a lady in the head, dude. Really? For what? I don't know what to do there.
Why is this guy over here getting a $50,000 bonus to do these goddamn like propaganda videos with every single one of these goddamn units has a media guy with like a $2,000 camera, like taking vids, getting paid whatever, like 6 figures to make propaganda videos for ICE. They're everywhere.
You got all these stuff. You could have just got her, man.
Pause it. They're laughing about that.
Pavino, yeah. It's Pavino right there, the head guy.
Incidentally, they're coming up to harass this guy. The guy knows his rights. He's not backing down. He had asked them at one point, why are you coming here? Because I got an accent?
No, it starts with the officer saying, "I'm talking to you because you have an accent."
Yeah.
That's how it starts.
I'm sure that's why. Just the accent.
Yeah.
How'd they know?
Skin color.
Yeah, no, he says, "You don't look like me and you have a different accent from me."
Yeah. Which one came first?
You don't look like me. That's Nazi talk. You don't look like me. Show me your papers. That's Nazi talk. You know, that's full on Gestapo shit. Okay. Show me your papers. You have a certain look to you.
Show random people my ID. You want to steal my identity? Where's your ID? Let me check if you're a U.S. citizen. How about that? Hey, you guys better move on, man. Look at this motherfucker. A4. What kind of name is that? Alcohol 4? What's your initial? Right here. It ain't over there. You motherfucker back in the street. Why would I answer you?
Can we just step back? We have what a dozen feds surrounding.
12 guys sitting around here, and incidentally, they stay and engage this guy because they know they're getting embarrassed now, and they don't know really what to do. They know they can't just turn around and walk away because then they seem like they're weak. But so they're all just standing around, and this guy's just like, talking circles around them and dressing them down and embarrassing them, which is exactly what you should do. Yeah. If you have the ability to mock these people to their faces on video, do it. If you have the privilege of, and again, like obviously we've seen these people will draw on you and they will fire at you. But it certainly helps. And if you see somebody who's in a confrontation with ICE with ICE people, going over there and videotaping provides security for that person.
Why would I not be a citizen of this country, man? Are you a citizen? Why are you getting close? I can hear you. You can stand there. I'm not close. How come she got a GoPro and you got your police issued a body cam? What's going on with you guys? Why do I have it? What kind of shit is this? Dude, listen, I'm here working. You're working too, right? So go, it says U.S. Border Patrol. This is not the border. Go to the Canada border or the Mexico border.
But if you were from this country, dude. If you were from this country, you know I'm an immigration officer.
What do you mean if I'm from this country?
I can hear you don't have the same accent as me. That's why I'm
so you're going by accents now?
I want to know where you were born. Where were you born?
Is that accents? Have you heard the Israeli accent? Have you heard the European accent?
You just proved my point. You're a brilliant man.
It's retarded,
You just proved my point.
You just proved my point. Countries exist. This guy is a genius. You just proved my point. Other countries exist. This fucking moron. Oh my god. You just proved my point. Other countries exist, which means that my job is completely justified.
You guys want to argue? I got time. I got time today.
You're not arguing. You're proving my point.
Today, man.
Thank you, sir.
You guys do whatever you want to do.
Where's your ID, sir?
I'm not going to show you. I don't have to show you anything. If a police officer comes here, I'll comply with it. But U.S. Border Patrol, I don't even know if you're a real police officer. Where's your ID?
But you just said it.
I love how this guy thinks that. I love how you just said it. I love how this guy thinks that the existence of other, just saying the names of other countries is somehow proof of anything aside from the existence of other. You just said it. It's evidence, right? That you said names of other countries. Israel. You said it. You said it's a different country. That's proof right there.
I mean, this buy your logic type bullshit from this fascist.
Exactly.
I mean, this is why these guys hide behind, Twitter or 4chan or whatever they're on. I know that they now hide behind their masks because they want to dress up like they're law enforcement. But
everybody who supports this shit has an anime profile picture. No one's putting their actual face to this shit.
Oh no. Well, I mean, that's why they hide their faces here, because they're trying to hide from the consequences. But but you see how a real law enforcement officer wouldn't be engaging like this. These are just basically members of the MAGA base that have been culled from the far right base who signed up for this kind of thing, and they talk like it.
And I mean, this has been going on for a long time of Nazis, white supremacists infiltrating all these law enforcement agencies, even beyond ICE. I mean, there's talk of it in the 70s.
Let's go to the what is the Minnesota? What is the name of the
Timberwolves?
Target Center.
The Target Center.
Oh.
You know, look, people know.
Okay, that's all I need. I might have even gone a little bit further than I felt than I probably needed to, but there we go. Majority report. Thank you very much. Wait, what am I clicking? I'm clicking the wrong thing. That's why. That's why that looks wrong. There we go. Yeah, like Sam said, at any and every opportunity you have to make fun of these fascists to their face, if you can get it on camera, put it on the social media, even better, but not necessarily required. All right, now a breakdown of events, a CGI breakdown of events was released earlier today. Let's go here to CNN from 15 hours ago. Discuss how this shooting unfolded.
And now that new video, as I said, it is so crucial because it was filmed by the ICE agent involved, but also because in that it is providing an angle we have not seen before. And it does give a whole new perspective. It also, though, raises new questions. Kyung La is going to go through this slowly, bit by bit, out front with this special investigation to look at every piece of video, that one and all the others, to say, what is the story here? And of course, I warn you, when you put all of these together, you will have to see what happened again and again.
Out the car.
For the first time, we are seeing the fatal Minneapolis shooting from the ICE officer's point of view, footage taken on his own cell phone. It's a critical angle of many cameras on the street that captured Renee Good's fatal encounter with ICE agent Jonathan Ross. Using surveillance footage, bystander video, and Ross's own phone, CNN synced multiple perspectives of the shooting and mapped this incident in 3D space. Taken together, they show the fullest picture yet of what happened that day. A home surveillance camera captures the moment Renee Good pulls up in a maroon-colored Honda SUV 4 minutes before the shooting. 20 seconds after she arrives, her passenger and wife, Becca, wearing a white beanie, gets out of Good's car. Good then parks the SUV perpendicular in the road. Here's how Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem described what Good did.
ICE officers and agents approached the vehicle of the individual in question, who was blocking the officers in with her vehicle, and she had been stalking and impeding their work all throughout the day.
Available video doesn't show any possible contact Good may have had with ICE before this confrontation. What this video does show is that for a few minutes, while she is perpendicular to the roadway, several vehicles drive by. Even large SUVs are able to drive around her as she moves back and forth on the street. And that includes this colored SUV.
This is exactly what I was pointing out before. This is 100% what I was saying before. Is that while she may have been perpendicular in the road, I may have even literally used the word perpendicular. While she may have been perpendicular in the road, as we saw in the small amount of footage that we had previously, cars could easily pass her. She wasn't actually obstructing ICE. The car was too small to block the entire road.
Her as she moves back and forth on the street, and that includes this light-colored SUV. It slowly drives around Good's car from the rear and stops. Agent Jonathan Ross is recording video from his cell phone as he crosses in front of Good's car, recording as he sees her up close. She looks calm, and you can see both of her hands as she talks to the officer.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
Renee Good's wife, Becca, who had been the passenger in the car, approaches. Cell phone cameras on the street start recording as Ross walks around Good's car with Good's wife following.
I said go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Renee Good backs her car up as the agent walks around the front of the vehicle. At the same time, on the other side, 2 more agents approach. One tries to open the door as Good backs up. Good's vehicle starts moving. From Ross's cell phone video, you see Becca, the woman in the white beanie, trying to get into the car again. You also see Renee Good turning the steering wheel to the right.
Get out of the car.
She then accelerates, slowing this down again and matching the exact time of these.
What I would like to point out is before this man shoots, you can clearly see in his cell phone
White
footage.
beanie trying to
this
get
footage,
into the car again. You
they're
also see
switching
Renee
between
Good
different footages
turning
right
the
now.
steering wheel.
This is the footage. This footage is the footage from the officer, from his cell phone video. This is the officer's video, so you can clearly see in his video, which means that he himself could easily see her turning the wheel sharply to the right and away from him.
Trying to get
Watch
into
it
the
again.
car again. You also see Renee Good turning the steering wheel to the right.
Get out of the car.
Very
then
clearly,
accelerates,
hand over hand,
slowing this down again
And
and
then he
matching the
shoots.
exact time of these.
and then he shoots. A full 2 seconds later, he had plenty of time to interpret what was going on. He had plenty of time to interpret what was going on. He knew perfectly well what was going on. He set out to murder her. He was not in danger. He knew perfectly well. You'd have to be a complete fucking moron and incompetent. Someone who shouldn't have a gun and a badge. To not know what the hell's going on. In that you can so clearly see her turning the goddamn steering wheel in that video.
Angles. This angle appears to show the vehicle moving close to the agent. But in this angle, he does not appear to be in the path of the vehicle when he fired. Seconds later, Becca Good runs to her wife, followed by the agent who fired his weapon. He briefly looks into the driver's side of the car and then walks away.
Shame!
Now, what we cannot see in Ross's cell phone video is if the SUV made contact with the agent because the camera angle jerks up to the sky. But DHS still says it supports the agency's initial position, releasing this statement saying, quote, the footage corroborates what DHS has stated all along, that this individual was impeding law enforcement and weaponized her vehicle in an attempt to kill or cause bodily harm to federal law enforcement. The officer was in fear of his own life, the lives of his fellow officers, and acted in self-defense. The American people can watch this video with their own eyes and ears and judge for themselves. The shooting itself,
I have judged myself. I have watched with my eyes and ears, and it was a murder. Or Renee. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do Charlie Kirk. Don't do the Charlie Kirk song. That's only funny with Charlie Kirk. It's intended to make fun of him. This is the wrong time. It's the wrong time for that. There's a troll in chat. Oh, we have a troll in chat. Oh, are you kidding me? If I came at you like that, you would do the same thing. Oh, God, we're crying. Crying over bullshit. Oh, yes, murder is bullshit. You're right. We should have lawlessness. Fact is, murder is bullshit. We shouldn't even have cops or law enforcement or immigration enforcement. You know? If that's how you think. Genius. If it's just bullshit, if murdering somebody in the street is bullshit, appoint a mod? We have mods. Where are the mods? Let's just keep fucking. We have mods, okay? I don't know where they are. They're not, they're not paid. The mods are unpaid, okay? They do their best, and I do my best. I
Kyung Law,
didn't see
thank
what
you
was
very
going
much.
on.
That is incredible work. Just to see all that put together. Everyone's here with me. Joey, does that change anything? Obviously, this new video is a new perspective, but then just as Kyung has reconstructed frame by frame those crucial instances from all the perspectives we now have.
I think it's problematic for the officers with respect to justifying the force, and I'll explain why. The first thing is, let's talk about the policy. I do have the Department of Justice policy, which talks about the preservation of life, but it also talks about the obligation to get out of the path of the vehicle, right? Not to stand and shoot. It talks about getting out of the path of the vehicle, and it also talks about de-escalation.
And that's
Why is that
Is
significant?
CNN listening
I
to
don't
the
see much
Galactic Stream? Is CNN? Oh, yeah. Okay. Sunglasses. Thank you. Who was that? Looney Tunes. What I was saying is CNN listening to the Galactic Stream or something? Because they're literally just repeating the shit that I've been saying lately. Amanda with the tinfoil hat. They're just like, I feel like they're just repeating things that I've been saying. I literally said this. I was like, in no training manual anywhere in any police force on the planet does it say stand in front of a vehicle, a clearly moving vehicle, to try and block it with your body. One of the dumbest possible things you can do. If you genuinely fear for your life, blocking it with your body is dumb as shit. And all he had to move was a couple of inches to get out of the way. He already saw quite clearly in the video that we just saw, the one that was recorded by the ICE officer. His own video shows a clear sight of her hand over hand cranking the wheel to the right, away from him, attempting to avoid him, to proceed down the road like they had told her to do initially.
Escalation there, that's important. I hear words to the effect of effing bitch. That goes to me.
But the fact is, like I said on the first day of all this, is that this guy planted himself in front of the car. He tried to block her with his body, and then when that failed, which of course it's gonna fail, he shot her. He shot her point blank 3 times. It's unjustifiable in any reading of the law. Sorry for sneezing into your ear, chat.
What do you see there?
Well, there's nothing that a city police officer would do in that situation that approximates what the ICE agent did.
Meaning in terms of the level of force.
They've all been trained to get out of the way of a car.
Yeah, not only the level of force, but all of the other tactics. I mean, there is one reason that the president, the vice president, and the secretary are so hyperbolic over this, because they want to get out from and away from this as fast as possible. This is their worst case scenario of a white woman, a mother, being shot by ICE agents, a U.S. citizen. And so that's their whole mission, is to get away from it. And they say, well, you know, the American people can look at this video and make their own decisions. Unfortunately for the administration, the American people have already looked at this video and they have made a determination about this. This is their Kent State moment.
So, Joey, I mean, to what Gil is saying, when you look at it, and I understand what you're saying, John, the kind of second by second.
Yeah, it does seem to be a Kent State moment. People are pissed off about it. I know that much. People are real pissed, it would seem. All over the place. There was an investigation where this was a tactic that Border Patrol was using as far back as 2012 to force the driver to endanger them. That seems just incredibly irresponsible and dangerous. But one other thing I would like to point out, you know, before we move on from that, well, we're not really moving on from this, but just from this discussion around the events during this tragedy, this completely preventable tragedy. All that had to be done was this man should just, you know, all he needed to do was nothing. Super easily preventable. The fact is not only could he have prevented the shooting, could he have prevented himself from even being in the way of the car, right? Rather than putting himself in the way intentionally, right? While she was clearly trying to avoid him. You can see it from multiple angles. She's trying to avoid him. He puts himself in the way and then murders her, right? But I just want to make this point again, and I made it the last time we talked about this. But this is a moving vehicle that he is shooting into. You kill somebody, a driver of a moving vehicle, that moving vehicle is all of a sudden out of control. Nobody's behind that wheel anymore because the driver is dead. And so they're just going down the road, endangering anybody in front of them. They totaled a car in front of them and hit a telephone pole. You're lucky. We're all lucky. As just sick and twisted as it is to say in this moment, we're all lucky that there was no one else between that vehicle and that car. If they had been, they would have died too. And he endangered the public. Not just one person. The entire public was put in danger by the actions of that immigration officer. All right, let's go to Minneapolis. On the ground last night at the site of this horrific tragedy. Vigil being held here, the place where Renee Good was killed. Jonathan Ross may have fled. I'm looking for reports on this that aren't Twitter-based, but I see everybody talking about it in chat.
Sorry. Oh, thank you so much.
More protests in Minneapolis against ICE overnight. Dozens gathered outside a hotel where federal agents are believed to be staying. Protesters held up signs, honked horns, and banged on trash cans while calling for ICE to leave. Police tell us that 30 people were detained, cited, and released. This, as CBS News has obtained new cell phone video taken by the Immigration and Customs Enforcement agent involved in Wednesday's fatal shooting of Renee Nicole Good. The video shows a new angle of the moments leading up to the incident and her final words. CBS's Usher Qureshi is in Minneapolis with the latest developments. Usher, good morning.
Good morning, Adriana. We're in downtown Minneapolis where police say those protesters vandalized property and threw objects at police. Now, earlier, frustrated residents marched peacefully at the site where that substitute teacher was killed. Ahead of more planned rallies, Minneapolis police have to work to maintain public safety and growing outrage over the killing.
It's been nearly 72 hours since an ICE agent shot and killed Renee Nicole Good, a 37-year-old mother of 3. On Friday, city workers removed man-made barriers that had kept cars away from the shooting site.
In an effort to keep the growing number of people safe here, police eventually did have to bring in their own barriers.
I said, this isn't a normal situation. This is a professional troublemaker.
Mayor Jacob Fry criticized the Trump administration's decision.
A professional troublemaker. They keep making these outlandish claims with no evidence.
Of totalitarianism.
She's a terrorist. She's a professional troublemaker, an agitator. They got nothing. They have got nothing. From everything I can tell, she was a mother who was sick of ICE occupying her city. That seems to be all she was. I mean, not all, but in relation to this particular political moment.
Minnesota authorities from the shooting investigation.
This is not a time to...
She just happened to protest. She just happened to protest around a particularly despicable human being who decided to murder her. That's all. That's what we've got here, really.
From the fact
they've made a lot of claims and shown zero evidence for it. If they had it, it would be all over social media at this point. They would be posting it from the White House's personal, whatever you want to call it, like social media accounts. It'd be all over the place. They have nothing. Just claims. That's all they've got. Unsubstantiated
this is the time
claims.
to embrace them, making sure that we're pushing for transparency every step of the way.
New video obtained by CBS News shows the perspective of Jonathan Ross, the federal agent who shot Renee Nicole Good. In the video, Good speaks to Ross.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
The video suddenly jerks away as the vehicle starts to move. Shots are fired. Seconds later, a voice can be heard using profanities, just before the car rolls away and crashes. Vice President J.D. Vance reposted the video, writing, "The reality is that his life was endangered and he fired in self-defense."
What was your reaction to this shooting?
Here we go again.
Muhammad Abdullah Had is a violence prevention community activist in Minneapolis who's worked to bridge the gap between residents and police since the murder of George Floyd.
But then
Okay. Well, we're going to keep going through some of these videos. People have been protesting all over the country today on Saturday. It wasn't just yesterday. I'm just trying to get through some of the stuff from yesterday before we get to today's protests. This is more from Minneapolis. There you go. Protesters turning out in force in Minnesota. There were also protests in Austin, Texas. This, I think, was this earlier today? I can't remember. Yeah, this was from earlier today. Austin, Texas.
At Austin. Over the past few months, we've witnessed shocking and relentless acts of violence. These acts of violence have been orchestrated by our own government through the Trump administration's massive campaign. And she was a legal servant to protect those around her during these interactions with ICE. Her death is an important example.
We are not in a real democracy. We must take our power to the streets. To achieve this goal is not easy. It won't be because because of a few successful populist left campaigns. It will not be because of a spontaneous uprising out of nowhere. What we need is a communist party. We need an organ of the working class, an alliance with the best nations in the U.S. to guide the masses to revolution. To wrap up, I want us to look in the long term, okay? I want us to imagine a future where there is justice for our immigrant neighbors. Not just Band-Aids, but a fundamental change to root out causes of worldwide oppression. We know the primary reason for the influx of immigrants in the U.S. is because of the consequences of being born in the global south. Under this industry, and production in general is dominated by U.S. capital, with the U.S. interest in keeping wages at poverty levels. We need a radically different world, one where everyone is able to have economic power for the common good of society, not for a small group of monopolies. There is an important fight here. And looking around our political landscape for who is willing to lead, it seems sparse. The so-called opposition party, the Democrats, are impotent to take a lead in this struggle. How can they if the corporate donors want deportations?
Well, there you go. People gathered here in Austin, Texas. A lot of great signs out here. Okay. This guy's definitely... Why would I want to go into it? What are you... What? Okay, let's see. Let's go here to the Congress. See what Steve Cohen had to say about all of
Thank you.
this.
We now will go to Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
My friend, Mr. Van Drews, suggested that Democrats always talk about something other than the bill. Unfortunately, he was wrong when Ms. McBath spoke before I did and started talking about the bill. The bill is somewhat like fiddling while Rome burns. I don't want to suggest we're the Grand Ole Opry, even though that's a wonderful institution. But this is fiddling while Rome burns. And what happened in Minneapolis strikes at the heart of this country, strikes at freedom, opportunity to participate in demonstrations. I guess in a way with their car parked there, it was a demonstration. It was a disapproval of what the government was doing. That officer put his car in reverse. The lady put her car in reverse.
Wait, what is being said right now? What are you trying to say? I thought all the flat earthers were on MAGA channels. You're suggesting I'm a flat earther? Is that really your claim? I'm really confused. It's not making any sense. It's not making any sense. We didn't even talk about the earth
Heart
at
of
all.
this country strikes at freedom, opportunity to participate in demonstrations. I guess in a way with their car parked there, it was a demonstration. It was a disapproval of what the government was doing. That officer put his car in reverse. The lady put her car in reverse after an officer came up to her and tried to grab the door and pull it open and yelled the F word at her and said, "Get that F out of the car." That was not the way to approach her. He approached her in a violent way, and she certainly probably feared for her safety. She went in reverse slowly, then she went forward slowly, and she turned her wheels. And then the man shot her, and shot her. And then when she ran into another car, he walked down there slowly, looked in, walked away like the head of a marching band at a pretty good pace, and walked away. This is all on video. Yet the president said that he was taken to the hospital and was seriously hurt when the car hit him. There's no evidence the car hit him, and he walked like he was an Olympic runner when he came back. He didn't go to the hospital. If he did, it was horse manure. What happened to that woman was unjustified, and that's what I've said. I didn't say it was murder. That's for a jury to decide. It's homicide, but it was unjustified. And for Kristi Noem to have said it was domestic terrorism when she was not on the scene and didn't see anything and was cosplaying, and when the president said it was terrorism and that the officer had been hit with the car and was in the hospital, that was lying to the American public, and that was taking that woman's death in without any idea of it giving just not right now, thank you, sir. That was taking away due process and her right to be heard. I taught police law. I was a police attorney. And not only is it part of what Mr. Raskin raised, Walter Bailey was my cohort on the county commission when he took up the case of Garner v. Tennessee. And we talked about that, and police were taught never to shoot at a moving vehicle. That's what I taught them, because that was the law. And you couldn't shoot unless you were in reasonable fear of death, harm, or great bodily injury to you or someone else. That officer was not in great bodily injury and harm. He put himself in front of the car, and when she drove forward at a slow rate of speed, I don't know what it was very slow, he was on the side. And the other officers had their guns drawn too. So what this committee looks to look at, Mr. Chairman, is we need to look at how these people are trained and what qualifications they have. I've asked at a committee meeting here about 8 months ago for the chairman to ask Ms. Noem about the statement she made, because I'd written her and said, I agree, we need to get murderers, rapists, predators, the worst of the worst, off the streets. But you don't seem to be doing that. That's not who you're arresting. And she hasn't responded, and when she did, it was pablum. And I wrote her a second time, and she gave me more pablum. They're arresting, and they said, I heard on the news today when I got up, rapists, murderers, sexual predators. They're arresting people who are here in the country illegally, which is normally a civil offense and a misdemeanor, but that's who they're stopping. Over 90% of their stops are people who have not had a criminal record whatsoever. And the people in Minneapolis don't want it, and the people in Memphis don't want that, and the people throughout this country think it's wrong. Get the worst of the worst, but don't tell us you're getting the worst of the worst when that's hardly anybody you're getting. You're getting people who contribute to our society in construction, in all different kind of employment, and they're commit crime at a lesser rate than the.
There you go. That was Steve Cohen 2 days ago speaking in Congress about all of this. Now, one thing I found interesting is, once again, people sort of reiterating the same things I've been saying over here this whole time, is that, hey, you're not supposed to shoot a car when it's moving. That creates a public safety threat. You don't do that unless it's like there has to be some incredibly serious circumstance for you to do such a thing. Usually, I mean, with chases and things like that, my understanding is usually they try not to have to do pit maneuvers and things like that. Let's just wait until, I mean, sure, you see it happen, but point is they're supposed to, I think, wait technically for the car to just run out of gas. In fact, they're not supposed to engage things like motorcycles above a certain speed because of the threat. Even there's all these rules, and they're just completely disregarding every single one of them out there. They don't care. Okay, we're an hour into the stream, so this is the time for me to start the galactic content goals. Since the free portion of the stream is usually about 4 hours. Even though we don't split it up at all. There we go. Started in YouTube. And on Twitch. Oh shit, I gotta restart. I hate that. I don't know why it does this. It's very annoying to me. Why do you make my life so difficult Force me to reload the bait every time. Joe 47771, thank you for the super chat. Mammals. The avian mammal wars on this chat have been ongoing for a long, long time. It's a whole thing around here. GSL can clearly see the spherical shape of Earth from orbit. Let's stick to relevant topics. Agreed.
So hot right now.
You apologize. You're only trying to educate people on the facts. Well, Grant, I'm just going to point this out to you there, Mr. Grant Johnston. People in the chat don't seem to be a big fan of your facts or the way that you're presenting them. I gotta say, accusing fellow chatters of Dunning-Kruger, not a good call. And you're on the verge right now. You're on the verge. Okay, bit goal on Twitch. Got the sub goal on Twitch. Bit goal started. There we go. All the goals have started across platforms. We're ready to go. Here's a reminder to everybody. We still have to complete the financing of the galactic deficit this month. We got 21 days to do it, which means we got to raise like $15 a day. Slightly, maybe it's like, it might be like $16 a day on either Cash App or PayPal or in new Patreon memberships or Patreon upgrades. As of course we see that money immediately, if not sooner. Unlike with Twitch and YouTube, where we have to wait, at least in this case, all money from Twitch and YouTube will not be seen until next month, 3rd and 4th weeks of the month. All right, let's go on here. Other government officials had things to say about what's been going on with ICE in the wake of this horrific daylight murder. Like the sheriff of Philadelphia. Oh, she had some things to say over here.
I call them made-up, fake, wannabe law enforcement. Because what they do is against not only legal law, but the moral law. If any of them want to come in this city and commit a crime, you will not be able to hide. Nobody will wish you off. You don't want this smoke. Yeah! We will bring it to you.
Immediately, if not
House
sooner.
Would not be able to keep you from going to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
Right to jail. Right away. Says the sheriff of Philadelphia. You commit a crime in Philly. You're going to jail. Donald Trump can't save you, says the sheriff of Philadelphia. Short, sweet, to the point. Beautiful. Rule of law. I've heard that's what they call it. It's a new fangled concept. No one's ever heard of it. It's a new concept. Without it, we wouldn't even be a country. Do we need to watch this right now? I'm trying to think. Honestly, I can't remember. I can't think right now whether or not we actually need this. Calibrating with a sweet, sweet super chat on YouTube. Good eggs. Thank you very much, Calibrating. Greatly appreciated. You know, I have the new footage came out. I think this was another neighbor who, another video from one of the neighbors who witnessed this. Honestly, I can't bring myself to force us to watch this again from another angle right now. We've done it so many times. Maybe we'll watch it tomorrow. I think we already get what's happened here. We just watched so much footage of this at this point. This is just from it was a clip from just a slightly different angle. I just don't think we need it. This is in the wrong spot. Why is this video here? Who is in charge of this list? Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go here to Pennsylvania. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. It's like we never left. Protesters out in the streets this Saturday. Now, according to my sources, there was 1,000+ protests nationwide in the middle of winter. Okay, well, there we go. Not just a very strong statement from the Philadelphia sheriff, but a statement from the community coming out and protesting on their Saturday afternoon. Now, yes. Let's go here. Talk more about the incredible lack of responsibility that ICE seems to take as it relates to the community while doing their supposed immigration enforcement operations. Jacob Frey, the mayor, the mayor of Minneapolis, held a press conference with, I believe, the chief of police. Hold on, I'm going to skip past the question asking because I can't hear anything.
A little bit more of an update. The question is, what kind of immigration enforcement are we seeing in the city? I'll start by mentioning the immigration enforcement that is taking place is not limited to Minneapolis. It's in our entire region, St. Paul, St. Louis Park.
I'm going to skip past Jacob here.
Other immigrant communities that are here. Regardless, these are communities that make Minneapolis a better place. And so to have this kind of scattered buckshot approach that we're seeing that is not strategic in any way, not only endangers these community members that have been here for the long haul, it endangers these neighborhoods that they're rolling through. Minneapolis is on a great comeback, and they're just making it more difficult for that comeback to fully take shape. And so I'll turn it over to Chief O'Hara.
I'm sorry, what was the initial question?
So the question was, can you tell us what some of these immigration enforcement actions
the actions.
Like?
So the actions are widespread across all parts of the city, mainly focused on the south side and in some cases northeast part of Minneapolis. there are oftentimes what appear to be arrests made from vehicles, and we have had reports that come in of vehicles that are abandoned that we then have to respond to tow the vehicles. At least in one case, we had a report of a person taken from a vehicle, that the vehicle was not even placed in park, and the car rolled, blocking the roadway, and we had to respond and tow it. Another instance, I remember there was a vehicle that was left in the roadway with a dog inside, that we had to respond with animal control and take custody of the dog. So it's a number of actions that are occurring on the city streets, and they are.
That is incredibly disturbing and irresponsible. I mean, think about that. Just think about that for a second. They are detaining people, ripping them out of their cars. And what it sounds like, in some cases, just leaving the cars unattended, running. In one case, as the chief of police just said here, not in park and rolling down the street, wound up blocking traffic. Another one with a fucking dog still sitting in the passenger seat. No responsibility to the communities whatsoever from these ICE agents. It's disturbing. All right, now earlier today there was more protests in Austin in the afternoon.
Sign out there.
There you have it, down there in what looks like beautiful and sunny Austin, Texas, people protesting outside of City Hall. I mean, it seems to, protests sweeping the nation in the middle of winter right now. I think it's a beautiful thing. The reason for it is, of course, horrifying and tragic. It would be nice if we didn't have to protest, if we didn't have things in this world to protest. If everything was just perfect. But it's not. And therefore we have to protest. And when things are this egregious, it's good to know that there are people out there willing to brave the weather. Because not everything is beautiful and sunny. Like in Texas. Like in D.C.
It's the combination of everything that's been happening since Trump took office, but particularly the invasion of Venezuela and then the murder by an ICE agent in Minneapolis. It's too much. There's no rules anymore, no shame, no integrity. It's just a country I can't live in. I don't recognize.
Rally more people, come right back. Now it's your turn, take a stand. Join us from across the land. Join us in our solemn vow. Trump must go now. Deportations, we say no. Now's the time for Trump to go. War in Venezuela, we say no. Now's the time for Trump to go.
Well, there you go. People out there braving the rain in Washington, D.C. so that their voices can be heard. This ridiculous, disgusting sort of militarization of America. We're all living under an oppressive, militarized police state. That's effectively, you know, how I feel this could be, the moment can be described. All right, let's keep going through the protests. Now, I'm not sure if this technically counts as a protest. This really is congressional work. But, Ilhan Omar and I think another congresswoman, I can't remember who though, went to the ICE facility in Minneapolis earlier today to do legally, like, what do you call it? Like lawfully mandated oversight of the facility. It is entirely within their rights and duties, really, to ensure that people at this facility in their state are being treated with basic human dignity.
Hey guys, Congresswoman Angie Craig. Hi guys. Hi. We are exercising our congressional authority. I'm Congresswoman Angie Craig. This is Congresswoman Kelly Morrison. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. Can we talk to you guys in there? Yeah. If we can come past, then we can probably talk. We have our
contact our supervision, ma'am.
Yeah.
If you guys can move this way so we can have a conversation with them, that would be great. Great.
Is that okay?
Please step back. The gate is coming down. Further. I don't want anybody to get hurt. Wait, move to the side.
You, man.
Why do you have your pepper spray out? Why do you have your pepper spray out, officer?
What's the danger? Man, you should quit your job. You should quit your job.
You guys stay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sorry, go ahead.
Photo lenses.
They're out
Fine from behind the line.
This is Congresswoman Kelly. Name? Oh, Megan.
And Megan.
Look at this fucking battalion of Border Patrol fuckwits over here. Just look at it. Must be 3 dozen. This is insanity.
Ridiculous.
Like, why? Why? This is what all of our tax dollars are going to? Was it again $175 billion we're giving ICE? No, this is what this was all going to. So you can get 50 guys to block an entrance to a building. Is that a good use of resources, you think? It's helping America. It's making America better, more safe. We're more safe because of this, you think?
Hey, do we need to clear the drive so the cars can get through?
Yep, get out of the driveway. The driveway, guys. Get out of the driveway.
Through.
We have you all please back up.
Back it up, please.
Federal
Back
property.
it up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back up. Thank you.
Request a member of the media come with us. Come with you.
Oh, you know what? I'm going to go straight to this next clip. So they do wind up getting to go into the facility, but as Ilhan Omar will tell you here momentarily, things did not go according to plan.
You little man, you should quit your job. You should quit your job as an Nazi.
When we made it in, it was with the authorization of someone who's been here for a really long time, who understood that we had a congressional duty to enter the building and to see the facility. Shortly after we were let in, 2 officials came in and said that they received a message that we were no longer allowed to be in the building and that they were rescinding our invitation to come in and declining any further access to the building.
This administration continues to use Minnesota as a political stunt. And earlier this week, it got a woman killed as they are detaining individuals across Minnesota and across this country. It is our...
Does anybody know this woman's name? I can't think of it right now.
Individuals across Minnesota and across this country. It is our job as members of Congress to make sure that those folks detained are treated with humanity.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was saying. Yeah, it's their jobs. It's their literal jobs to ensure that the people in their state, in these facilities or anywhere else, are being, treated with humanity, as she said. And it's really just the bare minimums of humanity. It's not like, they're there to ensure that it's like a 5-star hotel. They're there to ensure people aren't being abused and deprived, tortured, stuff like that. Very, very simple stuff. Stuff that people shouldn't object to. But they were ejected by ICE for whatever reason. Even though at the beginning of it, they were like, oh, yeah, it's their duty and job to come in here. You definitely come on in. And then, oh, whoopsies, no, wait, no, you can't be here anymore. All right, let's go down to North Carolina.
This is,
Oh shit! I'm sorry. At least I caught it. I caught it right on time. An hour and 30 minutes, almost on the dot. We'll go back to North Carolina in the second half, but right now we got to take a quick galactic intermission. We will be right back after these brief messages. Okay, hope everybody's enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Twitch Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer, you want to go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon and or Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars, that's to go on to Patreon and by becoming becoming a Galactic patron, you get access to a myriad space benefits for the low, low price of $3 a month. That's right. 10 cents a day. That's all it takes to become a Galactic patron. You can get access to, like I said, so many benefits. Things like a Galactic avatar on one of the break screens. Like the pool, or the bar, the lake, or the street. That's not all, though. Get yourself a shout out at the end of every show. Secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. everybody. It is time, once again. The break is now over. Second half is about to begin, which means it's time for you to get back to your seats. Okay, we are back, and now it is time for us to start the show again in North Carolina, where people were protesting the actions of ICE in the wake of this horrific murder. Oh, there we go. People in, what was that, North Carolina, I said, right? Yes, North Carolina. Coming out and protesting this fascist government and its authoritarian policies. Speaking of fascists and authoritarians, in Southern California, police got violent with protesters. KTLA 5 from 6 hours ago with the footage.
More than
of this
1,000
one.
protests planned across the country this weekend after a pair of shootings by federal agents enforcing the Trump administration's immigration crackdown.
And meantime, tensions escalating at a local protest in response to that deadly Minnesota ICE shooting. And that's where we find KTLA's Omar Lewis live in Woodland Hills, where a protest will begin next hour. Omar, good morning to you. How does it look out there?
Good morning, Megan and Lauren. I can tell you organizers are calling this an ICE out for good weekend of action across the country with, as you mentioned, 1,000 events planned for both today and tomorrow. Protesters will be joining in on that weekend of action right here in Woodland Hills, beginning at 10 o'clock this morning, just across from the Westfield Topanga Mall. But as you mentioned, overnight, protesters clashing with ICE officers unfolding in some tense moments. Take a look at that.
I love the way the KTLA 5 frames it. It was the protesters who were clashing with the officers, which led to tense moments. Cut to police brutalizing and like dragging protesters while they shoot them in the face. Oh, those nasty protesters clashing with the police. How rude.
It's moments. Take a look at that. During this Friday night protest near the downtown Santa Ana Federal Building, which houses ICE field offices, DHS officers advanced and fired what appeared to be pepper balls. The footage shows a protester struck.
Look at that protester clashing with police on the ground. The way that the mainstream media frames all this is disgusting.
Like,
look at this guy is like literally in the fetal position on the ground. Look at him clashing with the police on the ground. In fucking child pose over here. In doing literally fuck all. Look at him clashing. Ugh.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed! Houses ICE field offices, DHS officers advanced and fired what appeared to be pepper balls. The footage shows a protester struck in the face by what appears to be
Oh my god. Look at this completely useless police officer. Can't even manage to drag this completely compliant protester without falling on his ass.
pepper balls. The footage shows a protester struck in the face by what appears to be a rubber bullet, leaving him bloodied before he falls and is dragged away. Officers also reportedly grabbed a protester holding a bullhorn.
Look at him clashing with police. Look at it. Look at this guy. The narrative from KTLA5 is wild. Insane.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
All right, back to Minneapolis, where another rally happened earlier today, starting around, I think it was like somewhere around 2 p.m. in Minneapolis.
All right, hello everyone. JT Siskowski for Status Coup. We are here in Minneapolis, Minnesota, tracking day 3 of protests in the wake. Oh, and I should mention, we are reporting with the support of the Midas Touch Network as well. So thank you to both of our audiences for tuning in today as we continue to track.
Gotta get it in there, JT. Gotta get it in there, JT. Gotta get the plug in there every time. I know I mock them for how many times they plug their channel and things per stream, but they are in fact a invaluable resource for
here in Minneapolis, in the Twin Cities area, day 3 of continuing protests in the wake of a woman being murdered by the Trump administration at the hands of ICE agents. Renee Nicole Good was shot and killed not too far from where we are standing now. We are in a park here on Minneapolis's south side. There is a crowd of, it's always so difficult for me to give crowd sizes before we've had the chance to really get around and mix in and walk around and get a full sense of scale of the crowd. And more people are still arriving all the time, but it is safe to say that it is hundreds, if not thousands right now. We are seeing many people here holding signs, indict ICE agent Jonathan Ross. That is the name of the ICE agent who shot and killed Renee Nicole Good. And it's part of this city's ongoing grief, its ongoing rage, and its ongoing calls for justice and the desire to be made whole in the wake of such a terrible tragedy. We're waiting for this protest to get underway. There are some just performances happening right now as they wait for the crowd to really coalesce, and then the demonstration will get underway. We'll start hearing from some of the speakers that they have lined up. We'll be showing you those as they happen. We'll also be interviewing some of the protesters themselves. I want to recount for anyone who wasn't tuned in to our broadcast last night, to our live stream coverage of the protests last night, what happened in downtown Minneapolis. There was a noise demonstration outside of a Hilton location in downtown Minneapolis as part of an ongoing series of protests where this city is attempting to put pressure on some of its corporate stakeholders, in this case hotels, calling on them to no longer host ICE and other federal immigration agents, calling on these hotels not to host those agents so those agents have no place to rest, making it more difficult, if not impossible, for the Trump administration to continue its immigration crackdown and occupation and terror campaign here in this city. We were live for more than 3 hours last night until our batteries finally gave out as this crowd moved from hotel to hotel, continuing their protest and eventually just taking to the streets more generally until police were called in from state agencies and local agencies to.
Yeah, I think for many people here, this is not news to you. We watched much of this, the Status Coup news live stream from that protest that he's now describing to us. Went through the whole video. They were out there for hours.
Try and contain those protests. Eventually, about 30 arrests, we've been told, were made that night. But just another example of the righteous rage that this city is feeling in the wake of one of its own community members being shot and killed. Being shot and killed by the federal government using our collective tax dollars to wage a terror campaign on not just this city and this state of Minnesota, but cities, states across this country as the Trump administration looks to hire thousands of more immigration agents to expand the amount of suffering that it can inflict, the amount of families that it can separate. I want to take a moment to talk about the important work that we do here. We have been on the ground here in the Twin Cities, with aside from a break around Christmas, 4 weeks since early December when Operation Metro Surge, the Department of Homeland Security's operation that it is undertaking here in the Twin Cities area, first ramped up. We've been on the ground near continuously since, documenting everything that led up to the shooting of Renee Nicole Good. We were on the scene very shortly thereafter the shots were fired, and we have brought you all of the fallout and the follow-on coverage as this city grapples with this terror campaign, with 1,000 more agents being sent now to this city. Think about that. Someone was shot and killed. The Trump administration shot and killed someone in the city. And rather than giving that a moment's pause, a time to reconsider if maybe now would be the time.
You know, it is utterly absurd. In the wake of that, they double down on their enforcement efforts, mobilizing even more agents, federal, officers, if that's what we can call them. I mean, I feel like the word officer is intended to, imbue some sense of respect. These people have no respect. Respectless morons running around with guns and badges is what they are. But, redoubling their efforts on this, coming out, the rhetoric coming from the Trump administration in the wake of this was incredibly irresponsible, and effectively prevented their comments are like preventing genuinely unbiased investigation from taking place. Shouts out Status Quo big time, says, I don't know how to pronounce skiing sling. I'm not sure what that username is supposed to be. Frisla with the gifted membership on YouTube to Homer Co. Enjoy that, Homer Co. You now have access to a bunch of sweet, sweet galactic emotes and other things. In the chat, though, I mean, come on, the galactic emotes gotta be one of the coolest parts of the galactic membership. Maybe that's just me. I just love emotes a lot.
To try and de-escalate, lower tensions, reevaluate the strategy here if the current one was leading to the killing of a mother of 3. Rather than doing that, the Trump administration doubled down. It had already committed to a surge in ICE agents. That was underway. It had started a surge of some 2,000 more additional Department of Homeland Security agents on top of that. And now it is doubling down again, sending 1,000 more agents. Myself and cameraman John Farina, who is behind the camera, we were out at the Whipple Federal Building, which is just outside Minneapolis. That is the location from which ICE and the other immigration enforcement agents are coordinating many of their efforts here in the Twin Cities. We were there.
Frisla with another gifted membership. 2 in a row. This one to Yakov Eshradze. Thank you. You sail and ski. Oh, so your username is meant to be skiing and sailing. I see. Well, there's no vowels in there, so it's hard to know what that's supposed to be. Anyway, Yakov, enjoyed that membership gifted to you by Frisla. Incredibly generous. Thank you, Frisla, helping us with the galactic content goal. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit, past his monologue, see some of the protest in all of its glory.
Good.
Renee Good!
Pardon me, folks.
Renee Good!
Pardon me, folks.
Immigrants are welcome here. Immigrants are welcome here. Loud. Say it clear. Immigrants are welcome here. Say it loud. Say it clear. Immigrants are welcome here. Say it loud. Say it clear. Immigrants are welcome here.
We're going to ask people by the sound. We're going to ask you guys to start shifting if you are not part of the sound or stage managing. We have to make space. People I don't know, you have to move. There's no exceptions for you. Say it loud! Say it clear!
Immigrants are welcome here.
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 People turning up at these protests, it seems, all over the country, especially in Minnesota. Ton of people here. Just gonna go here, see what some of these speakers had to say. No sound. What's happening?
For being here in the streets, for being here as observers, for being here as witnesses to this occupation that is currently happening in Minnesota by this authoritarian regime that is an arm of the United States government. I come here as a Native woman, as a Nihio Cree woman. I'm a vice president for the Indigenous Protector Movement, and I'm also second generation American Indian movement. The American Indian movement was founded here in Minneapolis, Minnesota in 1968. And in the 1970s, enacted AIM Patrol to protect our people from police brutality happening at those times. And today, nothing has changed. Today, we're experiencing the same thing that we have experienced as indigenous people of North that have been forced upon us by these colonial institutions and governments. And what we are witnessing now, don't let them lie to you. This is a full-blown occupation. These are murderers.
Maybe Native Americans should be the ones to decide who's allowed in this country or not. Just a radical idea I just came up with just now. Anyways, they marched through the streets. You can see some of that here. I mean, look how many people. Packed. 4 lanes of people.
And so once we get to the end of the road, the sand trucks will no longer be able to move forward, but everybody else, for your safety, you can keep going forward once we get there and into Powderhorn Park again, and then do what you gotta do to stay safe, take care of yourself.
Have you hearing the You're hearing the protest organizers. They're trying to call an end to the protest after this march reaches the point from which it started. Likely in large part, and John, I want to try and actually keep up with the front of the protest a little bit.
Fundraiser tonight at the Lucy Parsons Center, watching the Pendleton 2, exposing the realities of over-sentencing and undue.
But the reason that they are likely trying to call that end to the be explicit about calling the end of the protest is to not give any sort of excuse to the Trump administration and any provocateurs, federal agents who might be in the crowd to try and stir up trouble after the organizers relinquish, call an end to the protest.
Que chinga su madre la migra.
What? Why did you want to be out here today?
I wanted to protest for the people that can't.
For the people that can't. Really spell out for people who are the people that can't that you feel like you are standing up and representing here.
The people that ICE is targeting right now.
That what?
The people that ICE is targeting right now.
Is that anybody? You don't have to be. You don't have to give any identifying information. But do you know people that are being directly targeted by ICE or are living in fear right now because ICE is out patrolling in their communities?
Everybody.
Everybody.
At this point, everybody.
Explain for people. We're a national outlet. Explain for people what it's like to be living in the Twin Cities right now.
Having fear right now is a major thing in the Twin Cities. Everybody's scared to come out. Fuck ICE. Fuck everybody that supports ICE. Donald Trump. Fuck everybody.
Feeling fear just to be living in their homes right now because of the targeting.
Okay, I think that's a good place to end this protest. Fuck ICE, fuck Trump, fuck fuck them all. Okay. Let's keep this going. Still got a lot more to talk about. Where was that? I am missing my spot now. All right, there's status quo. Staying in Minnesota. Let's go here to WCCO, CBS Minnesota from 3 hours ago. Thousands gathered in Powderhorn Park to protest the killing of Renee Good.
Across the country, people are showing up at Ice Out for Good events. The crowd say they're doing it to honor the memory of the 37-year-old Minneapolis woman shot and killed by an ICE agent this week. Thanks for joining us. It's been just 3 days since the death of Renee Good in South Minneapolis. Here are some of the latest headlines.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
ICE tactics and training are under scrutiny after new video from the agent's cell phone is being seen. Minneapolis police arrested and later released 29 people after a noisy protest outside a downtown hotel. Most of the very large crowd dispersed peacefully. They say the noise was to disrupt ICE agents they say were staying at the hotel. Waving American flags and holding signs, demonstrations continue as the largest immigration operation ever moves forward in the Twin Cities. Homeland Security says there are more than 2,000 federal agents on the ground. We have team coverage now, starting with Frankie McLister joining us from Powderhorn Park, where today's rally started. Frankie.
Yeah, hi there, Derek. Our boots are right here on the ground where that rally started. It was a massive crowd. It started right here. We're on the northwest corner of Powderhorn Park. The movement ended up marching north up until Lake Street. Then they took west on Lake Street and then circled back down south on Portland and past the scene of where Renee Good passed away on Wednesday. Now, several people we spoke to traveled from near and far, but knowing that lots of demonstrations were happening, they say they figured the proximity to this one where Renee died was the most important. Peaceful is an adjective, I'll tell you, lots of community members used to describe the movement, and some of us even told us that they were marching on Lake in 2020 after George Floyd was killed, and came back today to do the same exact thing.
I'm here with my 4-year-old and feel very comfortable and safe with it. It feels fantastic to be part of yet another unfortunate movement.
Now, a question that a lot of folks have is, was law enforcement here? We did not witness any law enforcement here, but Minneapolis Police Department, they told us an unofficial estimate of how many people were here, which we have plenty of aerial footage from our chopper that was up in the air, was tens of thousands. Derek?
All right, the largest gathering so far. Thank you, Frankie. The crowds showing up today say they're doing this to honor the memory of Renee Good. Uba Ali has been talking with people at today's largest rally. What are you hearing from them, Uba?
Derek, the emotion here earlier today was hard to miss. As many marched along East Lake Street, we saw business owners come out, and the message was very clear. They wanted to be here. They say it was personal. They didn't know Renee Good, but have since seen the video. They have since heard from her wife, the kind of person she was, and they wanted that part to be a part of that movement. They said this demonstration was more than just community coming together, but they wanted to send a clear message to the federal government that Minnesota stands up for their own. Minnesota stands up for immigrants, and I want you to hear what people had to say as they continue to reel from what happened on Wednesday.
He just shot her point blank in the face. It was awful. Just be human, just be kind. Just treat people the way you want to be treated.
It's especially important to me as a parent to show my kid that I will not stand for injustice, and if I see something wrong, that I will speak up against it, and I want him to learn that too.
What stood out to me is the fact that people helped one another all day. You saw people giving each other water, hand warmers. They say that's the message they want the federal government to see from the aerials, from the video on the ground. Minnesota isn't backing down, they say, and they're going to see and hope to see ICE leave here soon. Derek.
Okay, Uba Ali, thank you. We continue our team coverage now, turning to Connor White. He's near the location of the deadly shooting. And Connor, what's the mood like there tonight where you are?
Derek, it's somber. We've shown you plenty of images through our other reporting of the large crowds, of the noise that they made as they marched through various parts of South Minneapolis. Going to show you, going to step out of the way here, that there's a lot of quiet here as people stand around, pray, and continue to add to this ever-growing memorial for Renee Good. This is approximately where her car crashed after ICE agent Jonathan Ross shot and killed her. So this is a smaller...
There you go. He shot her in the face. Treat people the way you want to be treated. Yes. It's good advice. Golden rule, I suppose. Don't go shooting people in the face unless you want the same thing happening, do you? All right, let's go here to CNN from 5 hours ago. 1,000 plus protests nationwide after ICE shooting in Minnesota.
But where you see these cars coming now, last hour that was not the case. Many of these protesters were actually in the street blocking, or at the very least confronting, vehicles that were either coming out or into that federal facility. And you see sort of the law enforcement officers strategizing. They do seem to be going back at this point. Not sure the exact strategy, but you see them now retreating back. A big law enforcement presence. But again, as they swelled quickly, they seem to be shrinking back. But a show of force, no doubt, that these protesters do not seem to be intimidated for whatever reason. They are still yelling. They've gotten even louder. And so this just represents, I think, a little bit of the anger that we've seen in various parts of the Minneapolis area over the last few days since the day of the shooting, Fred.
And of course, we're not hearing the dialogue from the federal law enforcement there or any representation from, but just as you described, seeing them shrinking back, I wonder if that is simply representative of an attempt to de-escalate what is a very heightened, tenuous moment here.
Who heightened the moment into tenuousness? Here's a question we should all be asking ourselves. Was it the protesters or was it the federal government? I think it might have been the federal government. I know it's a radical thought to think with my brain, but I'm thinking it. PBS NewsHour.
Good evening. I'm John
4
Yang.
hours ago.
This week's series of shootings by
John.
federal agents enforcing President Trump's crackdown on illegal immigration has sparked a weekend of protests. There were rallies and demonstrations across the country. They were organized after a woman was fatally shot by an immigration and customs enforcement agent in Minneapolis on Wednesday, and a Customs and Border Protection agent wounded 2 people the next day in Portland, Oregon. In Minneapolis, crowds gathered in the city where an ICE officer shot and killed 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good and demanded that ICE leave. Voices of anger and outrage were heard across the country.
Killing people in the streets in intimidation tactics is horrifying, and we can't allow it. We have to stand up.
We want ICE off the streets!
From Durham, North Carolina,
ICE out for good!
to rainy Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia, demonstrators in hundreds of cities and towns took to the streets in a mass protest dubbed the ICE Out for Good Weekend of Action. Some protesters say ICE is overstepping its legal power and jeopardizing public safety. For others, the threat to democracy is just as urgent.
We will win when we come together, because it's not about them. It's about us. Trump must go now. ICE must go for good.
More protests are scheduled for tomorrow.
If not sooner.
Lisa Gilbert is the co-president of Public Citizen, a progressive advocacy group that helped organize today's protests. Lisa, what are you hearing from around the country about turnout and whether or not there have been any problems or troubles?
Well, turnout has been amazing. We're holding 1,000 plus events, peaceful, lawful vigils around the country in this astounding moment where people are reacting to an atrocity. It was organized in only 48 hours. And so the massive numbers we're seeing, the number of people turning out, telling their neighbors to turn out, all of it just demonstrates the real magnitude of the outrage that I think people are feeling.
Were you surprised that it came together so quickly?
I think this issue really impacts us all. No one in America should walk the street fearful of masked agents, should be worrying that their businesses could be ransacked, or facing intimidation and violence or even death just for being a good neighbor. I think many people see themselves in this incident, have been truly horrified at the escalating violence that they've seen from ICE and CBP. And this moment sparked a tinder. People are reacting to an abuse of power that they've been watching for many weeks and months.
What was the goal for today? What do you hope to accomplish?
Yeah, we've all been witnessing horrors and atrocities all year. I mean, yesterday we quickly went through some of them, if you recall. You know, journalists being shot in the middle of the street, protesters being shot in the middle of the street, people being having their cars' windows smashed and being ripped out of them. People dragged through the street.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
ICE officers pointing seemingly loaded weapons at innocent bystanders. There's something I was going to respond to. I can't remember now. So many chats going on. Can't remember what I was going to say. Although I think I might end the short stream again. It's been hit and miss with the short stream. Some days we get like thousands and thousands of views. Other days, nothing. Other days it's... blah.
The goal for today is to have a community-led, nonviolent, lawful reaction to the horrors that we've been seeing. The deadly violence, the terror wielded by ICE, the abuse of power from Trump, none of it is acceptable. So we want to honor and humanize the lives that have been taken by ICE. We want to demand accountability and transparency and immediate investigation into the killing of Renee Good, and just really expose this systematic pattern of violence, which does not just include Renee. It includes 30 plus lives that have been lost in ICE detention just in 2025. So calling attention, calling for accountability, these are our goals.
The Trump administration.
Okay, move on from PBS NewsHour there. Over to LA, where demonstrators marched through downtown. Jesus Christ. Sorry. Oh, God, I'm dying over here. Dying.
So hot right now.
Thank you, Amanda. All right. Yes. Downtown LA. I wonder if Hassan was out there. You can see here, I mean, 5 lanes of traffic, of human traffic. That sounds wrong. That sounds wrong. 5 lanes of protesters marching for multiple blocks, it would seem. A lot of people out there, a lot of very angry people. And supposedly it's quite cold right now in southern LA. Or just like in South California, at least, for California. Hassan Parker. Yes, Hassan Parker. He might be out there. We can imagine him being out there. Is that smog? I don't think it's smog. I think it's just the angle of the shot. Although I suppose there could be some air pollution. Who knows? Hassan didn't stream today. Well, maybe he was out there protesting. Maybe.
Oh my God,
Boomer Hassan not streaming. My God. Isn't he supposed to stream every single day? Isn't he like 7 days a week? How dare Hassan take a single day off?
How rude.
Incredibly rude. Okay. All right, just a reminder to everybody, we are over an hour into the galactic countdown. I'm sorry, galactic content goal. Still got an hour and 45 minutes to complete the goal. So plenty of time. Just want to remind everybody that we do need to complete it to ensure that we get all the sweet content, all the clips that I have planned for us tonight. As I've got quite a bit for us to get through here. Nothing record-setting, but like 100 different clips for us. And we're only like a quarter of the way through. So we're going to have to complete the goal if we're going to want to watch all of those things. Plenty of ways, of course, for you to contribute to the goal. Best way is, of course, to contribute to 2 goals at once. You can help finance the galactic deficit and the content goal. Donations on Cash App, PayPal, Patreon, all the 2-for-1s. All right, let's talk about the legality of some of the things that ICE and DHS have been up to with one Francesca.
My God, ICE are totally the victims. That's why they're the ones with the tactical gear and have the live ammunition. Renee Good should be alive right now, and so should the others who federal agents have shot and killed in this past year. At least 3 others that we know of. Either people who ICE was hunting, or people who were trying to document ICE's recklessness. Then the face filler Fuhrer, or Marlboro Melania, spins those incidents to make it appear like that person was aggressing upon them. But the cases are paper thin, like the one against Marimar Martinez, who somehow survived after she was shot 5 times while driving around Brighton Park, Chicago, warning the neighborhood that immigration was coming. The agent that shot her said, quote, "Do something, bitch," and then opened fired. He has never been held accountable, but she was charged with a felony in a case that, guess what? Fell apart in November because it was a lie. Also in Chicago, a father was killed. Silverio Villegas Gonzalez was killed after he dropped off his kid at a daycare. ICE accused him of dragging an agent with his car when body cam footage shows that same agent later saying, yeah, it was nothing major. Yeah. Nothing major that you took the dad of 2 children, ages 3 and 7. Then on New Year's Eve, an off-duty ICE agent in Los Angeles.
Yeah, why is every single comment that comes out of these people just so incredibly callous and like just inhumane? Like do they have really no ability to like empathize with other human beings? It's sort of, it's like how? Where are they finding these people? Frizzla, thank you for the gift membership over on YouTube. Getting us a little bit closer on the goal. Jeremystic, enjoy the gift memby. Back to Francesca.
Killed Keith Porter after the agent apparently got mad that Keith was firing his gun into the air to celebrate New Year's Eve. And look, I know Dog Killer Barbie gave you a shiny badge, but you can't actually do that. That is actually murder. And that agent hasn't even been compelled to testify by local investigators because of the limitations on federal agents. Whatever happened to states' rights? That's on top of the 3 people who died trying to save themselves from the fate of the...
Whatever happened to states' rights? It's weird.
Horrid detention centers where abuse is rampant. A farm worker in California died when he fell from a greenhouse, and 2 other men, a day laborer and a gardener, were killed in traffic after trying to escape. But of course, I know what you're going to say. They're hardened criminals. Yes, and I know they've done terrible things like trying to landscape your overgrown lawn.
Illegal.
ICE and their apologists relish in this violence. Some of them are in the comments right now using their real names to defend it. We have to realize that this administration has deputized, cankled Confederates and allowed them to treat the law the same way they treat their alimony payments.
Empathy is
Every
gay.
single
Is it,
person
Joshua?
on this planet is gay. Yeah.
Obviously not murder is gay. Everyone is gay. It's true. And our Gray gets it. Everybody is gay.
Every single person on this planet is gay. Yeah.
All right. We were just talking about some guy moments ago. He was mentioned in relation to the protests in LA. I believe his name is Hassan Parker. That's what people tell me. People tell me his name is Hassan Parker.
Please be safe out there, ordering DoorDash as well as working for DoorDash. A mom trying to save another mom from being taken away. She was delivering food. That's it. Thank God for this woman's bravery. It's insanity this is happening in America.
Because this was my DoorDash lady. I don't even know the lady. She just ran to my house.
All right.
I have a baby here. Like, I really don't know what to do. I'll open the door if the police, say that I have to open the door, but, I don't know what to do. This lady just was shot yesterday. Now, I ordered food, and there's people outside my fucking house.
Cheyenne, I'm on my way, okay? All right.
What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I'm so scared. James, come downstairs.
Cheyenne?
What? I literally ordered DoorDash, and now there's ICE agents around my house because the lady ran in my house, and I don't know what to do because I don't know. They have no warrant. They have no warrant. They said that they were going to get one. I don't know what to do. I called the police. The police are on their way. I can't ignore it. I have a baby here, and they have guns pointing everywhere in my house. I have some random lady in my house. I have my child barricaded.
They're looking in our backyard, too.
They're looking at everything.
Bro, what the f?
They're everywhere. All because
It's like a zombie apocalypse, dude. That's crazy. Like, these are not human beings, dude.
I gotta say, I think this is just my opinion. I think it's the wrong move to call the cops. Well, maybe not to call them, but honestly, I guess me personally, I just feel like calling, because you'll see here in the video, she kind of asks the cops for advice, and the cops are not your lawyer. They are not there to give you advice, generally speaking. And there's a lot of right-wing weirdos in, police departments everywhere. Not saying entirely, but a lot of them. There's a lot. And just saying. And also, when you interact with the cops, they're always looking to, they're just looking for ways to arrest you for shit. They're really not your friends.
I ordered some fucking DoorDash food. I don't know what to do. I'm gonna have a.
So I guess she ordered DoorDash, and the lady that was delivering her DoorDash might be an immigrant. And while she was in the process of doing the delivery, ICE just rolled up and were trying to detain her, trying to arrest the DoorDasher. I guess she ran inside the house, the DoorDasher ran inside the house, and she just offered her shelter.
This is the lady's license plate. They already took someone out of her car. I called the police. The police are on their way. I asked for a warrant. I just ordered some food and then some lady ran in my house.
They grabbed her husband and kid from the car?
DoorDash lady ran in her house.
Hey, I think somebody just, I think someone just decided to become a Galactic patron on Patreon. Great life decision, whomever you are. And much appreciated. I'm going to add, calling the cops is the right thing to do if there are guys with guns in your front yard. No, I get what you're saying. No, I get what you're saying on that, which is why I wasn't saying maybe not call. That's why I amended my statement. If you're listening carefully, what I said is that, okay, I took back part of that statement. I said, well, maybe calling them is the right move, but asking them for advice is a different thing, right? I feel like I don't know. Me personally, I'm just like very skeptical of like asking the police for advice. But yes, no, you're probably absolutely right about that, you know. A lot of people in chat seem to have a lot of smoke for the husband. I kind of get that as well. He does not speak up very much during this video. He really kind of stays quiet-ish for most of it. Not all of it, but most of it. Sort of in the background. What was I going to say? Oh, right. Yeah, no, thank you to the person over on Patreon for deciding to become a Galactic patron. And we'll add that to the goals, 2 goals. Hitting them both. 1, 2.
This dude just has his hand on his gun, just fucking chilling.
Just husband, no kid. She did not offer shelter intentionally. She'd be guilty of harboring if she did.
I don't want them to come in my house.
Okay, but this is the thing. Even if they get the warrant, they're coming in your house. They're not going to leave. So we need to come up with a solution to do this peacefully, right?
Oh my god.
I own this property.
I need to. Hold on, my neighbor's calling. Hold on. Hello? Yes.
They said they're gonna get a warrant to come in here because we ordered some DoorDash and some lady ran in our house. So now we don't know.
This is why you can't wave someone.
Yeah, I gotta say, this guy's kind of useless. I don't know why he's like saying to himself, I own this property. If he owns this property, he should be screaming at these guys to get off of his fucking sidewalk. That's not a public sidewalk. That's clearly a private sidewalk. It's behind a fence. It's clearly his property that this guy is standing on right now. That he is trespassing.
Illegal.
It's a crime.
DoorDash and some lady ran in our house. So now we don't know.
This is why you can't wave someone in when they're running from ICE. If they come in, you don't have to open the door for ICE. Oh, got it.
I don't think the police are gonna do anything because I don't know.
Hassan's chat is so full of shit all the time. We've talked many a time about Hassan's chat. It's a fascinating place. I've tried to chat in there in the past. It's impossible. It's moving at the, speed of sound, possibly the speed of light, incredibly fast. Somehow Hassan's capable of reading it all, and his war against his chat is on. It's like a years-long war, many years.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Many years, arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 21st century.
I'm just waiting for the warrant.
You have a wanted fugitive in your house.
I don't know what to do, man. This is scary.
It's gonna get worse, dude. Because you don't even know her.
It's gonna get worse, dude. You don't even know her. Bro, this is literally like you some Jews in the floorboards or.
Okay, I see another chat directed towards me. Local sidewalks and easements are local government property, if you recall correctly. No, absolutely, but not walks from your driveway to your home. There is a difference. Do you see the way this is? You have the text is in the way. But if you look here, you got the mailboxes out here, right? You can see it all the way out here by this white truck, which I assume is ICE. Could be somebody else, but most likely ICE. Which they've also blocked somebody in here. This is all the way out there. That must be like, what? 20 yards, 30 yards from here? Meters for our metric viewers. Like, this is clearly a driveway, right? This walk, this is not a public walk. People don't get, like, not only ICE, but like nobody should be walking over. This is not, like, you see the road is way out here. This is not a public sidewalk. This is just a path. This is a private path. Happens to be paved. This is not public in any way, shape, or form. It's behind a fence. If you look, it's behind a fence. A private fence, right? Like, it's their fence. It's a white picket fence. Like, it's clearly on private property.
I don't know what to do. I'm just waiting for the warrant.
You have a wanted you live in your house.
I don't know what to do, man. This is scary.
It's gonna get worse, dude. You don't even know her.
I don't know what to do, man. This guy is useless. This guy is kind of useless. I don't know what to do, man. What did he... Jesus, get off of my property. Exactly, Joshua Keller. Every old guy knows to yell, "Get off my lawn." That's what this guy should be fucking doing.
This is literally like, you got some Jews in the floorboards or what? Like, that's straight up. Okay, Megaphonics wasn't wrong.
Exactly
I know
what this is.
Madurophonics is currently in the Brooklyn federal prison. Okay, in the federal prison inside of Brooklyn, and he sent us this. But this is straight up 1-to-1 straightforward Nazi shit, bro. What the?
A warrant. I just want a warrant, man. I got my child in here. This shit happened yesterday, and
If you give her to us, nothing happens. If we wait, it's gonna get worse. Our SWAT team's gonna come. We have an active warrant for this person. Why do you make it worse? We don't want to deal with nothing with you.
Do you have your ID?
I just want to point out that this framing is fucking insane. Okay. By the way, sorry, Benny Hanna, I meant to feed the dog for you there. This is insane framing. It's going to get worse if we get a warrant. Just to interpret this in a slightly different way. It's going to get worse if we get a warrant. It's going to get worse if we follow the legal procedures. This is just a threat because these guys don't want to do their fucking jobs. Right? This is just a threat being made by a fascist, a lazy fascist who doesn't want to do his job. That's all it is. It's just a guy saying, look, if you make us do our jobs according to the law, do all the legal stuff that we're supposed to do, it's gonna bug me, and I'm gonna be a piece. I'm gonna do a bunch of mean. I'm going to like punish you for making me do my job, for making me follow the law.
She said she has her ID on her.
We already run the place. We've identified her. We saw her.
Hold on.
We're looking for her.
Okay. If you put your hand off, you take your fucking hand. Stop. Okay. If I open this door, you're not coming in my house. I will give you her.
Don't do it,
this
lady.
This is her ID.
They said
she is a U.S. citizen.
They said they ran her place.
This was my DoorDash. The fact that you guys are tormenting. I'm Native American. My family already died for y'all to work here. Hung by Abraham Lincoln. 38 plus 2. So the fact that y'all are on a Native American.
Damn. You said she's white, but bro, there's a difference between a white lady claiming Native American and knowing that Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, she just went deep cut on the native history just now.
Execution of 38 natives while offering clemency to many Confederates. That's deep lore. So I have no reason to doubt. I have no reason to doubt that she's definitely native. Okay, like even some Native Americans might not even know that. Like, what are you talking about?
House is pissing me the fuck off. I will open this fucking door when I have the decency to open this door. Since you guys have pointed guns at me, I will open it.
It's been decided previously in courts that approaching a front door is generally protected under First Amendment protections at the least. I think I know what you're talking about, but if the owner of the property says we don't want you here, then it turns to harassment. Like, you have to be on public property if they do not want you on their property.
The other thing is, like, they will try to sneakily get an administrative warrant rather than a judicial warrant. An administrative warrant, I think an administrative warrant is not enough to go into the house of an American citizen, like a random American citizen. Like, that's not the same. But they'll float it as though it's a judicial warrant. It has to be signed by a judge.
But you guys are not coming to my house. You guys will not shoot anybody.
Bro, this is literally vampire shit. Like, they're like vampires.
You did yesterday.
And you had your hand on your gun this whole time you've been here, dude.
You had your hand on your gun the entire time.
We have it all right here.
That's true. That he should. By the way, once again, this goes back to what I was saying over and over again. The foot soldiers of white supremacy are no longer pasty. It's like, that's like a very common thing that you see, especially with Customs and Border Patrol. Customs and Border Patrol has always been 52% Hispanic, like even before this new meta, and they love talking about that, to be like, how can you say they're racist? They're Hispanic. It's like, okay, dude, who gives a they're still doing white supremacy. The whole purpose of ICE is to create a white nativist, to enforce a white nativist immigration policy. Like, that is absolutely racialized. Having said that, it is pretty fucking wild how consistent this is, that like these guys are running around looking for, you know, other dudes and ladies that are the immigrants just like they are.
Hand on your gun this whole time you've been here, dude.
You had your hand on your gun the entire time.
We have it all right here. You're lying.
Get off
Literally, the Jews in the ghettos would rat on. It's called capos. That's what it is. It's like
my yard and I will open the door to let her out.
And that's a different situation than this one. That was literally.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely, you know, the 1930s Germany. You get people walking around, knocking on doors, looking for a specific kind of person. And we're going to send them to the camps. We think you've got one of them in your house. We're going to sit here, we're going to harass you, and if you don't do what we want, even though we don't have the legal justification to do it, we're going to punish you for that.
And it's there are those who did it for immediate gain, and there's some, like, there's different accounts for it, at least. I'm not defending capos, obviously, but there's like different accounts for it because it's like a historically complex situation. These guys are not under duress to become an ICE agent. Like, oh, if you don't become an ICE agent, you go to the concentration camps. It's a little different, even then, obviously, it was completely unacceptable still.
Go up to the car, because I don't feel comfortable letting. I have a 2-year-old. I have a 1.5-year-old baby. I have 3 more in school.
Now, at this point, I think this is the first time that she actually is that she has vocalized her direct wish for them to leave, and that she feels unsafe because of that. And at this point, it is absolutely harassment for them to remain on her property, in my opinion. I'm not a legal expert, but that's just how I view this.
Hello?
Hey, Cheyenne, this is Commander Hank with the Sheriff's Office calling you.
Yeah?
So, I understand that you're fighting right now.
I'm going to, but move.
Please. You have 2 options, right? So either let the federal agents come in and take care of them.
I can't quite hear what this guy is saying, but I think that you can tell the original person that she was talking to was a woman, who I think was an operator, right? She hands it off. She forwards the call over to what I assume is an officer, right? And this officer starts giving her advice, and it's bad advice, in my opinion. It's from what I can tell, the advice that he gives her is bad advice intended to strip the rights of this person in her home, right? It's hard to tell because, once again, the audio kind of cuts out. What happens right after this, I think, kind of confirms my suspicions.
Nobody from the sheriff's office is gonna show up there, because that's all I can tell you. I would just be able to tell you the same thing in person.
Okay, but what do I do?
Well, I think that choice is up to you. You have those. I mean, those are your two options.
Just saying they'll charge us.
You need to come with me. Come
we
on.
can't. I have family. I'm
Come
sorry.
on. You need to come with me, ma'am. Come
There's
on.
nothing we can do.
Come on.
There's nothing
Come on.
we can do.
Come on. Just come on. Ma'am, I'm so sorry. I don't want to do this. Come on. Come on.
Oh my God.
You see what I'm saying? 5 seconds after this guy tells her what her options, her supposed two options are, she is grabbing this woman and trying to bring her out to them. That's just how I'm seeing this.
I don't know what to do. I'm Native American. This is against everything I stand for. What the do I do, man?
This is like Anne Frank. God damn it. God, it really is like Anne Frank. It's fucked up. It's fucked up, dude. It's supposed to be never again. It was never again. That's what I remember as a child. That's what I remember hearing. Doing it again.
I need you to come up.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Ma'am, I need you. Come on. I can't. Don't. No guns. No shooting
guns.
anybody. No shooting anybody.
It's okay. No guns. No guns. No nothing.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do. I'm so sorry. I have TikTok followers. I have this going on my TikTok. I have 11,000 followers. I will let everybody. What is your name? What is your name? What is your name? Let me see. What's your name? Okay, ma'am. The police said I have to let you go, ma'am.
Wait, did they let her go?
I don't know what to do.
Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? She's not talking about ICE. She's talking about the people, the sheriff on the phone. The sheriff told her that she has to let her go. That's her confirming it right there.
How could you do this to your own people? That's insane. I don't fucking care. Y'all didn't have no fucking warrant.
Just give her some time.
Just give her some time. Y'all just shot someone in Minnesota. I ordered DoorDash. My fucking DoorDash. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm Native American. Get the fuck off my yard until she comes that way. You don't even have a fucking warrant. But I'm not gonna go to fucking jail because y'all pieces of shit ain't got nothing better to do because your wife still wanna suck your fucking dick.
No, watch the update video. There's layers to this, by the way. This is a situation where quite literally people treats are coming to face with the reality of this Gestapo shit. When an American can't even order DoorDash without getting put in an Anne Frank situation, shit goes south real fast. Also worth noting, you can't work for DoorDash without a social security number. No, watch the update video. She's safe and connected with a lawyer. I mean, this woman already had the wherewithal to understand that this was like a situation. It wasn't like a totally out of touch person, right? Like ordering treats and then, you know, realizing that this is coming for her.
No, eso es mentira, ustedes lo separan de las familias. Digo, mis dos niñas solas.
They already took her kid. I don't know what to do. I have a baby. They were literally telling me that if I don't, the cops were even telling me that if I don't open the door, they'll literally charge.
This is the problem with cops. She doesn't have to open the door at all. They need a fucking judicial warrant to be able to come into the house to extract her if she's like genuinely a threat to public safety or whatever. They can just sit there till the cows come home, for the record. But she doesn't know that, and she got led astray, for the record. She did not know that, but just so you know, it's not like harboring a fugitive or anything like that. If a random DoorDasher walked into your house, you didn't like wave them in or anything like that, you're not liable at all. I see a lot of chat blaming her for letting the lady go. Do you think Chad is wrong here? They had a baby. I'm so torn. I mean, I'm being very charitable to her and saying that she was in a moment of crisis.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna scoop ahead to the very end of this video. We can't watch this whole thing. And we're almost through 2 full halves here. Hassan goes through a bunch of the basics on what an arrest warrant looks like and a bunch of other shit.
If you don't have a warrant, you're not able to access in my house. I took a law course. I know. I'm not stupid. Good. She's terrified.
You know what's funny? I think she was gonna give her up because like in the middle here, she's like about to give her up. But then they annoy her so much that she's like, actually, you know what? F it.
I told you guys multiple times. If you show her.
No, es mentira. Ustedes los separan de los babies. No.
I don't know what to do.
Yo me voy con mis niños, es lo único.
I called the police, but I don't know what to do. A woman was just killed in Minnesota yesterday from you guys, and you guys think that we're gonna just take this lightly? Literally, you just shot and killed someone yesterday, and you can put on your and go to work, and that shit just sits right with you? What the is wrong with you guys? You guys are modern day Nazis. My family got killed. Native Americans got killed for you guys to put on that shit. Bullshit.
I was literally there. That's my neighbor. That woman is safe at home. Wait, really? Mr. Fumduck? Yeah, I love that the community showed up, by the way.
So nowadays we can't order DoorDash without ICE showing up to our house, right?
Hassan, this is not a good example of what people should do. Just wait for the cops to arrive. Hey, first of all, chatter, I said that. I walked you through step by step what she could have done in the situation that would have even made it better, like what her rights are in this situation. But you also have to understand, she doesn't know that. Not everyone is equipped. That's why I talk about this stuff.
I have a baby! A baby! Get out! Until you guys have a warrant signed, get off my property now!
Yeah, see, she gets more. You're seeing in real time why community matters. You're seeing in real time why having numbers on your side matter.
Hassan is a white guy? Is this the first time you're ever seeing Hassan? Yeah, well, I mean, he's as white as a Greek person. Right? I mean, essentially. You know, much of Turkey is effectively at the same longitudinal, what do you call it? Like, location, right? Like, as, I'm sorry, latitudinal location as much of Greece, right? It's essentially, you know, not all of it, but yeah, a lot of people like Hassan, kind of white appearing. Not everybody. Look at his Uncle Jenk.
The way, because she feels more emboldened and she gets braver. I mean, it's already maximum bravery when you got a bunch of people storming your house with guns. Many of you have never been in that situation. That is already maximum bravery. Telling a group of people with guns outside of your house to f off requires a shit ton of bravery. It's already a chaotic situation. This is a random person that she doesn't know walking into her house. A lot of you see yourselves as like, you know, a brave, bold warriors of social justice or whatever, but she's already showing a lot more solidarity than the average person would in this circumstance. Okay, so calm down.
Now!
I want judge papers!
I want a signed paper! You don't come near my house because you're
This is such a disturbing scene. Really is. People crying. The neighbors just looking on with just like horror. Someone screaming at the fucking ICE agents. These guys just looking to circumvent the actual processes they were supposed to go through. Armed to the fucking teeth like they're in fucking Baghdad or something.
The whole time. I have it all on video. I have 11.
Have you ever considered how much Michael Hastings fan? Have you ever considered how much pressure the poor cops are under? Big sad. They probably are neurodivergent and can't process any verbal input from civilians. People shrug. True.
Jesus Christ.
Why didn't I factor that in, dude? That's crazy. Also, shout out Michael Hastings.
1,000 TikTokers right now. 11,000 TikTok followers that I have. 11,000 followers I have on TikTok.
OG heads know. R.I.P. Michael Hastings. OG heads know. I used to work with him. My colleague, who may or may not have been assassinated by the American government.
Illegal.
For his investigative reporting on the Rolling Stones.
You guys aren't wanted here.
Off my yard until you have a judge's.
Stop saying like the 11,000 followers on TikTok is not like a flex, guys. She's not trying to say she's clouded to the fucking ICE agents. She's trying to say that I'm gonna post this and it's gonna cause you headaches.
Signature
off my property.
Yeah,
Look at
notice.
that. Look at that. They're running away.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Run away. And all they had to do was assert their constitutional rights. Hey, give us a warrant. And they left. Because they know that they're not going to be able to obtain a warrant. They don't even know this woman's name. They just saw a brown person driving around and thought, oh, here's a perfect opportunity. Get our numbers up. Now he's like, get off my property. Yeah, no, Frizzla, no, it's not. The irony is not lost on me. Once they get off of the property, that's when he says, get off of my property. He's not really wearing the pants in this relationship, okay? It's clear who is in charge of who's in charge of defending the household, okay? And that's fine. All right, she did a great job. She honestly, once, you know, like, it didn't go perfectly smoothly the whole time, but the right outcome was arrived at, and that's all that matters. That's all that matters. Were there a couple of bumps in the road along the way? Absolutely. Should that have even happened in the first place? Of course not. It's all ridiculous. But thankfully, she decided to, you know, assert her rights as a person, you know, living in the United States where we're supposed to have a constitution and the rule of law. Where cops aren't just allowed to randomly enter your home because they feel like it. They're not even cops, of course. They're just immigration enforcement. They try to pretend like they're law enforcement, but it's specifically one kind of law and one kind of law only. A civil law. Not even criminal law. Okay, we are 3 hours into this stream. And so far, I think we are about 33% of the way. We're like 1/3 of the way through the galactic content goal. We still got an hour to complete it. We got a hell of a lot of content left for us to get through tonight. But before we do any of that, we gotta take a quick galactic intermission. All right, everyone, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Things like YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic patron, where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens, like the pool, the bar, the lake, or the street. That's not all, though. Get yourself a shout out at the end of every show, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. All right, everybody, that's it for me. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. I'm also going to end the vertical stream because it's been very quiet over there, so I can just focus on Twitch and horizontal YouTube. Bye-bye, vertical. All right, everybody. We are back. End of the second break, beginning of the third half. Let's do it. Okay, people. We are back. Aw, we lost a follower on Twitch. And a subscriber on YouTube. That's very sad. That's very sad. I don't know what that's for. I don't know what we did to deserve that horrific treatment. It was devastating. I'm never going to recover from that. I'll bet it was the same person. Okay. What next do we have here on our list? The Epstein Files.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yes, the Epstein Files. We're still talking about them. And some people are struggling to recover in the wake of the botched Epstein Files release, if you can call it that. The Epstein Files cover-up. Really, that's really what it is. People like Dan Bongino. Republican wonderkind. Whatever you want to call him. He is struggling. Aww. That's right, his audience is punishing him for promising so much and delivering so very little. The paradoxical nature of his podcasting career when compared to his FBI career, well, it leaves a lot of questions. Uncomfortable questions, specifically for Dan Bongino.
Makes his glorious return to podcasting.
Shinier than ever. Straight out of the failure of the Epstein cover-up.
Oh.
Whoa, you are not joking. Crazy.
I know.
You can see the lights.
He is wet.
Lighting in his head.
I have never thought to tell a man to tone down the moisturizer, but maybe it's not even moisturizer. Just
He
straight
is
up
wet. He's not damp or moist. Dan is wet. Like, he is. Hold on. Hold on. We need this right now. This is Dan. This is Dan right now. Come on, move faster. I want this clip now, please. I guess I could have just pulled up a GIF. This is Dan.
Okay, I'm not gonna judge your journey. It is your fantasy, just as long as you're looking at women who... Not women? Wow!
That is that is Dan right now. Dan is wet. He is. Oh God. Get a towel, Dan.
And to tone down the moisturizer. But maybe it's not even moisturizer, just straight up
He looks
oil.
like he's like in the 10th round of a boxing match and he's had Vaseline administered.
Well, you know what? Maybe it is just sweat. Maybe this guy is just terrified, because the problem for Dan Bongino is that he spent, I don't know, years as a podcaster hyping up the Epstein case and all of the conspiracies around that. And then he became deputy FBI director. And you got to take some oaths of office when you become go into the FBI. He is now sworn to real secrecy, like not, you know, serious secrecy. Like, you can't say crap. It's like, I don't understand what the value is of bringing him back into podcasting as a compromised individual, but I guess the right is that gullible.
You know, he's like a Rumble king. Like, Dan Bongino is the king of Rumble.
That's true.
It seems silly now
That's
that
true.
like Candace Owens
Crying right now.
And Facebook.
That, like their Rumble
and Facebook, right? Like Dan also like dominated Facebook as well. Like, I know that he went over to Rumble, but like it was like him and Mark Dice, I feel like, that were like those guys were getting views on Facebook.
More well populated with right-wing figures who get a decent audience on there. But Dan Bongino was like the Rumble guy for the first few years of the platform, and I'm pretty sure he's also pretty like invested in it or part of the leadership in some way. And so a return to Rumble for Dan Bongino is more about like a return of somebody who has a little bit more control over the platform than say your average podcaster would.
Okay, gotcha.
Let's just play a little before and after with Bongino from his time as like Rumble King and his time as deputy director of the FBI.
Listen, that Jeffrey Epstein story is a big deal. Please do not let that story go. Keep your eye on this. Catherine Rumbler, I want you, we need to keep the heat on this case, folks. There are a lot of people who are knee deep in the Washington swamp who are not telling you the truth about serious allegations out there that Epstein may have had video and audio of people out there doing things they shouldn't have been doing. And you should be asking yourself the question, how is it that all these people, the CIA director, the Obama fixer, Bill Clinton, all intersected paths with Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein isn't with us anymore, and nobody seems to want to talk about it. Outside of a few entrepreneurial media outlets saying, hey, this is a big deal.
He killed himself.
It's amazing.
I've seen
CIA, the FBI, everybody, they're all in on it. Okay, you should be asking yourself these very important questions, everyone. And that's what they did for many years. And I think honestly it goes back to before 2023. I think we found footage of Dan talking about this much before 2023. Dan's been on this for a long time. And he did. Like, he told people to ask questions about it, and they did. They asked questions. They asked questions over and over again. And all they could think about was, let's get the files. Let's figure it out.
Are you still talking
Donald Trump,
about
of course.
Jeffrey Epstein?
And then Dan, you know, he became FBI director.
Wow, he killed himself.
Listen,
well, not only did he say that, when they questioned him about the
yeah. He killed himself. Oh, okay, Dan. Thank you. Thank you. That totally clears it all up then. No further questions.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question. Well, not only did he say that, when they questioned him about the like difference in his opinion between like basically those two clips, he said he'll say whatever he needs to for money. That was basically his admission. He was like, well, yeah, but I was being paid to say one of those things before, and now I'm being paid or empowered to not say that thing now.
Right.
So yeah.
Oh, thanks. I guess
It's very clarifying.
Yeah, I think I'll keep asking you for comment on things.
I don't even know how you pull this off, I guess, but is the base, they're really letting this go, the Epstein thing, aren't they?
They never really gave a shit.
I know.
It's the media people.
I mean, they are and they aren't, I don't think. You know, we've seen he's lost some amount of his base. Not the whole thing. I can't quantify what portion of the base has abandoned Trump over this, but there is, in fact. We could quantify it, I'm sure. Right? But his handling of the Epstein files is viewed, widely speaking, as being bad by the whole country, but also by Republicans. It's one of actually his worst issues right now. It's one, if I'm not mistaken, it's one of his worst issues with his base. I want to say it's got to be close to like 10% of the base is incredibly upset about this, right? Partly because, like we've talked about in the past, like it's foundational somewhat to their beliefs. Like we listened to the QAnon shaman earlier talking about it, right? Like he's abandoned Trump, and he feels like Donald Trump has failed them all on the Epstein files. Something that he promised people like the QAnon shaman over and over again throughout the last election for years, essentially. And the whole QAnon thing, the Pizzagate thing, all this stuff, all tied up in the MAGA identity, at least for some portion. I want to say, like, you know, like 1 in 8 people, at least in the MAGA base, are like big time QAnon supporters, or at least like they know of Q and they hear Q and they're like, oh god, this must be important. Like that's the kind of person we're talking about.
It's only a problem for their media assets who like have some like object permanence and realize what they said yesterday.
It's also a problem for them.
And I think the Epstein thing had like immense value in starting the like cascade of Trump's unpopularity and moving him more into lame duck territory. Now, as we predicted, he was going to ramp up the authoritarian stuff. And I don't know if we could have seen how bad it was. It has started the year on 2026, both with like the Maduro kidnapping, the bombing of Venezuela, and now the sanctioning of the murder of Renee Good in Minneapolis. But this is all he's got now, and it's going to get worse throughout the year. So like the Epstein stuff was valuable in that way of like turning the public on him, making it seem like he's not a trust. I mean, the idea that you would be trusting of Trump at that point is insane. But like, you know, the people thought of him as an anti-establishment figure that was not like the corporate drones that they hate in government. And now
he looks established.
Now he looks 100% like BFF.
It was always a deluded belief. It always has been. But somehow somehow Donald Trump tricked the people into believing it. Or that they just wanted to believe it so much that they all just sort of bought into it. But that is genuinely how these people see him, as being an outsider. As being sort of like the everyman, even though everything about Trump is like just so radically like detached from how regular people live. The guy has lived like in a gilded life from beginning to end. He's 80 years old. You know, it's almost scientifically speaking, we are at the near end on all of that, right? His entire life, he has had just an incredible amount of power just sort of granted to him through his wealth, and now through being the president twice.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Back to the Epstein files and how Dan is handling this. He's doing great.
5 million files here, 8 billion files here. Was there any investigation done? Yeah. Like, was where was all this evidence when the investigation was done? The whole thing is not only suspicious, but being handled in the most suspicious way possible.
Well,
seriously, that's exactly what I've been saying. Like, Brandon is 100% on here. It's like they have had the files. Pam says she had them on her goddamn desk 9 months ago. More than 9 months ago. We did the 2025 wrap up, as well as the like the full Epstein files chronological breakdown recently. I know when this was. It was over 9 months ago now that Pam Bondi said those files were on her desk. What the hell happened between now and then? Where are all these files coming from? It does seem like they didn't do any investigating, and like they never had any intention of releasing the files. They thought that they were going to get away with a fake release, that they'd give it to Posobiec and Laura Loomer or whoever got it, and it wasn't Loomer, was it? It was Chaya. It was Chaya.
Maybe this is what Dan is blowing the whistle on
And
here.
Posobiec.
Let's hear.
There were some other people in there too. I can't remember who. Who else was it? Who else got the files? The fake files. The first fake files. Because there's been like 3 or 4 fake releases.
I don't think this is what he's returning to.
No.
I think he's returning to put Candace Owens in her place.
Oh, gotcha.
Endless complaining, then just don't watch the shows. It's okay. Like, this is a constitutional republic. You're not obligated to listen to my show. Justin, what was the line on the air with Jim? It's not a freaking airport, man. You don't have to announce your departure. Like, you get these black pillars. The thing about black pillars, where everything sucks all the time, is they're like, well, we're demanding accountability, but you're not great. So am I. You're endlessly complaining about things you don't know anything about. Like, that's all you do. Like, he'll shut down the border.
I thought I knew about it because you taught me about it in 2000.
Exactly. It's people like you. It's people like Dan Bongino and Alex Jones and all these other guys who have been out there. Candace Owens included. She's in the boys club. Like they have literally fostered this environment, and now they're all like, what the hell is going? What's up with all you guys and your conspiracy theories? I don't get it. It's so weird. It's so lame. You guys keep talking about this stuff.
Are you still talking about
Basically.
Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
He's tilted.
Wait.
He's tilted. He's buffed too. He's like buffed and varnished, but he's tilted as hell. Because this is his audience. These are the red pillars. His audience, the black pill reds or whatever.
Yeah, well, he goes like, you're demanding accountability. Like, I am too, but I was until I became a part of the group of people you need to demand accountability from. I'm so panicked.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not a black pillar, but I will say, like,
Yeah, it's incredible. For years, Dan and his other acolytes, the Sean Ryans, the Kash Patels, were out there calling for accountability. And now that they're the ones who are supposed to bring to fruition that accountability, they're all just dropping like flies. Dan's back at podcasting, being like, what the fuck what are you guys talking about? It's not my job anymore. And you're asking about accountability and why you didn't release the files. It's not my job anymore. Okay, guys?
How rude.
It's very rude of you to ask. It's very, very rude. I mean, I don't understand it. All you black-pilled... What's up with you tinfoil hat-wearing conspiracy theorists? What do you think this is?
I don't know.
Justin, what was the line on the air with Jim? It's not a freaking airport, man. You don't have to announce your departure. Like, you get these black pillars. The thing about black pillars, where everything sucks all the time, is they're like, well, we're demanding accountability, but you're not great. So am I. You're endlessly complaining about things you don't know anything about. Like, that's all you do. Like, he'll shut down the border, 10 people across the month. Why wasn't it 0? Okay, well, can you just acknowledge going from 1 million to 10?
The max right.
That way, and there's a cost to that. And the cost you see is in, polling numbers around the midterms. You can't let this negative vibe constantly set in. That doesn't mean healthy debates about policy are not welcome. I'm not a big tariff guy.
Policy like releasing the files on the sex trafficker that you're obligated to release.
Yeah.
I got policy difference.
I love how he seamlessly transitions into talking about the tariffs. I'm sure his audience was fine with that segue. It was perfectly natural. Perfectly natural segue. No further questions. Thank you, Dan. You've really cleared it all up for us. Let's talk about tariffs.
Come on!
It was such a forced segue. As a guy who's got to keep, gotta like, it's a news aggregator slash space journalist. Somebody who's got to keep a 8-hour long show going 5 nights a week. It's transitioning between topics. I know when I hear a forced transition. And that shit was hella forced. He was like, what's up with all these black pillars? So have you heard about the tariffs? Oh, I'm not a big tariff guy, but...
what
like,
now?
Excuse me? Feel like you left something out there. By the way, people, just a reminder. We've only got a half an hour left to complete the galactic content goal. And I do want to make sure that we get all of our sweet galactic clips in here tonight. We still got a hell of a lot to get through here. But let's not worry about that. For now, let's move on to another video talking about the Epstein files still. That's right.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
For some reason, still talking about Jeffrey Epstein. Probably because we still don't have the files. It's incredibly strange.
Trump, blew an Epstein-size hole in the country of Venezuela, or 7 of them, to try to cover up all of the files that were released days before Christmas. But actually, we're learning that only 12,000, around a little bit more than 12,000 files were released. And apparently there are 2 million. Which,
right.
I'm like, well, number one, that's, that is, DOJ is now in violation of Congress. But also, I don't want to see which other Disney characters other than Winnie the Pooh have photos with Epstein. I just, it's going to hurt my heart too much. But we should talk about some of the revelations, because I did this a little bit on, social media, and you can look at them. Some of the notable things are that, number one, it's easy to unredact the files.
Yeah, right. Because they fucked up how they redacted them, right? They, technologically speaking, they did it in such a way that you can just like copy and paste the redacted section and then paste it somewhere else, and you can just read it all, which is hilarious. But
yes,
anyway,
yes. and also like very unsafe. I mean, it is funny. The name Trump is not redacted, but the names of the victims are redacted. And so if you can just unredact that, I mean, it's
well,
like,
yeah, that makes it less funny and more upsetting thinking about it in that particular context. But I thought that like, and I got most of this from Reddit as I was sitting at my in-laws right before Christmas, but didn't like a lot of the, like people were dubious at best about this big release from the very beginning, right? Because so many people were like, this is clearly, some cherry-picked bullshit. This isn't all of it. There's a lot of redactions here, but also some of the things that were released were shown to have been like doctored pretty quickly. I thought early on, like pictures and stuff, and all that stuff was happening. So I felt like that was why it almost felt like it sort of came and went. I thought was because people were like, well, this isn't the real thing anyway. Right. So this is just the version of it that they're.
I mean, I think that's true and not true. Like, I feel like it was getting a fair amount of attention, and then the attention got sucked out of the room by like multiple events, all fomented and or just taken by actions taken directly by the Trump administration, right? I feel like they've been trying. The one thing the Trump administration is good at. They're terrible at everything, They're dismantling the entire country. They're completely incompetent. You know, so many examples of incompetence. But Lindsay Halligan comes to mind. They appoint a rookie prosecutor to handle cases against Jack Smith and Letitia James. Whatever else. I mean, it's insane, right? But the fact is like, the one thing they are good at is media. One thing they are good at. I think part of it stems from who Donald Trump is. He's a media figure. That's really who he is. His entire life, for decades now, has been entirely based upon his name and the brand that surrounds it. Whatever you may think about that brand. But that is, in fact, been his, selling point. Like, he's sold licensing, on his name for buildings, that he had absolutely nothing to do with actually constructing, just to, get a check. Shit like that. Of course, The Apprentice for many years, he's over there doing that. He's a media personality. And so he kind of understands that ratings, the very best ratings. That's what he cares about, is ratings, because that's how he views the world through that lens, right? And now with social media, he understands that likes and retweets and shares or whatever, he understands that that's the same thing as ratings. And so they know how to craft a narrative, and they know how to distract from bad stories. I honestly find it very frustrating as somebody who I feel like to some degree my job is to at least put together something of a narrative. They make it super difficult every single day. I'm in the middle of researching one thing and 6 things happen while that's going on. It's out of control.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Okay with us having or whatnot. So what's
Right.
the point or whatever? And then there were
Right.
a couple of things that accidentally got released as part of it and stuff. But anyway, so I don't know.
Well, what's upsetting is that if they're okay with some of the things that have been released
Right.
in the files, I'm not sure what things they're not okay with us learning, because we've learned some pretty upsetting things, specifically 3 cases that mention Donald Trump. One of them, and again, the reporting is ongoing on this, so there hasn't been too much, investigation that can be substantiated. But one of the documents talks about Donald Trump in a limousine.
Glitchmaster, flood the zone. Yes, flood the zone. Exactly. Steve Bannon strategy. That's the Project 20. It's also, I think, explicitly spelled out in Project 2025. That was effectively one of the points of Project 2025, was to be able to unleash such a barrage of executive orders that people couldn't keep up with it. There was just too much for people to actually go through, and effectively. And by the time that you figured that out, they were already dropping another 20 more. And also, in response to one of the question, the hypothetical, rhetorical question that Francesco was asking here, what do they want us to see and what don't they want us to see? So clearly, they don't want us to see the names of co-conspirators. We've talked about this, but they redacted things like the names of co-conspirators, people who were clearly based upon, even on the things that were unredacted, based upon the unredacted text, it was clear that the names of co-conspirators were being redacted for some reason. Stuff like that.
And this is, I think, the limo driver talking about it, on the phone with Jeffrey Epstein, openly talking about abusing a girl, a young girl. And it's unclear, from whose perspective this document comes from, but effectively that this young girl wound up dead, and that there was no way that it was a suicide, even though it was ruled a suicide. So this is case number one. I'm not going to bring up the file because it's a little bit hard to understand. And this is why I'm like, we're going to stay on the story. But there are two others that mention Donald Trump that are equally disturbing, although that one very, 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 very disturbing. The first is from this victim who actually had an entire lawsuit against Epstein. She was the first known victim of Epstein, met him while she was at an arts camp in Michigan. And the lawsuit says that after meeting the victim at Interlochen, which is the arts camp, Epstein and Maxwell attempted to groom and mentor her. They spent several months taking her to movies, shopping, and lounging around Epstein's estate. After nearly every visit, Epstein sent the victim home with $200 or $300 bills for her mother, according to the lawsuit released on Friday, December 19th. I think this was the year 2020. While these visits make Doe extremely uncomfortable, Epstein and Maxwell made her feel like she could not refuse them, according to the document, which uses Jane Doe and Doe to refer to the victim. The lawsuit also says Epstein took the victim to Mar-a-Lago and introduced her to Donald Trump as a 14-year-old. Epstein elbowed Trump playfully, asking him, referring to Doe, "This is a good one, right?" Trump smiled and nodded in agreement, according to the lawsuit. They both chuckled and Doe felt uncomfortable, but at the time was too young to understand why.
That is
Again, she was
disgusting.
13, maybe 14 when she met Trump. Later, the actual abuse began. Epstein abusing her, Epstein and Maxwell, not Donald Trump. However, she was included in the Miss Teen USA pageant when she was 14 years old. Again, what journalists have been
That is disturbing. But I mean, it lines up with, everything we know about Donald Trump. I mean, he was on camera saying, "I'll be dating her in 10 years" to like some 6-year-old girl going up an escalator at one point.
revealing is this revolving door, between Mar-a-Lago and Epstein's home. And so the same girls who were preyed upon by Epstein were then, funneled into either the pageants or vice versa, that some of the workers like Virginia Giuffre, who worked at Mar-a-Lago, was then funneled into Epstein's orbit. So these were just orbits that were alongside one another. Again, no wrongdoing from Donald Trump other than knowing and being around a 14-year-old that Epstein said, "Nudge, nudge, this is a good one."
Mm-hmm.
Now, the last story is also about Trump himself abusing a victim, and it's deeply disturbing, but
Yeah, but what does it imply? What does it imply? It implies that Jeffrey Epstein felt A, comfortable making this sort of comment to Donald Trump, and B, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, hey, look at this one. Like, this is a man looking for, what's the word? Not justification. Oh God, what's it called? It's like a societal support mechanism. He's looking for, oh my God, my brain is just broke. He's looking for Donald Trump to approve. He's looking for approval, right? He's looking for approval from Donald Trump. He's looking for Donald Trump to be like, yeah, right? Basically, and why would he expect approval from Donald Trump on a 14-year-old girl, right? Like validation, yes, validation. Validation. That's the word I was looking for. Approval is the word I came up with, but validation is the word I was looking for. Thank you, chat. Thank you. I could not think of it.
not been, there's no lawsuit. There's simply.
Do you see what I'm saying? Why would he have been looking to Donald Trump for validation on this if Donald Trump didn't not only approve, but was in on it, if you will? It's the same sort of it's the same sort of thing with mobsters or something. Hey, you know what I mean? Protection, you know what I mean? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
A tip. These are two tips, and it was unclear whether the FBI even followed up on the tips. We know the FBI didn't follow up on the initial tips way back when it came to Epstein, but here it is. A woman told the FBI she was sex trafficked as a 13-year-old in Michigan. In the August 3rd, 2020 online tip to the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, the woman said she was sex trafficked on a yacht in Lake Michigan by her uncle and Jeffrey Epstein from May to September of 1984. The woman said she was 13 and pregnant at the time. According to the report, she told the FBI she gave birth to a baby girl and that her uncle killed and disposed of the body in Lake Michigan. The woman said Epstein was orchestrating a deal along with her uncle where different men and a few women and girls would come to a variety of boats and yachts and pay money to force me to do redacted with them when I was 13 and pregnant. You can imagine, sex, i.e., or, abuse. Woman names Trump as a witness. In the report, the woman names President Trump as a witness, saying she knows him because, quote, he participated regularly in paying money to force me to redacted with him. And he was present when my uncle murdered my newborn child and disposed of the body in Lake Michigan. Now, this is...
What is redacted? He participated the woman names President Trump as a witness, saying that she knows him because he participated regularly in paying money to force me to redacted with him. And he was present when my uncle murdered my newborn child and disposed of the body in Lake Michigan. What is redacted? Every time we see something redacted, it's always something like genuinely, it's like the only thing we've talked about some of these redactions. This is another one of those mystifying redactions that just leaves you with just the worst possible questions. What in the hell is redacted? This seems incredibly
disposed of the body in Lake Michigan. Now, this is absolutely insane. Again, it's not been verified, but this woman did reach out twice to the FBI.
Like, it's one of these situations where the redaction is incriminating in itself. It's like the fact that it's like a verb. Like a verb was redacted. Like, verbs are not to be redacted. Okay, like we all know what the legislation says on the goddamn Epstein files. We've talked about it so many times now. Saying it almost feels so unnecessary. But this victim names and identifying information of victims, that's it. Not verbs. Not random verbs. What is that verb? What is that action that Donald Trump paid some woman to do against her will?
Second time she reached out, she was like, hey, just making sure you guys are following up on it. So I guess my question to you is, Trey, what...
Also, it's in relation... What's interesting I find about this... I think we're going to end it right here, but like what I find interesting about this is that it's in redacted, right? Forced me to redacted with him. Donald Trump forced me, right? Donald Trump forced me to redacted with him. And this is juxtaposed in the same sentence to this. He was present when my uncle murdered my newborn child and disposed of the body in Lake Michigan. Why are these two things in the same sentence? My question, the thing that my mind runs to immediately, and this is just a complete theory. Like, I have no evidence from it aside from this statement in front of us. But this leads me to believe that Donald Trump forced this woman to redacted. I think redacted is possibly like although with him doesn't make sense. Although who knows how long this is. This, I mean, just redacted, and this is retyped out by Detroit Free Press. I wish I actually had the actual document in front of me. But like, it could be like, go to Planned Parenthood with him and was present when my uncle murdered, or like, I don't know. But it almost seems like Donald Trump paid a woman to have an abortion. Or to dispose of a child. It's unclear whether the child is alive or not. She says newborn child. It's not clear. It's not clear. But the fact that these two sentences, or these two statements, are in the same sentence, I find interesting. Very strange. I wonder if the Christian nationalists could possibly have deal with that if that were the case. Oh God, I mean, where do they draw the line on their supposed beliefs when it comes to Donald Trump? Yeah, disposing of a newborn body in Lake is disturbing. It is a disturbing sentence. The whole thing is disturbing. The whole story from beginning to end is disturbing. There's not one detail in there that's not disturbing. Okay. Let's move on. See, I feel like we need this. Let's move on to something that's not disturbing. Ah, yes, something less disturbing. Although the deliverer of the message...
Thank you so much, Mr. Leader. And topping off my list of gratitude is to you. And for your incredible leadership and strength and perseverance. And I want to really take this opportunity to thank the American people, because it is them. It was their persistence, the millions of calls they made to members of Congress, the times they showed up in town halls, and if their member wouldn't hold a town hall, they took to the streets. They wrote letters to the editor. They emailed. They made sure they told the stories of their families and the impact on their children. The doctors talked about the impact on their patients and what was happening with the closure of hospitals and the maternity health crisis that we have in this country. And today, with the strength and determination and unity of the Democratic caucus as led by our chairman, Pete Aguilar, and our leader, we have said that the people's voice will be heard in the people's house. And this is just a first step into restoring a healthcare system that the Republicans have raided in order to give tax cuts to the billionaires.
There's Minority Whip Catherine Clark delivering the news, the good news, that the House Democrats, along with more than a dozen Republicans in the House, passed the ACA subsidies for another 3 years, meaning to the end of Donald Trump's presidency. However, that is not the end of this fight, of course, because the Senate still has to pass it as well. But hopefully they will. But there's really no guarantee on that one. But I think it only needs a 51 vote majority, so wouldn't be too tough. Just need to get a few Republicans on board. And I think Donald Trump has actually been encouraging Republicans to vote for this, so it's going to be even harder for Republicans to vote against this than usual. Because the fact is that Republicans want the subsidies because their voters get the subsidies too. Right? They just can't possibly, most of them just cannot possibly come out and actually publicly support them. Which is honestly an incredibly annoying dynamic. Okay, now, while it's still unclear whether or not the healthcare subsidies will pass, whether or not Americans will be forced to pay much higher prices for, and or in some cases just go completely without healthcare this year. Something that's going to absolutely hurt America economically. There's been new data released this week on Friday, leading to jobs numbers. And let's just say this, 2025, it wasn't good. Of course, jobs numbers come out a month after. So these are, I believe there was I think there was a November revision and then a December number that actually dropped. I can't remember how that went this week. Let's go here to CNN.
All right, breaking just a few minutes ago, brand new data on jobs. The economy added just 50,000 jobs in December. You can see that right there. And jobs growth was revised lower in both October and November. You can see what a bad month October.
See, I was right. I was right-ish. I was 2/3 right. I was wrong by omission because I totally forgot about the October revision. And look at that revision. Jesus Christ. Look at it. Here, let me make the screen bigger for you. Look at this. Look at how bad that is. What does that say? 150? That's more than 100. This tick mark over here is 150. It's more than 150,000 jobs lost in October. That's going into the holidays, people. That's October. That's supposed to be a hiring month. 150,000 lost.
Right there. 2025, now the weakest year of jobs growth since the pandemic. Now, on the other hand, the unemployment rate dipped to 4.4% in December. A lot more on this coming up. These jobs numbers painting an interesting picture of the economy. People digging into it right now.
The final jobs report for
The people trying to sell the unemployment rate as being not as bad are being incredibly disingenuous. They are trying to sell it. They are like they're like salesmen. Like a bunch of salesmen trying to sell bad numbers.
25 shows the economy added just 50,000 jobs in December. CNN senior reporter Matt Egan joining us now. Is this what folks were expecting here? Because this is a lot lower than what we have been seeing, I think, even in November.
Yeah, Sarah, look, this is a mixed end to what was a pretty weak year for the job market. I think the good news here is the unemployment rate. It did unexpectedly fall more than the consensus. So the new unemployment rate is 4.4% for December. That is lower than the 4.5% that was the forecast. And we also learned that November had been revised lower. So it was originally reported as 4.6, and now that month was revised lower. So the worst news, though, is the job growth. So
He's trying to glaze these numbers hard right now. Yeah, now that I can see the 150,000. More than 150,000 lost. But I just want to point something out here. See this? Here's 2023. Back in January, right? All the way up. This was 3.4. Going all the way up. It plateaus here in July of 2024. Basically stays at the same spot until April of this year. But here's January. You see this dip right here? This is January of 2025. This is when Donald Trump takes office. So he starts with a lower unemployment rate, lower unemployment rate than had been seen in 6 months, right? This because this tick back here, this is July of 2024. So this is 6 months of data in this valley here. Trump takes office, and from there on out, we go up. You go up 10%, really. 10% of where we were at here, right? Increase. 10% increase in unemployment from here. 0.4% from 4%. That's 10% increase in unemployment since Trump took office in 1 year. That's not good. Don't try and glaze those numbers. That's bad. Those are bad numbers. And it's just getting worse. It's just been getting worse and worse. All right. Oh, no. This is sad, but it's real. 4 hours up. We only got like 30% of the way through the goal. But I'm not going to end the stream.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Not going to do it. We're going to keep it going. All right, Space Fams, don't worry. It's the weekend. This is when people expect their galactic streams most. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to continue the stream. Even though we've passed the normal free portion of the stream. With a great deal of progress needed to be made. I say onwards. I will stay hopeful. Of course, there's plenty of ways for you to contribute. Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal, bits, subs over on Twitch, and Patreon. Where you can get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. Sasha! With a Super Sticker. See? It's beautiful. It's beautiful, Sasha. I appreciate that. Getting us a little bit closer to completing the goal.
Immediately. If not sooner.
My hope and my belief in the space fams rewarded. We are now like wait. 40%. We're now 40% of the way through the goal. I think that I've done the math right. Okay. How much to hit the goal? We're like $30 short. Although you could technically make your money go even further. Contribute to 2 goals simultaneously. And contribute over on places like Cash App or PayPal or Patreon. All that money goes much further. YouTube, Twitch, they don't take a cut of it. Just saying. Just saying, it's always up to you. This is the viewer, how you want to contribute. I just try and give you as many ways as possible. I mean, hell, if you didn't even if you were sick and twisted, and you didn't want to contribute to the galactic content goal or the financing of the galactic deficit, you could even contribute on Throne. That's right, we got so many crazy ways for people to contribute. I actually heard that you can do cash donations on Throne, but that seems weird to me. Why not just do it on YouTube or Twitch or Cash App or PayPal? Just makes more sense. All right. Enough talking about these money things. It's ridiculous. We got other more important things to talk about right now. We got to go here. Move on from the unemployment numbers, the jobs numbers, and talk about the people running the numbers for the government. And by the numbers, I of course mean the data. Palantir. Yes, creepy tech bros at Palantir. People like Peter Thiel, Alex Karp, among others. Always saying very creepy things. Oh shit. Logan Hill coming in right after Sasha G Super Sticker with 5 gifted galactic memberships. Who got him? Cat. Sauced up. Enjoy a cat. Kadru is gifted membership for you. Dimpyra. Memby. Enjoy it. Fun Grapefruit. Gifted membership for thou. And Krautwolf. Enjoy the galactic memberships. All thanks to Logan Hill. Incredibly generous, Logan. And that gets us 30% closer, I think, if I'm doing the math right. We are now 70%. We technically, I mean, the goal timer is still technically going right now. And we're like 70% of the way through it. It's crazy. That just happened. That just happened. We were in dire straits just moments ago, and now much more attainable. Oh my God, we've done it. Space fams, we've done it. Oh my God, and my dog's coming in with the Galactic Super Chat. The YouTubes. Incredibly generous. Happy birthday, Schmeggly. Is Schmeggly's birthday? Oh my God, happy birthday, Schmeggly. Well, happy birthday. Enjoy the rest of the Galactic stream tonight. We've got it. We've got you covered on content for your birthday. Your birthday morning, if you will. But everybody, this confetti is, of course, intended to alert you to the fact that we have just completed the Galactic content goal. Thanks to everybody who has contributed, including somebody over on PayPal. Somebody over on PayPal who I'm not sure. It just says 1994. It just says 1994 with an incredibly generous donation over there. Oh, and that's also reminded me to update the Galactic the financing of the Galactic content goal. The deficit needs to be updated as well. So now we are making progress over there too. Incredible. Truly beautiful. Space fans, your greatness knows no bounds. Space fams like you bring content like this to people all across the Milky Way galaxy. It's beautiful. Really, Earth would be lost without your contributions. Certainly lacking the Galactic Spacecast, I know that much. Oh, wow. Logan Hill, my dogs, whoever is over on PayPal. Other people donated as well this stream. Trying to think of who. I should mention it every time. Sasha, Rizla, Calibrating, and Joe47771. All of you, thank you for your donations. People like you have helped to bring this content to all the peoples on YouTube's and Twitch. But we can't just sit around basking in our own greatness. We must continue on. So, take one more moment, and then we're getting back to the show. Great epicness displayed here tonight. Also, once again, happy birthday, Schmeggly. Very exciting. Should we do a birthday song for Schmeggly later? That's a question. Although I do have a problem with my birthday song stuff. At some point, I realized that I'm getting hit every time I do a birthday song. I'm getting dinged copyright-wise every time from the people. I think like whoever owns Marilyn Monroe's birthday song footage to JFK, always hitting me with the copyright dings, as well as Bambi Thug, which makes me sad. 'Cause I like her music, their music. I think they're non-binary actually. Okay. All right, everybody. Geez, seriously? Yes. No, it's true. It's sad, but real. We've been using those two songs. It's been the traditional or the non-traditional options. I always give people the option. And, I'll still play it. It's fine. If Schmeggly wants birthday song, I will play it. And I'll edit it out after the stream. I'll probably pay them like 10 cents in revenue. Or 50 cents, however much in ad revenue. I'm willing to take the hit. All right, to celebrate Space Fam's birthdays. It's always been the option, right? The traditional Maryland or Bambi Thug with the contemporary birthday celebration. All right, let's keep this puppy moving now, talking about Palantir and the horrifying things that have been said by one of the co-founders of Palantir. Here's secular talk from Friday. Kyle
All right, I hope you're ready
Klinsky.
to be scared shitless, because that's what's about to happen, y'all. That's what's about to happen. So somebody on Twitter said, commies aren't allowed in this hemisphere, and every one of them should be blown up along with their grave sites. This is obviously in response to Trump kidnapping Maduro.
What now?
Commies aren't allowed in this hemisphere? Wow. Free speech. Huh? Free speech. I guess we're past free speech, the repression. Now it's free thought expression. Right? You're no longer allowed to think certain things.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
And blowing up the gravesite of Hugo Chavez, which is trying to destroy their national history over there. So this is a classic far-right fascist type thing to say. All right, we're ready? This gets darker as we go here. So then when we have Joe Lonsdale replies, exactly. What did you think founding Palantir was supposed to be about? Okay. Now, what's creepy about this? As Joe Ravano Barros points out, Palantir was created to kill communists. Its co-founder says. Joe Lonsdale is not some nobody. He's one of the co-founders of Palantir, saying, we founded Palantir to help, quote, blow up commies and their grave sites. Now remember,
China.
Palantir and Peter Thiel, this is his baby, they are literally snuggling up buddy-buddy with the Trump regime. They are as close could be. They're fucking connected at the hip. They're married at the hip.
Oh, no. You know what I forgot to do? Oh, God. How did I forget this? I think it's because we went to break. I was like, oh, I went to break and I totally forgot to do this part of the story. I just looked at the title of, oh, my God. I'm gonna let Kyle finish here, but we're gonna have to take a quick seg. We're gonna have to take a tangent in a second. God damn it! How did I do this?
What has Palantir been doing? Well, they've been in the business of creating this mass spying apparatus, this surveillance apparatus, which is going to be used by the ICE Gestapo thugs. By the way, they're effectively creating a blackmail file on all Americans. By the way, it wasn't a coincidence that Trump, in his first term, signed a bill which had like a 6 or 7% approval rating, which got rid of all of your online privacy rights.
I probably copy-pasted.
Now all these companies can share your data freely, willy-nilly. The government has that data as well. They're going to try to do biometric screening on people. So they're gonna look for wrongthink in your history. They've already done this with immigrants, where they're like, we have to vet your social media before you.
Yes, and that's a perfect segue for me to go on this quick tangent here. Oh God, we were talking earlier about the murder of Renee and Nicole Good in Minnesota, and in the title it says Jonathan Ross on the run. This is in fact a big story for us to talk about right now. Hold on, I'm going to update the title on Twitch real quickly. Oh, God. Okay, good enough. All right, I want to talk about this. This is freaking huge news. What did I do with these? There they are. I have multiple articles to get into real quick here. If you don't know who Jonathan Ross is, let's get into that really quickly. Of course, Jonathan Ross, most of you, I'm sure, know this name already. And no, I'm not talking about the British comedian. I'm talking about Jonathan Ross, the ICE agent who shot Renee Nicole Good. Let's just start here with this Newsweek article. This was published 3 days ago. last updated on the 9th. This is by Gabe Wisnant and Joshua Rhett Miller. The ICE agent who fatally shot Renee Nicole Good in Minneapolis on Wednesday is the same officer who was dragged and injured during an arrest attempt last year. What? Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. This is very rude. God damn you with your ads. Court documents reviewed by Newsweek identify the agent as Jonathan Ross. He was involved in the June 17, 2025 apprehension of goddamn these ads. Roberto Carlos Munoz, convicted sex offender originally from Guatemala and Bloomington, Minnesota. Why it matters. Good. A mother of 3 who was driving about a mile from where George Floyd was killed by police in 2020 was fatally shot Wednesday in her Honda Pilot after being approached by a group of federal agents working in South Minneapolis. What to know? During the 2025 operation, Ross got his arm stuck in the window of a vehicle as the driver tried to flee an immigration arrest. He was dragged roughly 100 yards down the street before breaking free. Prosecutors said Ross fired his taser during the struggle, striking the driver, but the shock failed to stop the vehicle. Yeah, also, if you... yeah, of course it did. Of course it did. It's actually one of the dumbest sentences I can think of. Of course, tasing somebody failed to stop the vehicle. I just want you to think about this, okay, for a second. You're sitting in a driver's seat. You have you're driving. You got your foot on the gas, and you push on the gas, right? You're driving now, foot on the pedal. Somebody tases you. What does tasing do? Oh, it causes you to not be able to move. So, of course, your foot is going to continue to be on the gas. So, tasing somebody, not going to stop them. It's a very stupid way of thinking, to think such a thing. You got to be a real dummy. Like the sort of dummy who doesn't get out of the way of a moving vehicle. You know? Twice. Not just once, but twice. The driver later claimed that he did not know Ross was a federal agent. Hold on. Without identifying Ross, DHS Assistant Secretary Trishel McLaughlin said that the officer had more than a decade of experience as a deportation officer and was part of ICE's special response team, which requires a 30-hour tryout. Ooh, 30 whole hours, you say. 30-hour tryout and additional training. Wow, so much training. 30 whole hours of training. Ross previously deployed to Iraq, where he earned several service medals, Newsweek has confirmed. 43 years old, served in the Indiana Army National Guard from 2002 to 2008. During that span, he deployed to Iraq in November of 2004 and 2005. But there's one more article. Is it here? This is from the Daily Mail. Oh, actually, no, there was one more I wanted before I do this one, actually. Sorry. There's 3 different articles I'm going to read. I know you feel repressed right now. How dare I read things? It's very rude of me. All right, here's the Hindustan Times. Jonathan Ross, bizarre claims about ICE agents Grindr, Snapchat emerge. Married to Filipino wife. Jonathan Ross was identified as the ICE agent who shot and killed a driver, Renee Nicole Good. God damn it. Why does this have to happen every goddamn time? I don't want to sign into my Google account on the Hindustan Times. Thank you. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, it's glitching. Why does it do this? It plays videos fine, but it like glitches when I try and read in front of you. I'm just going to read this without showing it to you. I'm sorry. Jonathan Ross was identified as the ICE agent who shot and killed a driver, Renee Nicole Good, in Minneapolis earlier this week. The Associated Press cited records to report that Ross was an Iraq War veteran and also served for nearly 2 decades in the Border Patrol. Some posts claimed that Jonathan Ross is gay and had a secret Grindr account. Went viral on social media. However, Grok was quick to fact-check these claims. The ICE shooting by agent Jonathan Ross is confirmed in news reports, but claims about his Grindr account, JRoss104, and Snapchat purchases are unverified social media allegations with no supporting evidence from reliable sources, the XAI-led bot posted. Ross's father, in a statement... God damn it with the ads. Ross's father, in a statement to the Daily Mail, confirmed that the ICE agent has been married to a 38-year-old woman since 2012, and her parents were from the Philippines. So this man has an immigrant wife. Incredible. He has an immigrant wife, and he is terrorizing immigrants and Americans everywhere. It's great. He will not be charged with anything, Ed Ross, of 80, told the publication, further adding that his son is a tremendous person. Oh. He's a tremendous person, says his dad. Talking about the incident in Minneapolis, Ed said, "She hit him. He also had an officer whose arm was in the car. He will not be charged with anything." Yeah, good luck with that. Now, if you're so sure that he's not going to be charged with anything, then, you know, why is he on the run now? Is a question I'm asking myself, and some others are asking, like the Daily Mail. Gun-toting feds in ski masks swarm the ICE agent shooter's home to retrieve belongings as the house sits empty amid claims he has gone into hiding. Gun-toting feds swarmed the home of the ICE agent who fatally shot protester Renee Good on Friday morning. The Daily Mail can exclusively reveal a special response team arrived at the suburban Minneapolis home where John Ross, 43, lives with his wife and children, or at least lived, earlier this morning. Daily Mail images captured half a dozen federal officers wearing masks and balaclavas, one carrying pepper spray and another wielding an assault rifle. They entered the smart 5-bed home before carrying out 5 large plastic crates, a computer tower, and a stack of picture frames. The agents climbed back into their unmarked trucks afterwards to form a defensive formation around a personal vehicle that drove out of the garage. The driver of the black Jeep SUV wore a full face mask, making it impossible to identify him. "How much money are you making?" growled one agent as he approached the Daily Mail reporting staff. Another climbed out and took a close-up cell phone video of our photojournalist before the convoy drove away. This is a photo of ICE agent Jonathan Ross, who fatally shot Renee Good on Wednesday, and his wife, Patricia. Wearing balaclavas and half masks to shield their identities, agents descended on the quiet street to collect Ross's belongings from his empty home, including a computer tower and personal items packed into large plastic storage bins, as you can see here in these images, apparently captured by Daily Mail photographers. The Ross family appears to have left their home in the Minneapolis suburbs. Neighbors say they haven't been seen since Wednesday, the day Ross shot Good in the head. A neighbor told the Daily Mail she spotted Ross's wife, Patricia, pacing around the couple's driveway on Wednesday afternoon, hours after her husband opened fire on Good. Since then, the house has been empty, amid suggestions that the couple and their children have gone into hiding. The fresh activity comes after the Daily Mail revealed that Ross is an enforcement and removal operations agent and a Iraq veteran married to a Filipina immigrant. He has become the focus of rage over ICE actions across the country after he shot and killed Good on Wednesday afternoon while she was driving her SUV down a street where agents were on duty. Ross's shaken father defended his son's decisions to shoot Good dead in an exclusive interview with the Daily Mail. "She hit him," said Ed Ross, 80, who he also had an officer whose arm was in the car. "He will not be charged with anything." This is wild. This guy is in like witness protection or something. Witness to his own crime. We must protect the criminals. That is what the Trump administration seems to be doing. Oh my God. You would never find a nicer, kinder person, the father added of his son. The dude, the murderer, the guy who just blasted somebody in the head. We could never find a nicer, kinder person. I'm fairly certain we could find a lot of kinder people. People who haven't shot just innocent victims, or just anyone for that matter, in the head and murdered them. Right? I'll bet you the majority of people have not murdered somebody in the way that your son has, Ed. Write that down, you fucking weirdo. Here's more agents carrying giant plastic totes filled with belongings you would assume from the home. The Daily Mail apparently counted 5 agents in this. Here's a guy carrying out what it looks like you would assume are like family photos. Large picture frames here. The reason I think they're family photos is because like these 3 are all clearly the same frame. And like people tend to like, go to the same frame shop, bring photos and be like, can you frame all these at the same time? And then you get the same photos, right? Here's one agent with an assault rifle strapped to his chest, taking a coffee break in front of the garage. Yeah, hard work carrying boxes. Here's an agent in a full black balaclava driving a black Jeep SUV from the Ross family's garage. Once the belongings were loaded, the agents climbed into their unmarked trucks, forming a protective formation around a personal black Jeep SUV after it was driven out of the garage. I'll bet you this is him. It's almost a guarantee. I could be wrong, but I'd make a bet on it. If there was any way of actually determining who's in that truck. Here's a photo of his wife, Patricia, the Filipina immigrant. Oh, is this video? Oh, video of the agents.
Picture this, you, topless, on horseback, epic slow-mo shot of you charge into battle against a group of warriors.
God damn it.
Except they're made of dust and hair, and you defeat them with this.
Powerful, simple.
This is AI, isn't it?
In the products. I love it.
We knew you would.
Are we going to get something in there about the 30-minute run?
Or maybe not, maybe not.
Air app technology, the self-cleaning filters.
For a second
the
it looked like
cleaning
AI.
brushes.
I don't care. I could not care less. At all. Why are you being weird? Whoopsies. No, don't do that, you bastard. Oh my god. All I did was try to zoom in on it. Killing me. Excellent use of government resources, right? Yes, we must put the murderers into witness protection. How else will we protect the violent fascists causing chaos on our streets? They must be protected at all costs. %100 taxes for everyone, just so that we can have more of this, please. Do not give me another fucking commercial, I swear to God, that will kill you. Do not do it. Do not do it, Daily Mail. Alright, screw you. I'm gonna keep reading this. Ross has lived on the outskirts of Minneapolis since 2015 and served as an immigration officer since at least 2013. Neighbors told the Daily Mail that Ross was a hardcore MAGA supporter. Social media posts revealed he has foreign-born in-laws. Ross married Patricia, whose doctor parents came from Philippines in August. Shut the fuck up. I swear to God, shut your mouth. Whose doctor parents came from the Philippines in August of 2012, according to posts on her Instagram page. She posted her first picture with Ross on her social media account 2 months earlier, in July 2013, when the couple lived around El Paso. So wait, you're telling me they met like 2 months before he brought her over? So she's like a mail order bride. His wife is a mail order bride, and her parents are chain migration recipients. And he's out here doing this? Insane. Fucking insane. Oh my God. Let me try and compose myself. Okay. Later, in July 2013, when the couple lived around El Paso, Texas, Patricia posted a picture posing next to the U.S. Border Patrol helicopter. Jesus fucking Christ. How stupid are people? She also posted pictures of baking recipes from a Spanish language cookbook. Another neighbor told the Daily Mail that until recently, Ross had been flying pro-Trump flags and a Don't Tread on Me Gadsden flag that is an emblem of the Make America Great Again movement. Oh, good. Yes, a Don't Tread on Me flag. This guy who is literally treading on American citizens and blasting them in the middle of the street. Don't tread on me. Yeah. Yeah, what about everybody else? Can the regular American I mean, it's incredible. Don't tread on me, said the fascist. There was no sign of Ross, his wife, or the flags. Ross shot and killed good. Ed Ross, right. John Ross's father called his son a tremendous parent and husband. Ross, 43, an Iraq veteran, married his Filipino wife, Patricia, in 2012. They've lived near Minneapolis since 2015, and he has been an immigration officer since at least 2013. In July 2013, while the couple lived near El Paso, Texas, Patricia posted a photo posing next to a U.S. Border Patrol helicopter. The wife is polite, very nice, very outgoing, while he's very reserved. They have a couple of kids, the local said. Other family members appear to have had conflict with Ross over their political views. No kidding. He seems like a despicable human being. Even arguing with him about far-right group, the group formerly known as the Proud Boys. I would like to point out they no longer have the legal rights to that name after Donald Trump caused controversy by initially failing to condemn the group in a 2020 debate with Joe Biden. His sister, Nicole, posted a photo on Facebook in October 2020 of herself and a female friend wearing face masks with the caption, "I denounce and condemn white supremacy." Oh no. Internal family strife. Ross appears to have commented on the photo, then later deleted the messages, with Dolson and her friend Allison's responses the only comments remaining. John R. Oss, the Proud Boys, heard his denouncement loud and clear. "I watched the entire debate and heard every word. I respectfully disagree," wrote Allison. John R. Oss, we have no respectfully disagree. We have to respectfully disagree, Nicole added. You are my brother, and I love you, but we will not engage in a debate on Facebook. Ross appears to have grown up hard scrabble. His father, a former insurance agent, filed for bankruptcy in Tampa, Florida in 1996, when Ross was only 13. Ross's father posted a picture on his Facebook page in 2017 of his son in military gear carrying a large rifle with the caption saying, "John Ross in Iraq." The Ross family appears to be religious, with his father serving as director of 2 church-related organizations. Ross's father posted a picture on his Facebook page in 2017 of his son in military gear. Ross bought his home near Minneapolis in 2015 for $460,000. The $360,000 loan from the Veterans Administration, property records show. Though he is only now being unmasked, Ross's first and last name initially emerged after DHS Secretary Kristi Noem revealed that the officer who killed Good was also dragged by a car driven by a suspect he was apprehending last year. The information was repeated by Vice President J.D. Vance in a statement on Thursday. Specific details pointed to the June arrest of an undocumented immigrant. Roberto Carlos Munoz, court documents from his federal prosecutor named the injured ICE officer as Jonathan Ross. Another federal civil lawsuit from 2021 referred to Ross as a deportation officer in Hennepin County, Minnesota, as far back as 2017. The Trump administration has come to Ross's defense over a shooting of Good, while Democratic officials in Minneapolis say it was a murder. Oh, so sad. This is a photo of Good and her wife, Rebecca. Were they married? That wasn't clear to me. Good and her wife, Rebecca, temporarily fled the U.S. in 2024 after his election to Canada, before settling back down in Minneapolis. All right, we don't need to watch those. All right, here. ICE claimed she deliberately drove her. No, we don't need that either. Okay, we don't need any of that, actually. All right, that's good enough. But anyways, it seems like, I mean, with all that said, this is an insane picture that's been painted here. First off, this guy is clearly on the run with help from federal immigration enforcement, seemingly. Border Patrol coming in, DHS coming in and helping this guy clear out his house to go on the run wherever with his immigrant wife. It's disturbing. And big time MAGA supporter, apparently. Huge MAGA boy. Oh, God. Oh, perfect timing. Okay, that's it on Jonathan Ross for tonight, people. We'll probably have to talk about that more in the near future. I wonder where he is. What do you think? You think he's still in the country? I think he's in some sort of like witness protection program. I bet they got like the marshals to like give him a house somewhere else in like a new identity. We need to like circulate his pictures everywhere, like on every corner, like in front of every like coffee shop and bar, every electricity and telephone pole. You know, every transformer and every goddamn corner. I don't want this guy to be able to live in peace in the United States. I want this guy to have to like order every single thing, and I want to make his life completely unaffordable. I want him to have to like literally like DoorDash and Uber Eats absolutely everything. I don't want him to be able to leave the house without being recognized. I'm gonna go on the run, fine. But we're not done with you. You fucking criminal. JRing383 with a super chat. First real crime was ordering her out of the car. Why don't we know his name yet? ICE agents do not have traffic enforcement authority. That's a good point. There was another person who ordered her out of the car, and that was in fact a crime. He had no jurisdiction to order her out of the car. Good point, JRing. A new super chatter. I don't think I've ever seen you in the chat before, but I appreciate both the sentiment of the chat and the chat itself. Okay. Hate to do this to everybody, but we're 4.5 hours into the stream, which means that's right. That's right, a galactic intermission, chat. So, quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support, help with the production costs of this stream. Things like super chats, as JRing has done here on YouTube, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. We got to get our memberships back up to the number that they were at previously before we lost the YouTube channel 3 months ago, so that we can get ourselves more YouTube emotes, of course. We got Twitch with the bits and the power-ups, the subscriptions, the gifted subscriptions, Twitch Prime subscriptions, of course. We got Cash App, we got PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream, rather than the bottom lines of Google and or Amazon. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon. Where for the low price of $3 a month, you get access to a wonderland of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn galaxy. But hey, if those things, all the things I just said, none of that's good enough for you, or you're already doing all those things and you're looking for more ways, we of course have a throne now. That's right, I have created another way for galactic individual space fams to contribute a throne, where you can actually contribute to the purchasing of real physical items if you would prefer to know specifically where your money is going every time, or anytime. You go on the Patreon, on the throne. You can help buy me things like iced tea. So every time you hear me crack a tea over here, maybe you could think to yourself, oh, I bought him that tea. As well as one large crowdfunding item that I added in there as well. I'm trying to update it. Honestly, I've gone through it, and I think it's honestly an okay place. It's not as bad as I originally said I thought it was. I've gone through the terms. It's not terrible. So we're going to start using Throne, so the people can, if they want, contribute to the buying physical goods and such. Oh, J-Rock with the sweet, sweet Galactic membership. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. It is that time once again. Time for the intermission to end and the next half to begin. So, probably a good idea for you to get back in your seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss it. Alrighty, everybody. We are back. Third half over, fourth half about to begin. The first crime was the order to get out, attempt to open her door. Second was collectively blocking her, and third crime was the first shot. Fourth crime was the second and third shot. It's not just Ross's fault. Yeah, I mean, I think I get what you're trying to say. It's not clear. I don't know you as a chatter very well. I want to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume you're suggesting that we should hold everyone accountable. But I don't want it to detract from holding the person who pulled the trigger accountable, right? Because that was clearly many steps too far. You're not wrong that they don't have the jurisdiction to do traffic enforcement like they keep trying to do in circumstances like this. So that is, I think, technically an overreach of their federal authority. So I think you're technically right about it being a crime. As long as you're not trying to take away this man's culpability for this crime, I'm on board still. Because he is, like, yes, other people did things that were wrong in that. I'm willing to agree to that, but this man is ultimately the most culpable and needs to be held accountable more so than anybody else because he is the one who shot her. He's the one who pulled his gun out and pulled the trigger 3 times. And that is completely unforgivable. You know, like that's, like I said, many steps too far for me.
Too much, man.
That's too much, man, as they say. All right, let's keep talking about these creepy Palantir weirdos a little bit. Omega Star over on Twitch, trying to make sure that the space puppy over here gets treats like, there you go. She loves her treats. She truly does. In fact, I'm going to go back to this Kyle video, I think. Kyle's talking about this creep co-founder of Palantir who was calling for the literal, like, extermination of leftists from the Western Hemisphere.
And they're openly saying, we support killing leftists. And let's also be clear, they say commies. Make no mistake about it. You think these people make a distinction between, oh, wait, that person's a communist, but this one right here is actually a social democrat. And this one right here is actually a liberal democrat. No, they're not going to do that.
Of course they're not going to do that, Kyle. We have a mountain of evidence from like the last 6-9 months or something like that. Right? Like we have the evidence for it. Like the New York Post. Like you've seen, everybody's seen the New York Post. Oh my God! Here, hold on. Like everybody's seen like the New York Post. Like these, right? On your marks, get set, Zoe. Right? Like this kind of stuff. Like, I mean, they've been calling him they called Zohran Mamdani a communist. So Fox News was constantly being like, oh, he says he's a social democrat, but we know what that means. He's really a communist. They don't make the distinction. They're incapable of doing that. And honestly, they don't care. They don't care to make the distinction. Honestly. Even if they were capable, they wouldn't do it. Okay, from one creepy Palantir guy to the next. Peter Thiel.
Just to talk about the tech piece of this, it's not necessarily anything new, right? I mean, I believe that this was written about in the book Palo Alto by Malcolm, I'm forgetting his last name, Harris.
What did you miss? I mean, you've missed a fair portion if I look back. I mean, it was mostly... The vast majority of it was talking about ICE and the protests that have been going on. And that's been most of it. Talked a little bit about the Epstein files, a little bit about the economy. That's about it. We still got a hell of a lot to get through tonight. We have a ton of global news to talk about, as well as some environmental shit to get into. In fact, I have to turn it up. I gotta turn on the afterburners here. I'm moving too slow.
Omega Star just cheered 100
What was that
bits.
sound?
Peter Thiel knows a lot about the Antichrist.
Ah, it's true. Peter Thiel, he knows so much about the Antichrist. It's true. South Park did a whole episode about it. Thank you, Omega Star, for the bits. Much appreciated.
Thank you. When they spoke a little bit about how Cold War spending really built up Silicon Valley and those tech companies, I think Steve Wozniak, wasn't his dad at Lockheed Martin or something like that? I might be incorrect about that. But there's a lot of ties with the growth of the tech industry out west. And
yeah, I mean, Oracle founder Larry Ellison, he wasn't in the CIA or the FBI or in law enforcement, but literally, like, Oracle was, like, created out of the need for the surveillance apparatus in the United States to both monitor and database, especially the databasing part, that information, right? Like, Oracle is like more than half of the internet sits on Oracle servers, right? If that shit goes down, internet goes down, right? It's like, it's worse than Amazon Web Services. Like, there's more people using Amazon servers than Amazon Web Services, if I'm not mistaken. They have been around longer than Amazon Web Services by, I think, more than a decade. And those guys, I mean, really, they've been around for a long, long time. They've shifted business models slightly over time, but not that much. If anything, they've just really offered more services as their hold on the internet's data becomes more and more prevalent. But they came out of the need of the surveillance apparatus of the United States to house and store intelligence and to monitor the internet, essentially.
defense contracts. So, like, how does that play into your analysis? Because a lot of this is very fluid. And it seems almost like now with the technology Palantir piece, it's
and just to drive the point home here, of course, the founder of and current CEO of Oracle is Larry Ellison, the man who's buying up the entire media in this country right now, vicariously through his own son.
it's almost the same dynamic that we spoke about where they consolidated in the 90s. They're big enough now that they run the show.
Right. It is such a good point. And if you look at this over time, there's real ebbs and flows to it. It's exactly what you're saying. You know, a lot of the seed money for some of these firms, you know, originally came from the Pentagon. You know, you look at DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. You know, a lot of that technology finds its way into Silicon Valley and you know, vice versa. So they had a very good relationship there for a while, but that really changed. You know, prior to the last few years, I would say in the last 2 to 3 years, especially, there were kind of frigid relations between the Department of Defense in Silicon Valley in the tech sector. You know, there's some famous incidents where tech companies were just flat out saying they didn't want to work for the Department of Defense. It just wasn't worth it. DoD wasn't operating on the timeline of tech companies. You know, I hate to keep beating up at on the F-35. I don't. I love beating up on the F-35, but I'll keep doing it again. The F-35 has been in development for almost 25 years. And that's just insane. You know, if you think about that in the tech space, like we didn't have iPhones when the F-35 first started. You know, that goes so far back. So for the longest time, the tech sector said, we're not going to work with you, DoD. It's just not worth it. But that's all changing with this administration, especially. When you look at the Trump administration, you know, Trump's biggest backer, Elon Musk, huge force there. J.D. Vance, one of his mentors, is a guy named Peter Thiel, founder of Palantir, other firms. The Secretary of the Army is another VC guy, too. So you have all these just high-ranking officials in this administration that are coming straight out of the tech sector. So that's why I think we're at this really pivotal moment for tech, where if it's not an outright tech takeover, there's at least going to be a huge chunk of the pie, that Pentagon budget in the coming years, that's going to the tech folks.
Do you think that's going to eat into the so-called prime ones, that the big five, or are they just going to expand the pie essentially and sort of complement each other? I mean, I'm old enough to remember when Google's saying was "do no evil" or something, and so
you know, I'm old enough to know that too. And I mean, I'm not much older than Emma, and so I don't think I mean, the fact is, you know, I grew up on the internet still, and I remember that distinctly. I remember that. Oh, it's so sad. You were 35 minutes behind, Frizzla. Awful. By the way, I just did notice something. I did something awful myself. I just realized who it was that donated on PayPal. It was Glitchmaster. They asked for credit, and I'm just realizing. I'm just realizing that's who it was from. It said the person. It said 1994. I get it now. I see what happened. Thank you, thank you, Glitchmaster. I was confused. It was like a anonymous donor for a little bit there. And by the way, very smart choice there, Glitchmaster, donating on PayPal, Cash App. These are great ways to contribute to the Galactic News Network. You have 900-word breakdown on X of the relevant case law against Ross and potentially the other agents directly involved. Interesting. I will try and take a look. It's going to be hard for me. The best way for me to look that is for you to like send me like a post on Discord or something.
But it feels like, particularly when you're talking about Palantir and Musk, like doing evil is sort of almost like the business plan.
Yeah, you know, it's funny you say that because I'll bring up another tech guy, Palmer Luckey, who has had some really he's the if you use the Oculus, the origins of the Oculus lie in Palmer's Luckey garage, and you know, so he's a brilliant tech guy. But he founded a company called Anduril, and you know, he's really gotten into the cutting edge of this defense tech space, and he has a lot of choice quotes about exactly what you were saying there, Sam. And, you know, one of them is like, you need guys that are sick in the head like him. This is him talking about himself. who are willing to create these devices that he knows tech that he knows will be used to kill people. And the sort of morality of Silicon Valley has kind of followed along that path. 10 years ago, if somebody said that in Silicon Valley, they'd have been booed out of the room. That would not have been okay. But nowadays in the defense tech space, that's perfectly commonplace. So to your point about what my prediction going forward, what we're seeing right now is that a rising Pentagon budget is lifting all boats. Right. The old guard primes, they're getting more and more money, and the new defense tech startups, like companies like Andurils and the Palantirs, they're getting more and more money too. But I don't think that can go on forever. I think you're.
By the way, I just looked into this company. If you're not familiar with it, Anduril is the name of it, and apparently he. Apparently Anduril is a government military contractor that does mostly deals in drones and sensor technology. Sensor technology being like light sensors, usually in this space when it comes to robotics. It's like light, infrared, other things like that. Well, I mean, I guess technically infrared is a kind of light, so that's really not saying anything different. But stuff like that seems to be their bread and butter. I'm just going to skip a little bit ahead here in this discussion. I think this is where I wanted to start.
To be I guess what I'm asking is, like, where's the easiest place to cut in terms of the various stakeholders that are making money off of this?
I love the overseas bases as a good first place to start, because look, at the end of the day, overseas bases are more expensive than U.S. military bases here in the U.S. It costs a lot of money to get people over there. It costs a lot of money to get things over there. All that's more expensive. And there's no constituency over there that's voting for Congress that benefits from those bases. Like we were talking about earlier, you try to cut a base in anywhere in the U.S., and the 2 senators from that state and the local representatives, they're going to raise hell about it because they don't want to lose the jobs and all the economy that surrounds those bases. You can't make the same argument for an overseas military base. Those voters in Guam, they're not, those folks don't get a vote here in the U.S. And so what I think the easiest politically palatable place to start cuts are in those overseas military bases. At the end of the day, we have tens of thousands of military personnel overseas. Some countries.
That's true. Although this is not quite the spot that I wanted to go to. By the way, I just wanted to remind people of this. I was just looking through it. Since we have a few new patrons, just want to remind people to when you do become a new patron to also join the Discord if you're not already in the Discord. And I think there should be a way to join the Discord on Patreon, although I haven't tested it since I set it up, which I should do. I can just start a new Patreon membership and just refund myself. But I think there is a way now. I think I linked the Patreon with the Discord server, so you should automatically get an invite to the Patreon, as well as get access to the necessary roles. Are you seeing this right? You are 14 away from 1,000 followers on Twitch. It's true. That is true, Columbia Rican. We were actually technically closer. We were at 987 and someone unfollowed. But yeah, we're hella close to 1,000 on Twitch. We've made huge strides in 3 months. Basically doubled our numbers, almost. Not quite.
Have over 10,000. Germany and South Korea and Japan.
Years or so, where you make these countries that maybe are developing dependent on our sort of investment, and then when that goes away, then that creates some sort of chaos and things like that. But it is, I think, notable that the United States is overextending itself kind of in two separate areas. One, with the continuation of that kind of foreign policy needing to have a footprint everywhere. And then two, it's also the idea that like there's this massive middleman taking out so much value versus what China's doing, which is much more direct state control of these kinds of things and not having this major like profit incentive that's taking all of the value out. It's wildly inefficient too, as evidenced by the Pentagon failing an audit literally every single year, but we keep giving them more money. So it's just really, it's like a criminal racket. It's the most expensive one that I can think of.
Yeah, no, completely agree. And the Pentagon, to be clear, the Pentagon has never passed an audit, not once. It's not like, oh, it just failed the most recent one. No, it has literally never passed one. So we know it's not auditable, and we know to your point about the middlemen. I think that's such a good way to describe this system. Because these contractors, they're getting hundreds of billions of dollars of taxpayer money every year, and they're reporting record profits, and they're using some of their profits more and more for stock buybacks to keep driving up their stock prices. Lockheed Martin, for example, just a few years ago, spent billions of dollars, billions with a B, just on stock buybacks and just to drive up that price. Nothing about that helps you and I be safer. Nothing about.
I'm not gonna lie, that one doesn't bother me at all, particularly in this case. Buy up all your stock. I don't give a shit. Okay, I don't need these guys using that money for innovation. Okay, like honestly, I would prefer if they just cease all business and just become a purely financial instrument. That is fine with me. In other companies, sure, I have massive objection to it. But in this case, use all of the free cash you have to buy up your stock to the point that you're incapable of doing operations. That's just me. I'm not at all disturbed by that.
That's too much, man!
Omega Star gifted 5 subscriptions.
Oh my God. Whoa. Omega Star gifting 5 community subs over on Twitch. Incredible generosity. Who got the subs? Large Horchata gifted sub. Sitting Cow sub. Gridiron sub. The Panda Gambit. Love that name. Sub. And Utina too? What? Is she cisgender? I feel like you're being sarcastic. I can't quite tell. But it doesn't. I don't understand what the point is you're trying to make. Our Navy needs to be remade from top to bottom. Okay. Well, our military budget is plenty big enough to do that. In fact, I'm fairly certain we could fix whatever problems you see with our Navy with less than what we're currently spending. Okay. Anyway, thank you once again, Omega Star, for the gifted subs over on Twitch. Panda Gambit in the chat. Like I was saying before, I love that name. Great name, Panda Gambit. Great name. Great name. Okay. Let's keep talking about these AI weirdos and all the data centers that are being used to make their creepy AI dystopian visions reality.
When a data center is coming to your community, it's too good to be true.
In 20 years, we may look back and go like, I'm not sure we should have done that. But right now, it feels right.
All over the country, states and local governments have been rolling out the red carpet for data centers.
America's newest boom towns aren't mines, they're data centers.
Nothing less than a digital gold rush.
Driving that is AI. They're offering huge tax breaks and other financial incentives to developers and tech companies. And what do communities get in exchange?
Google's $40 billion announcement.
Tech titans pouring billions of dollars.
$27 billion.
$600 billion.
Skilled tradespeople are needed to build these high-tech centers.
Dozens of jobs.
Everyone's jobs will change.
Hundreds of jobs.
High-paying jobs. Over 100,000 American jobs almost immediately.
But is that actually true?
They take great care of us. They pay travel. They give us per diem.
A cluster of data centers in your community may not provide you any benefit whatsoever.
And I traveled from my home state of Oregon, which has seen mass layoffs and disappearing tax revenue.
Breaking news. Intel announced that it would be laying off more than 500 people.
That number has since jumped to nearly 2,400 people.
Today, we're going to ask, are the economic trade-offs powering the data center boom actually worth it for the rest of us? The answer is a lot more nuanced than I expected.
I moved to Oregon 9 months ago for the peace and quiet. It's a rural state, and agriculture has a $42 billion economic footprint here, supporting more than 500,000 jobs. But farmers I spoke to tell me they're under threat.
I'm in Hillsboro, Oregon, and right behind me is an 1800s farmhouse. And 5 years ago, we were surrounded by hundreds of acres of farmland. Today, it's data centers everywhere you look.
Robot jobs and robot housing. Exactly. That's the direction our society is moving in. Yep. Doing everything we can to accommodate the robots. The robots that the billionaires want to introduce into society so they can get rid of the workers. Those very pesky workers who need things like health insurance and money. Very rude. Workers always wanting healthcare and money.
They call this the data center alley of Hillsboro.
There was a tulip farm here. There was a big grass seed operation, an ecosystem of farming that this land supports.
Aaron Nichols is a farmer in Hillsboro, Oregon, 20 miles from where I live in Portland. He was the first stop in my investigation because before digging into the jobs at data centers, I wanted to know what happens to other industries when big tech moves in.
How many people do you employ here on the farm?
We employ about 10 people on our farm on about 15 acres. We could expand and grow more food for more people, but buying land is nearly impossible because people are hoping to hold on to it and sell it for a windfall profit.
And it's not just his business.
People that need an automotive shop or that are going to open an electrical firm or a small computer firm, they look at that land price and they're completely out of the market.
Not only are they driving away other businesses, data centers are driving up costs too. Pacific Power and Portland General Electric customers saw a 50% increase in their electricity bills since 2020. Analysts say that data center growth is a major factor. And what's worse, data centers aren't contributing as much money to the community as you might think. That's because Oregon's laws give data centers some $330 million a year in tax breaks.
There are a number of incentive systems to come to Oregon. The enterprise zone is a 5-year no property tax waiver for building industrial or building jobs.
Except these people aren't building jobs. They're just not. They create jobs while they're being manufactured. And then they're, in many cases, like, honestly, you practically don't need anybody at these things. They can be run with, like, no lights on. Almost. Right? They could be, like, completely empty warehouses. Like, has anybody seen... Anybody seen this before? It's like, here's the thing about data centers. They're basically just warehouses filled with servers. Those servers are hooked up to the grid and a number of others or whatever, but like basically, you know, it's just a bunch of machines in a room. And nobody has to touch them really at all while they're running. what do you call it? Trying to think of what to actually search for this. I can't. Why can't I think? Why can't I think of this? Oh, there. Oh, wait, that's it. That's the one. That's the one. I found it. I think this is the one. Yes.
Here it is. This is your future. One of your Pied Piper boxes would go right here in this rack.
Okay.
Okay. Let me show you the next location in which we would install one of your boxes.
Richard, what the fuck are we doing here?
I don't like it any more than you do. I told Jack we'd come check this place out, and then we'd have a discussion.
I can't believe you suggested the idea of building a fucking appliance. Here it is. This is where another one of your Pied Piper boxes would go.
Okay, good.
Okay. Let me show you the next location in which we would install...
Actually, you know what? Sorry, no offense, but once you see...
Let me show you the... You know what, actually, I think
seen them all.
That's what I used to think. Until I saw them all. Would you like to see your desks?
Or desks?
What?
This is where we would install a Pied Piper engineer.
Sorry, why exactly would we need to be here?
Your sales representative promised 24-hour-a-day on-site maintenance. At least for the first year.
So one of us would have to be down here for a year? Even at night?
There's really no difference between day and night down here, so it makes things easy.
Okay, well, we should probably get going now. Almost right now. Yeah, right now even.
Okay. There are 16 stairwells. Which one would you like to see first?
Just whatever as fast as possible. Your favorite one.
Okay.
There you go. So yeah, they're basically just completely empty. Maybe you have a few people working there for, you know, needed like maintenance stuff, right? And for any sort of like sudden, I don't know, shock. But really, like, they just don't need to be there, right? So like 1, 2 people, 3 people, right, working there. Maybe if once it's done being built, not a lot needs to be done at these places. They are not creating jobs, not future jobs, momentary jobs that will lead to the destruction of many other jobs. Right? It's momentary jobs that will lead to the destruction of long-term jobs
schools,
everywhere.
Parks, fire, police, municipal. We've lost that revenue for 5 years.
Local residents are already seeing the impacts from this lost tax revenue. A report from Good Jobs First found Oregon schools lost $275 million to property tax abatements that could have gone to hire 3,600 teachers.
If they would have paid their annual taxes, their property taxes would have been $7.22 million.
So they're getting about $6.5 million off
a year.
their taxes.
That's right, that they're not paying.
Without tax revenue from data centers.
It is insane to think that any of these AI people deserve tax breaks. They're all billionaires to begin with. They're all a bunch of billionaires who are trying to take away jobs. and suck money out of the economy. And you're going to give them tax breaks for doing nothing but sucking value out of the economy?
The people who live in Hillsborough are going to end up suffering because they're not going to have the high quality schools that they deserve. And a lot of that cash is just going to flow straight through the city like a sieve.
AI people are out of control. All right. Let's keep this stream moving. Move on from AI to a different technology. Donald Trump had some interesting things to say about technology. I think this was at a meeting. I'm trying to remember. Was this the one? Yeah, I think this was at. Yeah, this was at. This is at a round table, which Donald Trump held yesterday, and by yesterday I mean Friday. A round table for oil and gas executives. Interesting timing for this, considering the fact that we have seized or whatever with Venezuela. Seems very convenient timing for him to have a oil and gas executive dinner at the White House. He had some things to say about technology, wrapped up in a different comment.
Shooting too. With your glasses, sir, go ahead, please. Hold it. Next to you. Yes, glasses. The gentleman with the glasses.
All right, thank you, Mr. President.
With those very big glasses, actually.
Yeah, Ferrari, actually. Mr. President, I have two questions. What do you want the European Union to do in Ukraine? The European leaders seem pretty divided on Ukraine. And then, if you can reiterate this straight message.
The European Union? The onion of Europe? What does the European Union have to do with this?
On Ukraine, and then if you can reiterate this straight message that you have to the Iranian leader, to Khomeini, the message that you have.
You're talking about Iran?
Oh, Iran, yeah.
What
the
do
first one is
Iran to do?
I'm sorry?
Where are you from?
Italy.
Oh, nice place.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first question.
So what are you asking
nice
about
place.
Iran
Very
for?
nice.
Well, if you can answer about Europe and what you think the Europeans should do on
You're from
Ukraine.
Italy? So why do you care about Iran? I love how Donald Trump, like, this is how he sees the world. He's like, but you're from Italy, then why do you give a shit about Iran? I don't care about anybody outside of the United States. In fact, I don't care about anybody but myself. It's like he's such a fucking cloistered, sort of narrow view of things.
Well, look, Europe has been doing so much for Ukraine, but it hasn't been enough. And obviously that I would say that.
By the way, before he gets to the point that he wants to make, because this guy said onion in the way that he just said it, or the union in the way that he just said it, I had to do this.
How do we dice an onion? Big onion. Look at that. Woo! To the good onion. Good onion is a heavy onion. This is a 6-pound onion. So.
European onion.
President Putin is not afraid of Europe. He's afraid of the United States of America, as led by me. There's no fear of Europe. You know, Europe's fallen behind, and Europe, and JD said it very strongly. I don't know, he took a lot of heat, but I didn't give him any heat. Europe is a different place. Europe is changing. Europe has got to get its act together. I love Europe.
Europe is a different place.
I came from Europe, essentially. I have my roots are in Europe, but Europe is a different place. They have to get their act together now.
It's a different place.
They have a great NATO leader. And they've gone up to 5% from 2% GDP. That's a big step. But they have to be very careful with their immigration policy, and they have to be very, because, you know,
Jesus Christ.
I will just say, to be nice, that there are certain places in Europe that are very important that are no longer recognizable I'm being very nice. I'm being very diplomatic when I say that they are not recognizable.
Being very diplomatic. See what I'm saying? You look at Europe and suddenly it looks different. You get what I'm saying? I'm saying there's a bunch of brown people in Europe. It's very weird. Don't you see I'm being diplomatic by dog whistling instead of directly saying a very racist statement. But Europe is no longer Europe because brown people are there. That's what I'm saying. Brown people, immigrants are ruining it.
And they have to be careful on energy because they're putting windmills all over the place and losing a fortune. They're destroying their country. They're destroying the beautiful landscapes, the beautiful everything. They're doing. And by the way, in case you people don't know, I'm not much of a windmill person. I can proudly say, Doug, that we have not approved one windmill since I've been in office, and we're going to keep it that way. My goal is to not let any windmill be built. They're losers. They lose money. They destroy your landscape. They kill your birds. They're all made in China. And all you have to do is, just about all of the windmills are made in China, the structures. All you have to do is say to China, how many windmill areas do you have in China?
China!
So far, they're not able to find any. They use coal and they use oil and gas and some nuclear, not much.
He is such a deranged fucking lunatic. No more windmills. Europe has been destroyed by immigrants and windmills. The United States will not be like Europe. We will not approve one single windmill. Unless Biden did it, and then it's his fault.
I'm staying in the race.
Unless Biden. But no more windmills. This guy is a lunatic. Honestly, the things he's saying are just so factually inaccurate.
Omega Star just cheered 100 bucks. Bird graveyards.
It's serious. Bird graveyards. It's fucking deranged. He's a simpleton. He's a deranged.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
Oh, God. Bird graveyards. God did that. I believe that. It's the windmills. They're killing all the birds. That's the reason why they're all dead. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. NR. Look at that pin. You're right. Look at this pin. Why is he wearing a pin of himself? Why is he wearing like a Disney-style ceramic pin? Like a collector pin of himself on his own lapel. This guy is such a fucking insane, goddamn megalomaniac. When will he be stopped? When will the madness end? When will all come to an end, please? For the love of God. It's gone too far. But the point is everything Donald Trump just said about windmills is a lie. Can I just say that? Is that good enough for everybody? Do I have to get into the nitty gritty on how, I don't know. After you pay for the windmill, the original construction of the windmill, the maintenance costs are fairly low, especially in comparison to how much energy that comes out of the, not out of the ground, but out of the air. In fact, much better than things like crude oil. Drill, baby, drill. There's a bird graveyard. Europe, no more birds. Been replaced by immigrants. Unrecognizable, being very diplomatic. Okay, let's move on from that ridiculous discussion to a more sensible discussion on PBS Terra with Maya May, the host of PBS Terra. Oh, but it's a terrible discussion. A discussion about the LA wildfires. But it would seem Maya has figured out why LA burned. But, sadly, according to her, it will happen again.
What you talking about?
I don't know. Let's get into it.
In early January 2025, the world had a shocking realization. Wildfires are changing, and we're far more vulnerable than we knew.
You've been to a wind farm, but you didn't see any dead birds. That's because the reason you didn't see any dead birds is because they're already dead. Decimating all bird populations. Wherever they go. It's just proof. It's proof. It's proof, don't you see? The fact that there's no dead birds around the windmills is because they're all gone. No more birds. Sayonara, birds!
But the LA firestorm was just one of a string of fires causing destruction unprecedented in the modern era. Our film crew was on the ground from day one of the fires, and we had inside access to top fire officials and cutting-edge research. Now, nearly a year after our original investigation, I wanted to see how the community is recovering. So I'm going back to meet with survivors, check in on the rebuild process, and find answers to their biggest questions.
The firefighter looked at him and said, "Sir, we have no water, and all of these units burned."
Now, we have new models and new insight into what went wrong.
New models and insight into what went wrong. Interesting. But what about the birds that planes kill? You don't see Trump complaining about those. Actually, the birds... This is the problem, a huge problem. I'm glad you brought it up. Thank you, Columbia Rican, for bringing this up. This is a scourge in America and anywhere there are windmills, okay? This is all connected to the windmills. Okay, the birds, they flee the windmills. The windmills are doing the bird genocide, so the birds, they're ethnically cleansed to the skies. And they're not allowed, they have to go much higher, and then they attack the planes. The birds are attacking planes everywhere. It's horrifying. It's very nasty. Very nasty, these birds. Terrorist birds attacking planes.
So weathered, and I'm on a journey to understand where we are and where we're going in this moment of extreme change. And above all else, I want to find out what we can do to stop this kind of disaster from ever happening again.
Yeah, let's get out of here. We tried, bro.
We're gonna see what the burned areas look like and meet with community members determined to rebuild.
It's a huge risk for this to take longer than 2 years.
The Palisades and the Eaton fire have been a turning point. We're experiencing things that we never experienced before. And as a public official, I have to tell the truth, even when the truth is difficult.
That truth is more urgent than ever, with thousands of communities across the U.S. vulnerable to the next fire, and thousands of families' lives on hold as the rebuild of LA moves into its second year.
Do you remember when Donald Trump, remember 1 year ago, Donald Trump in LA demanding the California, the LA, rebuild? It's been a year. He's done absolutely nothing to get any of this solved. Just a couple of months ago, actually less than that. I think it was last month. It was either late November or early December that the first houses were being put up, and I mean first, 1, 2, 3. I think there was 3 homes that were officially deemed livable, rebuilt, as of 1 month ago. Day 1, we're gonna rebuild LA, and now we're at day 365 or 355. Almost zero progress, and that's bad. Oh, by the way, also, unrelated, Thank you, Orb Rumor, for the super chat. Dr. Zhivago gig went well tonight. Space tithing for GNN. Thank you for your space tithing. Much appreciated, Orb.
Here's what we know about the lead up to the fires. After 2 unusually wet years, Los Angeles, California entered an extreme 8-month dry spell with no rain, accompanied by record-breaking heat. In these conditions, all you need is wind and an ignition to see extreme fire. And looking at urban fire disasters over the last century, we see a clear uptick in the last decade. With this surge in destructive fires, relying only on professional firefighters for protection is no longer enough.
I grew up in Malibu. I knew several people over the years that lost houses. Fires happen at a pretty frequent pace, every 6-8 years, but it was never something that was really interesting at all. And then the Woolsey fire happened, and a lot of my friends, including my...
Wait, hold on. I'm going to just skip ahead a little bit. Not going to watch this whole thing. It's actually an hour-long documentary. I'm just going to try and hit the spots I think most necessary to have this discussion. Let me see. Where... I think right around here, probably a good place to pick it back up, maybe.
In fall of 2024, 40 members received their fire certifications. But nothing could have prepared them for what was coming next.
Tomorrow, Wednesday, into a portion of Thursday, we are expecting some very strong, potentially damaging Santa Ana winds.
We'll be looking at, 50, 60 mile per hour winds, 80 mile per hour winds.
Relative humidity values are going to drop to at least 10%.
Any fire start could lead to rapid spread in these types of conditions.
We just finished training in October. We've done a bunch of tabletops, field drills, exercises, etc. But we're T-ballers. This was the World Series of firefighting.
In the past, I would have asked that they leave during the evacuation order. Now I'm asking that they stay because they're going to be able to help us.
The forecast came true on January 7th with wind speeds of up to 100 miles per hour. A fire started by an arsonist on New Year's Day was thought to be extinguished by the LA Fire Department until it emerged from the ground as fast-moving flames.
It is pushing directly towards Palisades. The thing's got a wide path of travel already.
This was still all blue sky right here, and we were off the flank of the fire, and then the wind shifted just a little bit, and this first street.
Yeah, technically the Altadena and the Pasadena, and the Palisade fires were caused by two different things. But honestly, at the time, we thought it was something else. I remember us talking about there was like some other reports of a different small brush fire that had happened, people had put out. Which we thought was the initial nexus of this. We had talked about this other guy who had intentionally set a fire, lit a car on fire and pushed it into a freaking into the woods. Just this disturbed individual who was arrested days later.
Was impacted by fire almost immediately, just in a few short minutes.
That human. It was basically the result of human action. Right, both of these fires, or human action or inaction. Pasadena, human action. The Altadena, that one's human inaction as a result of what's it called? TNG. I forget the name of the electric.
It was almost nighttime here from how thick the smoke was.
Looks like the fire's going to hit the back of these houses in about 5-10 minutes.
Next thing you know, there's sheriffs that are grabbing garden hoses and sheriffs grabbing fire hoses and helping put out spots. It was just pure mayhem.
Yeah, right. Sisyphean task, right? Like that's what I was trying to explain is that yeah, there's two different starts, right? They just happen to be in the same spot. They both got out of control for the same reasons. Because of the record low rainfall, the super low humidity, and the extremely high hurricane force winds. It was really a triumvirate, a perfect storm of
honestly.
Awful.
And everybody's getting their teeth kicked in.
Awful, awful, awful.
The plants in the front of the yard start catching on fire. The bush on the side of the house starts catching on fire.
No, I don't.
All the smoke alarms in the neighborhood are going off.
Right, dude. Yeah, let's get out of here. We tried, bro. I'm sorry.
Like the fact is while these were both human caused, right? Like we can't take away like the human element of it or the human element of climate change, which most likely led to those extremely, historically low rainfall and whatnot. But like it was in fact, the result of this high wind that made it impossible to stop. Because honestly, both of these fires probably would have been put out. The embers probably wouldn't have continued to smolder, right? Like under these conditions with extremely low humidity and high winds, gives a lot of opportunity for embers that maybe, fire resources thought were out, to continue on until, the perfect moment.
And when this tree falls, too. Sorry, bro. We gotta get out of here.
Incident from operation. Our mission right now is life safety. Evac is our concern.
And then just after 6 p.m., 30 miles away, the Eaton fire starts in the hills above Altadena.
Holy.
Response time from Fire Station 66 is probably 2 to 3 minutes. Upon arrival, they had a large amount of fire pushing hard towards the nature center.
At 6:36 p.m., helicopters arrive, but the winds are so violent that aerial firefighting is quickly grounded.
Immediately, if not sooner. Operation.
From 6:18 that night till 6 o'clock the next morning, we had continuous 80-mile-an-hour gusts. There's no stopping a fire that's getting pushed by an 80-mile-an-hour gust.
Meanwhile, in Palisades, aerial efforts are grounded at 7:45.
Based on the wind conditions right now, we're ineffective and we're not going to compromise safety. So copy the traffic. We lost the aircraft.
Both fires swell in size, rapidly igniting thousands of homes.
Yeah, and just to drive that point home again, maybe to beat a dead horse at this point, but that's one thing I feel like not enough people understood is that because of the winds, over 50 miles per hour, right? I think they were peaking at over 65 miles per hour or higher. And in that, in those wind speeds, the planes and the helicopters cannot operate properly. It's too dangerous, and B, the water is dispersed by the wind before it ever gets to the ground. It's a confluence of factors here that led to this fucking tragedy.
It was chaos in the streets. You had people trying to get out, burning power pole. You had wires down.
Police department, evacuate immediately!
The smoke was so thick, and it was just raining embers.
Oh my God.
The fires continued to incinerate entire neighborhoods until the wind subsided on January 8th. All told, 16,000 homes and businesses burned down, and 31 people were killed in the fires. 1 year later, survivors...
Oh my God. I remember every moment of this. It was such a terrifying moment. I mean, I was nowhere near California, but just it's just a moment. It was just utter horror. Just witnessing all of this firsthand. And we were covering this from the very, very beginning. The day before, if I recall correctly, the day before we covered a story warning of the potential for the fire. We were covering the fire before the fire ever happened. We were covering the potential for this to happen like 12 hours before it. And then, of course, because it was high winds, they were predicting high winds. And every time, especially around that time, in California, when you got low humidity, you know, whenever the winds came, a fire warning we put out. And since we cover these things around here so very much, I got a horrifying first-hand look at it all. Actually, I'm not
Searching
gonna
for
skip
ways to cope with the devastating loss and find hope.
It's very different from when we were first here 10 months ago. I mean, they've pretty much scraped.
Look at the random standing buildings. Actually, Soul Life, they're not random. I think we talked about this a while back. But many of the homes that are still standing were homes that were either hardened intentionally against wildfire or happened to have features that made them less likely to be taken down by the fires. Whether lack of attic, like if you don't have an attic with ventilation in it, like sucking in embers, that was a huge factor. And there was like a number of other things, like people with like functional sprinkler systems, I believe, was another one of the factors involved in this. Like fire suppression, not just like lawn sprinklers, but like fire suppression sprinklers.
Most of the lots. And I've even seen some houses almost rebuilt fully. It's really encouraging to see.
Zaire.
Hey.
Maya.
Pleasure meeting you.
Nice to meet you.
That's what it looks like when you lose everything. Everything ends up in your trunk. So my signs to put up to be clear on the neighborhood. We are at my home. And now I have to get to my childhood home, which I own this property also. The house I grew up in my whole life right here. This would have been
This is so tragic. This guy just like going through his family history that's just now a pile of dirt. Did he get the death penalty? No. Well, I don't think the trial has even happened yet. I don't think he's actually been convicted of it yet. I could be wrong. I don't remember I don't remember there being a trial on this yet, and I feel like we would have talked about it at this point. I know he was like indicted. I don't know what happened in the last year. Which
front
seems strange to
yard.
me. I should look into
This
it.
would have been the front porch stairs that you walk up. Like in my head, I can still see it. I just want to walk up the steps right now. I can see my mom's master bedroom. Now I'm seeing just dirt and the remains of everything that's gone. Everything that's lost. Everything that we don't have anymore. And with my sister actually being buried, dying here, it is a graveyard. I wouldn't wish it upon anybody to have to go through this type of pain.
When you look at it like this, completely empty with like all the lots have been cleared. You can see that. Not all, but most of the lots have been cleared. It just looks like an empty. Like it looks like a. It looks like almost. If there weren't a road, and there weren't like a few fences visible, it would just look like an empty wilderness. It's so. Yeah. It is so disturbing. It's like eerie.
Anybody to have to go through this type of pain.
I didn't realize 80% of Black families own their homes here. And I think
not knowing how the community is going to look moving forward is also playing into that feeling of despair.
It really is, because you take the fact that the homeowners are multi-generational. So you've got somebody whose parents might have bought their home in the 50s and the 60s, and then they've lived in the house, or they have since. There's people at our church who might be 7 family members all lost their homes. So it's not just losing your house, it's losing your community.
Everyone we talked to made it clear that Altadena and Palisades were incredibly tight-knit communities, each in their own way. I met Amy Bernstein, a rabbi from the Palisades who lost her home and has been...
This is so sad. Both of these communities have seen such loss. Ay, 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 ay.
We're seeing...
Although economically speaking, the people, not everybody, of course, I'm painting with a broad brush here, but economically speaking, and generally speaking, the people in the Palisades have more financial stability and resources to pick up the pieces than the people in Altadena did. Those are just the numbers. I know that people have different lived experiences, and I'm not claiming everyone once again, but these are just the facts on these two. I think they're technically 2 different zip codes.
Remediation of the smoke-damaged synagogue.
This is the sanctuary, and even before we started doing anything structurally to the sanctuary, all of this was in place, all of this scaffolding, just for remediation. The building didn't burn, but the smoke has in it toxins. So from floors all the way up, everything has to be cleaned and treated or torn out. What's really hard for me is that all of our elders are gone from the Palisades. And for people whose homes are being remediated, some of them might come back, most of them are not gonna wait. So that entire part of our community is gone. And it's really hard to know that I'm not gonna be there with them at the end, that I'm not gonna hold their hand.
Of the 8,000 fires that burn in California each year, just a small handful move into urban communities. But those
Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead again here. I just felt like listening to the people on the ground, their lived experience, their family, you know, their histories and all these things that are being completely... They've been completely disappeared by this fire, or at least in the physical world. I just felt necessary to get into, because I mean the fact is not enough has been done. Not enough has been done to help these people get back their lives. You know, and the federal government should, you know, be stepping in to help up, you know, at least some people. Like I said, around the time of all this, you know, last year now, you know, 1 house per person. But I do think that everybody should be helped out, right? If you have investment properties, I don't give a fuck about your other properties. But 1 home, your primary residence, we should be doing things to help with the rebuilding of those, the people who are actually living there, right? Because, of course, people like Larry Ellison had 15 homes in the Palisades, at least leading into the fires. I don't know how many he has now. Maybe he has more. Honestly, no way to know for sure, although probably less. But you know what I mean? Like, we shouldn't be bailing out Larry Ellison. Like, but just be like, honestly, like, I'm not going to means test this thing. Like I said, primary residence. If Larry Ellison wants to declare primary residence in the Palisades, well, okay. I'll even let him get a home rebuilt. Look how generous I'm being.
Aren't I a good guy?
In fact, many researchers believe that there was more fire then than there is now. By the 1940s, firefighting had become professional and efficient, but wildfire was still a huge problem in the West. Then ocean currents shifted, bringing cooler, wetter conditions to much of the western U.S. It also made fires far easier to fight.
We had these incremental wet periods during the summer. Incremental rains every week or two, just enough to tamp down fire behavior and support the fire managers to get out there and suppress those fires.
And under these conditions, firefighting worked.
Oh hell, let's mean test it. That bitch ain't deserve shit. I get what you're saying. I get the sentiment of that. But it's not just, I'm not just trying to be a good guy. Also, I think that means testing is sort of a burdensome thing that winds up costing the government more money, like unnecessarily, right? And really the reason why I'm saying rebuild primary residences, or at least have federal help from that, is because I think it's important. Like they were saying, like these families were saying, like, is to have these neighborhoods be rebuilt, to have people who are going to live there, right? Who are going to be able to build families, the neighborhoods, their communities once again, right? And if Larry Ellison wants to be a part of that, fine. Fact is, though, I don't think he's going to rush to doing that. Maybe he will. I mean, I don't care. Like I said, he's not the only rich asshole who lives in the Palisades. But he's going to have to rebuild at least 14 of those homes himself. That's all I'm saying. And once again, I get not wanting to help him out. Truly. It wouldn't take that much convincing to just like if you were trying to argue to me, let's just specifically write in like a Larry Ellison exclusion into like okay, I get it. I get what you're saying. I just feel like means testing everybody would just wind up being burdensome and unnecessary and counterproductive.
Strong Santa Ana wind.
And there is one more factor, which is ignition.
Yeah, that's right. So in coastal Southern California, when we have these fires going in Santa Ana wind events, essentially all of the fires were caused by people. Lightning does not occur during these events. Unfortunately, when conditions are this extreme and perfect for fire, it's almost inevitable that there is going to be an accidental spark somewhere, and those accidental sparks have a really easy time lighting very destructive fires under these crazy weather conditions.
It just seems like a perfect storm.
It has been a perfect storm, but this type of event is the type of event we expect to see more of in the future.
There are so many communities in California and beyond with the same level of risk. Future fires are inevitable, but does the disaster have to be? The Eden and Palisades fires had tragic origins that feel so preventable. A power line ignition, an arson, and a failure to fully extinguish lingering embers. We can and should address these root causes, but where there are humans, there will be ignitions. Campfires, fireworks, sparks from cars, trailers, and construction equipment, smoking, debris burning, the list goes on. All of these helped ignite major wildfires in recent years, but for nearly a century, we've been able to put out fires before they destroy communities. Now, wildfires destroy a community almost every year. So what's changed? Well, let's look at how wildland fire is different from a structure fire. When one home is burning, firefighters can usually deliver enough water to lower the temperature and stop the blaze. But wildfires often spread across an area too large to deliver water fast enough. So their only chance is to get in front of the fire.
The primary tactic is to corral fires by creating an unburnable line around them. You encircle the whole fire perimeter with a trail built to mineral soil, nothing burnable there. And then you start.
You wish PBS would mention the Resnicks? I feel like PBS did do something on the Resnicks. I can't remember. But yeah, they're problematic. billionaire couple hogging all of the water resources in California. They're not helping.
Inside that
I agree.
to kind of rob the wildfire of any fuel to burn.
The overwhelming majority of wildfires are stopped quickly with a combination of hand tools, bulldozers, and air attack. The LA County Fire Department is one of the most elite fire suppression organizations in the world. If anyone can put out a blaze before it reaches...
Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it wasn't PBS. Or maybe they have done one, but I think the piece that I'm thinking of, because we watched one, I think I'm thinking of the piece that, I think it was More Perfect Union, who did a piece on the Resniks. I still feel like PBS did one. I still kind of feel like I've seen a PBS one, but I can't remember for sure. Okay, we gotta take a break. Gotta take a quick break, everybody. Galactic intermission incoming. 6 hours done. We still got... We're like halfway through, I think. If you can't tell, we've, of course, run up against the environmental half. So we'll be talking about that mostly in the next half. Not entirely. I think we'll probably also have some space news and other things to get into. And then, of course, all the global news. All right, everybody, quick break here. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right. Hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. Without the contributions of space fams such as yourself, well, we would cease to exist. Thankfully, we have a myriad ways for you to show your support. Things like super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships. On Twitch, you got bits and power-ups, subscriptions, and gifted subscriptions. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream. We've even got things like Throne now, where you can buy physical gifts or contribute to physical gifts for me, which is a new fangled concept around here. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. That's right. Step into a wonderland of galactic awesomeness over on Patreon, where you can get an avatar, a shout-out, access to the secret Discord channel inside of the Galactic Discord server, and much, much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I will be right back. right, everybody. It is that time, once again, for the break to end and the show to begin. So get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it. God damn it, I'm muted. Okay, folks, here we are once again. Ready for another half of Galactic Spacecast. Hopefully you have acquired the necessary drinks and or snacks. As we are in fact back.
Since 1983, an average of nearly 70,000 fires burn each year in the U.S. Nearly 98% of them are controlled by firefighters before becoming large and destructive to human communities. But dry, windy conditions change everything.
If you haven't been in a wind-driven fire, day turns into night. There's so much particle in the air that you have no idea that it's daytime. And you've got so many embers being tossed at 50 miles an hour, spotting about a mile in front of you. And to think that you're gonna stop it by putting a hand line or putting a dozer quickly around it, it's not gonna happen.
Strong winds blow embers over even the largest fire line, and even air operations become far less effective.
If it's so windy that the water literally isn't even really hitting the ground, then what are you doing other than accepting a large level of risk?
During the Eaton and Palisades fires, pilots supported the initial attack, but were grounded because of strong, chaotic wind.
All air resources are going to be clearing the incident. Branch 7 copies, aircraft to shut down.
Yes, like that pilot, that firefighter was explaining. It's a risk-reward scenario, right? Like, you're paying people to put their lives on the line to fly in adverse conditions low to the ground around a fire, right? Smoke and all these other sorts of things, making it harder to fly safely to help save lives. But at some point, the wind gets so high that, you know, is it effective? Is it getting done what you want? No. And you have to say, yeah, there's a time, it's over like 50 miles per hour, if I'm not mistaken, for most, not all, but most of these air vehicles, planes, helicopters, once again, not all of them. Some of them are rated for slightly higher, but not much. I've talked about this a lot. So I feel like I have a fairly good handle on this. But point is, you know, above 50, and most of these planes and helicopters stop operating because they lose effectiveness. Now, this will happen again, and if we don't do more now to retrofit homes and to change the way that we are building new homes, we are going to be in seriously hot water. You know, pardon the pun. But things are literally going to burn to the ground once again in other places. Of course, getting a handle on climate change will help with this huge, big time, because these conditions are being created, these incredibly hot, dry, and yet windy conditions are being created by climate change, more so than ever before. And so it's really got to be a multi-pronged effort at this point, because we're living in the, the climate breakdown right now. But there are things we can do to retrofit homes to make them safer from risk of wildfire, stuff that I mentioned earlier, like changing the air intake in attics and things like that in homes so that it doesn't allow sparks to just freely enter the home. And there's like other mitigation efforts, building materials, methods that we should be using. All right, let's move on from talking about the wildfire of LA. Let's get to the current news in extreme weather events. All the way up in Alaska, they have been getting pummeled by snow over the last week.
Boats are sinking in Juneau due to that heavy amount of snowfall this week as crews rush to clear it before it is too late. Joe Allgood spoke with some of the harbor master about the goings-on.
That's right. The Juneau harbor master says 9 boats have sunk so far, and dozens more are struggling to stay above water as the weight of the snow piles up. That record-breaking amount of snow is keeping harbor crews incredibly busy. The sunken boats range in size from 16 to 58 feet, according to the harbor master. Since most of the workers are seasonal, working only over the summer, they say that staff is about 6 to 10 people in the winter. Thankfully,
Oh my God.
Dude, what? Dude.
Oh no, I'm muted again. How did that happen? You get a mute LED. You do it. You buy me a mute LED. Right? How's that sound? How about that, Soul Life? You know what I'll do? You want me to do that? Here's a great plan. Find me something on Amazon. All right? I'll add it to the throne, and then you can buy it for me. Look at that. You see? We just came up with a solution to the situation. All right? That's one of the cool things about having a throne. That is one of the cool things. You can literally buy me stuff. you're so inclined to having me solve this situation, I think it's a great idea. Point that out. Brilliant tech solution. Now we just got to pull the trigger on this. It's 137 on AliExpress. It's going to have to be on, I don't think Throne allows you to import AliExpress and items. I'm afraid. Have to do it on Amazon. Sadly. One of the only drawbacks, I think. I don't think they are integrated with other commerce platforms. Look at all this goddamn snow in Alaska. Wild.
If this isn't a testimony to just how much snow Juneau, Alaska has gotten over the last couple of weeks, I don't know what is. This is a camper attached to a very buried truck. And this isn't even a one-off thing. This is the same scene all across different areas of the city, especially in the little bit higher elevation areas. Several other homes and buildings have had their roofs cave in due to the amount of weight from the snow and the mix of rain, almost turning it into a cement type of snowpack. And it's just adding so much pressure to these buildings. They cannot withstand it. And the thing is, there could be another 30 inches of snow to come this week. So we're getting a little bit of a break right now, but they're certainly not out of the woods yet.
Christ. Another 30 inches, Alaska? Good God. All right, let's go across the planet to Birmingham. Very strange sights. Your eyes are not deceiving you. Pink. Strange pink aura in Birmingham, here in the United Kingdom. Strange, inexplicable pinkness. Actually, I think there is an explanation for it. I just don't have it. I saw that like right before I went. When it went live, I was like, oh, we can't not cover this. I'll look into it. We'll cover it again tomorrow. It was just crazy. It was just a crazy clip that I was like, dude, what the fuck am I looking at? Okay, what's this next one? Oh, yes. Alaska and Birmingham weren't the only places to be hit by snow this week. Much of Europe also blanketed in the white stuff.
Heavy snowfall hit the French capital Monday and again this Wednesday, bringing beautiful snow scenes for sure, but also a lot of travel headaches. Our Delano D'Souza is out there in the cold right now, and he joins me for the latest on all of this. Delano, what's happening?
That's right. Snowy conditions returned to Paris this Wednesday. The snow seems to have subsided for now, but earlier today at around between 7 to 9 local time, we had heavy snowfall, even blizzard-like conditions. And you can see from the images behind me, the snow is still sticking for now. That's because it's technically around 0 degrees Celsius, but it feels more like -4. So it still is quite cold outside. And as you mentioned, we do have travel disruptions. While the Paris metro is functioning quite normally for now, we have major disruptions reported on the RER train lines, as well as long-distance trains, including the TGV long-distance train line and the Eurostar, which connects to London, and the
There we go. Transportation shut down by snow. Parts of Europe, including a vital line between Paris and London. Why is this covered in English? It's France 24 English, that's why. It's literally in the name of the channel. It's France 24 English. Not just the not regular France 24, it's the English version for us English speakers. Okay. I think that's in the right order, isn't it? Yeah. All right. Let's go to Germany. They got snow too, and the zoo animals were digging it. Especially the polar bears. You don't know about that? You don't know about the France 24 journalist speaking in English? I mean, it's literally in the name. What can I tell you? It is literally what they do. It sounds improbable, is it? Improbable. Aww. All the bears having a good time out here in Germany. And the goats. One goat on top of another goat, it almost looks like. Elephants enjoying this in the snow. But really. Oh, now we're in Hungary. Oh, God. The polar bears are having a good time. Which makes sense, you know. They're built for it. Panda bear, other bear, polar bear. Look over there. Where's your hair? Seeing an elephant in the snow is weird. Yeah, that was weird. That was off-putting. Dark Sparkle, I hope they're not gay. Well, I would like to inform you of something. Maybe you're not aware of this.
Every single person on this planet is gay? Yeah.
Every single person on this planet is gay. All right. Now to some other snowy, icy conditions. All the way in Xinjiang. China.
I have to have my China.
Being gay in Hungary isn't allowed. Oh, I see what you're talking about. You hope that they're not gay because they'll be persecuted in Hungary, right? Yeah, I see where you're going with that. I wasn't following you. I know I had just seconds ago said Hungary, but it just didn't click. Just didn't click for my brain. Everything perfectly normal here in Xinjiang, China. Holy shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. Get out of the fucking way. Oh my god. That is that is terrifying. Can you imagine? You're setting up for a sweet Insta pic. Look at her. She's got her all white outfit here. She's ready. She's like, all right, snap a photo. This is perfect. Perfect, serene nature photo. Behind you. Oh my god. It is just like, oh my god. Holy shit. So much for that photo shoot. Although I guess it became a sudden other photographic opportunity. Oh my God, that is insane. That is wild. I have no idea what the cause of that was. I assume it was like a buildup of ice that just suddenly broke and just like came down like suddenly down the river. But holy fuck. That would be terrifying. All right, now let's go to the Philippines for another horrifying news story. A landslide at a landfill. Landfill slide, whatever you want to call it. A trash avalanche has caused a serious humanitarian crisis and dozens of people missing. Many most likely are dead. From my estimation of things. It's one of my least favorite types of avalanches. It's probably too soon, but it's also like so apropos. You know what? I am on board. I'm on board. Trash avalanches are also one of my least favorite types of avalanches. In fact, I struggle to think of a worse kind of avalanche. Like, that's not what you want. You don't want your last moments on this earth just, you know, becoming part of a landfill. That's not what you want. Truly horrifying. My son is in there. They already saw him, and he's being retrieved. But his remains are still pinned down. Until now, we have not seen my brother. We're expecting to see his body so we can see him for a short time. My mother is having problems not knowing what to tell my sick father. Oh, God. It's tragedy. The fact is the Philippines has a trash problem. They got a serious trash problem. First off, unfortunately, Philippines consumes a ton of bagged stuff. Like, everything is bagged. Like, in a bag or, like, in, like tin foil, like, what do you call it? Like, the tin foil, like, Mylar? Like, the tin foil plastic combine. I can't remember the name of the substance. But, like, oh, God, they have so many, like, little plastic containers in society. It's actually somehow worse than America, I think, to some degree, in terms of their use of single-use plastics. Is bad. And they gotta do something about it. Trash-a-lanche? Yes, indeed, Bob. You just missed one of your fellow MR mods. NR Gray was here 2 seconds ago. Look at you up in the middle of the night, Bob. Alright, moving on from the trash-a-lanche in Philippines to the horrifying brush fires happening in Australia. Right now it's Australian summer and things are incredibly hot. SBS News here from 3 days ago.
A morning spent hard at work, racing to beat the brunt of a summer heat wave. Oppressive conditions are already being felt nationwide.
It's pretty tough. We did a 4 a.m. start today, try and beat a bit of the heat, but you know, this job's only 6 days, so we've got to just push through. But in a couple of hours, we'll go have a beer and won't be too bad.
Workers on the job quickly faced by sweltering temperatures. Melbourne hit 37 degrees by midday. Getting off to an early start also on the mind of eager exercisers. The thermometer pushing past 40 degrees into the afternoon across much of Victoria.
I've got my water, so I'm rehydrating. I'm visiting from the UK, and would you believe it's -7 where I live at the moment over there?
Well, it was 115 degrees Fahrenheit, 45 degrees Celsius here in the area. And unfortunately, massive wildfires, brush fires, I guess as they call them here, are currently happening, have been happening over the last couple of days. Here's 7 News Australia from Friday.
Australians are bracing for this wild weather. It is our top story this morning. Weather events at both ends of the country. A severe heat wave fueling out-of-control bushfires in Victoria. Firstly, dozens of towns are under evacuation orders already, with forecasts for a day of danger not seen since the Black Summer of 2019, and we know how scary that is to hear.
Yeah, and meantime, in Queensland, severe weather is on its way, threatening to unleash further flooding. There is now nearly a 50% chance of a cyclone forming off the state's far north coast.
So let's go live now to our reporters. First to Andrew McCormack, who's in Seymour at the heart of this fire disaster. Macca, fire chiefs warn of unsurvivable conditions there.
That's right, Eddie. There's a bit of a sense of calm, to be honest, at the moment. Conditions quite still, but that won't last very long at all. Winds of up to 90 to 100 km/h gusts expected today as this northerly kicks up again. Temperatures in the 40s as well.
And here it is again. What were we just talking about like 2 seconds ago? With relation to the, the recap of the LA fires. High winds, heat, low humidity, low amounts of rainfall. Triumvirate of terrible. And these wildfires have grown super quick. I'll let him go a little bit further. They're massive at this point. I think hundreds of thousands of hectares already. I think it's nearly at like 1 million acres at this point for us Freedom
and
Units
that has
users.
forced a catastrophic fire rating for multiple parts of Victoria. The first time we've seen that since 2019. So the North Central, Northern Country, Wimmera and Southwest districts all under that catastrophic rating, which means if you are in those areas in red, please leave if you can and you've got somewhere else to go. At the moment, there are 2 main areas of concern with these 2 main bushfires out of control. One in the Longwood area, which is near where I am. I'm in Seymour, just to the west of that blaze, but also up in Mount Lawson, in that state park up in the state's northeast. And as of last night, around 11:30, in that area, residents in Corryong, just next to Mount Lawson.
Oh my God! Can you see the fire tornadoes?
As of last night, around 11:30, in that area.
The winds are definitely high. You don't see that sort of thing unless it's windy.
Just next to Mount Lawson, told to prepare to leave. So Longwood, which is where I am near in this fire in the state's central area, has impacted property. People have lost their homes. There's around 90 people here at the evacuation centre here at Seymour. Most of those are from that area. It has forced thousands.
Look at all the kangaroos running away. Oh my God, they're so cute. Feel so bad for them. Thankfully, they're fast movers. Hopefully, they stay safe. Their homes are being completely decimated right now. All right, well, yeah, we're going to go through some of the updates to this story. It just gets worse and worse, I'm not going to lie. Sky News next, 2 days ago.
Senior meteorologist Rob Sharp, no laughing matter
in regards to the fire threat in the southeast?
No, not at all. It's a very concerning day. Easily the worst fire threat we've had across our country since the Black Summer bushfires, which raged across parts of Victoria and New South Wales. This is the scene we had yesterday. This is a thunderstorm billowing out over the top of the fire ground on the border of Victoria and New South Wales yesterday, that Wolwer fire, and that allowed that to escalate to more than 9,000.
Look at the size of that cloud. I mean, it's not really, I mean, it's a smoke cloud, but like, I mean, it almost looks like a massive storm coming in. It's just ash. It's a giant cloud of ash. It's horrifying. And the way that like the horizon like sort of amplifies the effect, like it really sort of like puts it into perspective just how big it is, with these like hills off in the distance being dwarfed by this gigantic fucking cloud. It's disturbing.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
1,000 hectares in size, but today's weather looks even worse than what we saw yesterday.
Even worse, you say? That's good.
Awful.
That's good. All right, here is 7 News Australia once again.
It was coming down the hill and it was blowing a gale and it just went mental. It started at the front of my place and I was at the front and next minute at the back started and then it was just chaos.
When did you realise that Ellie's house was really in trouble there?
Yeah, not till about 5 because I seen the smoke coming from the roof. So we raced over there and it was just burning from the inside out with a steel roof and it just went and just burnt to the ground.
Nothing like obviously there's no hose, there's nothing you can do, but you just almost got to just stand there and watch.
There was no town water left, so there was no water working. There was nothing. You couldn't do a thing.
She'd gone?
Yeah, she'd gone. About 12 o'clock she'd gone.
Did you have to ring her and tell her?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
How was that conversation?
It was a bit heartbreaking, but she took it all in stride and said, it doesn't matter, we're all insured. Yeah, so she was happy with that.
But she wanted to know specifically if something had survived?
She had 2 donkeys in the driveway, and she said, are they okay? They're still alive? So, yeah, the sheep are fine, and so are the donkeys, and that's all she was concerned about.
I do suppose these sorts of tragic, disastrous moments cause us to, get perspective in life. Concern for only the most important things, the animals, people. Dark Sparkle. Speaking of animals, feeding the puppies. Thank you. The puppy. Continuing on, this was the next day. This is yesterday. 7 News Australia once again. Victorian bushfire crisis destroys homes and school.
Good evening. A bushfire crisis is unfolding on our southern border tonight. Properties have been destroyed and lives are feared lost. This is the fire situation in Victoria right now. Emergency warnings to evacuate are covering almost half the state. The worst blaze has ravaged the towns of Longwood and Ruffy. Homes there and even a school have been levelled, and as our firefighters head south to help, there's real concern we could be next.
Surrounded by flames.
Not looking good. Just got in here and it's turned. A flame just in front of us.
This has got to be the most...
Looking good.
Surrounded by...
This has got to be the most, ill-equipped fucking fire vehicle I've ever seen. This thing is... In these winds, this thing is not prepared to handle this situation at all. The pickup truck mounted water pump, not gonna do it. Not gonna do it in this situation, I'm afraid. Not to mock their valiant efforts here, but just being realistic, really not gonna cut it.
flames.
Not looking good. Just got in here and it's turned. A flame just in front of us.
And they're spreading.
1 minute it was good, next minute not.
Thick and fast.
Uncontrollable, unpredictable, and will be very fast moving.
This farmer on the back of a ute, hose in hand, doing what he can to protect his property. For others, it was too late.
These are difficult times. Homes have already been lost.
Ali McIver.
Well, yes, I take it back. I guess some people's ute-based fire suppression methods did work. I guess it was a case-by-case
Got out
basis.
with minutes to spare.
I ran away with no clothes, no shoes.
God.
Very stupid. I've got a...
This is horrifying. Half of the state of Victoria? That's a huge landmass. Half of the state is under evacuation order? That's insane. This is a horrifying tragedy in the making right now. Ay, ay, ay.
Full of things, but you just get away fast and don't think of it.
There are 50 fires burning across the state, 2 of them extremely dangerous, threatening dozens of towns in central and northeastern Victoria.
Today represents one of the most dangerous fire days that this state has experienced in years.
In Malakuta, on the state's south coast, lightning started a blaze, a new scare for a town hit hard in Black Summer. 5 years on, locals fearing a repeat.
It is a beast. Do not try and outrun it. Do not try and dictate it. Don't try and predict it because it will beat you every day of the week.
The conditions catastrophic.
Upwards of 46-degree temperatures, but it's those hot northwesterly, potentially damaging winds.
The battle from the ground and air is now 700 firefighters strong, 100 of them deployed from New South Wales, but the destruction is far-reaching. A school burnt to the ground, at least 20 homes lost, 2 adults and a child unaccounted for.
Ah, Jesus. The fire has just been continuing on for the last 24 hours, unfortunately, in Victoria. Nearly unabated. This is more aerial footage of these fires. This is from the AP. You can see just the vast swath of territory that this is, in fact, affecting. And you can see the fire vehicles attempting to do what they can from far above. Just look at it. It's just massive. Entire mountains, it seems like, just covered in ash. Smoldering. There's that guy trying to put it out. This is...
Thanks for your company on
Back to 7 News Australia.
We begin with our breaking news this morning. Victoria is facing a bushfire emergency of extraordinary scale. The Premier has declared a state of disaster as fast-moving fires continue to tear through bushland. 3 people are missing near Longwood as dozens of towns remain under serious threat.
The state's fire crisis fuelled by a blistering heat wave, though there is some relief.
What is this? What is this ridiculous discussion? Only motherfuckers forget about Dre. Credentialism is almost a strike. Are you referring to the fact that Dr. Dre is a doctor, and so that the only reason people respect him is because of his credentials as a doctor?
This
is ridiculous. You're saying silly things right now.
With temperatures expected to ease at a critical time for firefighters in some parts of the state.
Let's go live this morning to our reporters in Victoria. First to Andrew McCormack in Seymour. Macca, properties there have been destroyed.
That's right. This Longwood blaze, which we are at the western side of, is by far the biggest, but there are a number of fresh blazes that picked up yesterday in what were absolutely horrific conditions, and they are stretching fire crews to the absolute limit. And as a result, in the early hours of this morning, our Premier Jacinta Allen declared a state of disaster for much of Victoria. 18 local government areas now fall under that, and you can see them listed here. There's also one alpine resort region. That gives state authorities and emergency services extra powers to be able to move people out of those areas if they are facing a life-endangering scenario. Here.
Alpine Shire, Ararat Rural City, Colac Otway Shire, Corangamite Shire. Is everything called Shire? Wait, is this? I'm just realizing something right now. Australia, do you call all of your towns shires? Is that a thing? Are we living in the Lord of the Rings? Horsham Shire, or Horsham City. Okay, Horsham City. Golden Shire, Lake Mountain Resort, Mansfield Shire, Mitchell Shire, Moira Shire, Mount Alexander Shire. What is going on here? Pyrenees Shire. All right, Australia. I did not realize that you were using the word shire rather than town. I assume town because I see the word city in there. I'm just doing the math here. And yes, seems like town is the thing. I mean, I guess that means... was that from a particular language? Like, what... In my mind, this is just like Tolkien shit. Shire, actual word in English. Worcestershire, yeah, but that's sauce, okay? Don't try and confuse me with your sauce-based facts.
As a consequence of the impacts of the fires yesterday, we anticipate that as at this morning there is well over 300,000 hectares of land has been burnt out, and that as at this morning too there's around 38,000 households and businesses that continue to be without power, and around 1,000 of those households are for people who are power dependent. We are seeing these fires continue to be widespread and fast moving. They also have the potential to be devastating.
Let's go to Victoria now and live to Amber Johnson, who's at a relief centre in Seymour, which is just 90 minutes north of Melbourne. Amber, the threat in Victoria is far from over.
Good morning, guys. Victoria is certainly not out of the woods just yet. We are at a relief centre that has just been set up at the Aquatic Centre here, and the emotion down here today is utter exhaustion. Almost everyone down here has made the incredibly difficult decision to leave their homes, and many more have found out that their homes have been destroyed. So as you can imagine, it's been an incredibly difficult 24 hours. So far, 300,000 hectares of land has been burnt right across Victoria, and to put that into perspective, that is equivalent to a third of the greater Melbourne area. So a third
I just want to hear that number one
has
more
been
time.
burnt hours. So far, 300,000 hectares of land has been burnt.
Yeah, so 300,000 hectares of land, I believe, if I'm doing the math right, is like 750,000 acres, once again, in freedom units. Because I believe it's like 2.5 acres to the hectare. So, so that's 750,000 acres burned. It is disturbing. It's such a massive amount.
right across Victoria, and to put that into perspective, that is equivalent to a third of the greater Melbourne area. So a third lost there. 115 structures have been destroyed. That includes dozens of homes, and many of those homes belong to volunteer firefighters who've been out there on the fire front, some of them spending almost 30 hours out there with no breaks, protecting other people's properties, all while their homes were burning. So the conditions are a whole lot calmer, a whole lot cooler today, but there are still 10 fire fronts at this stage, and they are expected to burn for weeks and weeks. I checked not too long ago, and there's still a number of emergency warnings in place right across.
This is fucking horrifying. Because of the winds, this fire is just traveling so fast. It's growing so fast, unimpeded almost. It's just in no time. Not long. You know, there's been I think there's been a couple of brush fires in New South Wales, but in terms of Victoria, I think these fires in particular only popped up over the last week. And for it to turn into nearly a 1 million acre fire in that time is fucking insane. It's fucking insane. Hectares? I believe it's spelled hectares. Hectare. Hectare.
Victoria, whether it's in the southwest, in the central part of the state, which is where we are now, or to the east. And some of those emergency warnings are at a point where people have been told that it is too late to leave. That's for towns such as Alexandra. They've been told that it is too dangerous to leave if they have not already done so. So they must take shelter today because homes and lives are still at risk. So still a developing situation out here today, and we'll keep you updated throughout the morning.
Let's turn to the
Okay, thank you, Today Australia. That's the last update we have on that situation. I'm just realizing, I think 9 News Australia is an ABC affiliate. Today Show? Are they an ABC affiliate? It's the same exact... Am I wrong? Is this not the same exact branding? Hold on. It is not. It is not an ABC. Really? Really? Huh. This is really weird. It's really, really weird. Hold on. They all steal from each other, you say. I mean, it kind of, I guess you're right, probably. I'm trying to find one with the Today Show chevrons. I'm trying to find a picture. I can't find one. But I feel like they look exactly the same. I watch enough news, in my mind, it's just are they not the exact same? Doesn't matter. Not important. Not important. All right, let's keep this thing going. We still got much to do. And the 5th half is not yet over. Well, we're done with the weather portion of the climate half. Now, let's go to PhD having climate scientist Climate Adam to talk about the future, 2026, and whether or not it will be the hottest year
that's hot
recorded.
The world is reaching staggering temperatures and on the brink of passing the pivotal 1.5 degree threshold. And across the globe, we're feeling the heat as it bears down on us in disasters from heat waves to wildfires to hurricanes. So as 2026 dawns, not with glimmers of daybreak, but with the sting of military strikes, climate scientists are already asking, what might be in store for us this year? I'm Adam, I have a PhD in atmospheric physics, and I'm here to help you make sense of the changing planet.
Yay! Thank God, we needed somebody to help us make sense of our changing planet. I'm gonna let Climate Adam take it from here for a moment. I gotta hit the galactic bathroom. I'll be right back.
Immediately, if not sooner.
So sorry. I think he's got this.
Share. And today I want to talk about whether 2026 will be the hottest year we've ever recorded. For those of you suffering from brain rot, the answer is possibly, but probably not. But for those of you whose attentions are still spanning, keep watching to find out how we know what we know and why the biggest questions for our planet and for us have just as much to do with the political climate as the planetary. Now, on one level, maybe it seems like, of course 2026 will be the hottest year. After all, the globe is getting warmer, something I wish there was a catchy name for. And yeah, look at the yearly temperature record and you can clearly see temperature go up. But that overall warming picture isn't smooth. There are wiggles too, which means that not every single year is a record breaker. So it's like you're hiking up a mountain. Not every single step is gonna be upwards. There might be some mini dips on the way up. And just a reminder, the mountain of global temperatures is one we really want to stop climbing as quickly as possible. Okay, so what's the latest on our trek? Well, last year involved a mini dip. At the time I'm recording, the official results are still being calculated by weather and climate centers around the world. But we know that 2025 will end up being either the second or third hottest year we've ever recorded. This means in the 150 years or so since we've actually got direct records, but also likely since before the last ice age. So that means since over 100,000 years. Oh, and the actual hottest year in all this time wasn't decades or centuries ago, it was 2024. The fact that last year wasn't the hottest recorded isn't some sign heating had stopped, it's actually what scientists were predicting. As I shared this time last year, 2025's temperature will probably not be a record breaker. But the UK's Met Office is still predicting 2025 will be one of the 3 hottest years since records began. And if you don't want to miss the prediction for 2027, go ahead and subscribe. And while you're clicking on things, a like and a comment help the algorithm teach more people about our climate. So if 2025 wasn't a record breaker, does that mean it wasn't so dangerous? Sadly not, because it was still scorching hot, and we felt this across the globe. We've seen extreme weather from heat to drought to storms, wiping out crops, homes, and lives. For the people who lost everything to tropical storms or loved ones to extreme heat, the fact that 2025 wasn't a record breaker is hardly much consolation. And we've got to be clear, the world is sweltering right now. Together, the last 3 years averaged at over 1.5 degrees Celsius hotter than the baseline. 1.5 degrees of heating is the more ambitious limit the world has agreed to try to keep us relatively safe. Does that mean we've passed the 1.5 degree limit now? That it's game over? Actually, no and no. We haven't passed the limit yet, since that's based on the longer term average, which is at more like 1.4 degrees at the moment. And passing this limit doesn't mean game over. As we've seen, some people's lives are destroyed before 1.5, and some people will still be making record profits after. Every fraction of a degree we can avoid will save lives before and after 1.5. But however you chalk it up, the fact we're flirting with the 1.5 degree limit can hardly be good. It certainly is not. It's a huge failure of international climate policy and, frankly, a pretty bad omen of what's to come. Okay, but let's get back to predictions for the year ahead. I mean, yeah, how does that even work? The year's only just begun and I can barely trust the weather forecast a week or two in advance. Well, predicting the weather at a specific place at a specific time can be super tricky due to all the chaotic fluctuations. That's also why I'll almost certainly get comments saying, if global warming is real, how come I'm so cold right now in my bed? A question I always answer with another question.
Winter
What's
is
the
coming.
first word in global warming? Climate and weather are very different but overlapping things. Climate describes the broad patterns which are far more predictable, which makes forecasting the temperature of the whole planet for the whole year a lot more doable. You see, we know a lot of the things that control global temperature, the makeup of the atmosphere and how we're changing it.
Yes, exactly, everyone. For anybody who was here who was confused about this concept. But global warming refers to the whole planet, averaged out over time. Right? And when we talk about 1.5 degrees Celsius or whatever, in terms of warming, we're talking about the whole planet, averaged out over a particular time period.
Through all those greenhouse gases like CO2 and air pollution particles we're churning out. On top of that, there's the overall state of the atmosphere, ocean, and sun. This crucially includes a natural fluctuation in the ocean called the El Nino oscillation. Some years this adds to the heating, other years it cools things down slightly. And that's one of the major reasons for the year-on-year wibbles we see in the temperature record. Now, taking all of this into account, climate scientists at the UK's Met Office can estimate what the coming year's gonna look like. And as I've mentioned, they did a really good job for last year, accurately predicting it'd be one of the hottest years on record, but unlikely to be the hottest. And this year, the prediction looks pretty similar. It'll likely be in the top 4 hottest we've seen, with a chance it'll be a record breaker. This means we can expect more of the same. And by more of the same, I mean more record-breaking temperatures, disasters, and destruction. Because
I wish we could get Joe Rogan to think like this. I don't mean to be able to do the kind of science that somebody like Adam here, who's an actual like climate scientist, to do, but I'm saying is like just to think like this, to be able to, you know, like see the bigger picture on things, and you know, not rush to just stupid conclusions, right? Like where we saw Joe Rogan last year, not even reading past the headline of a story, and seemingly not even reading the whole headline, like just like so little critical thinking. These people are like just incapable of some of the stuff that I feel like is so needed in this moment. And honestly, at one point I thought that Joe Rogan was capable of this. I'm not even gonna lie. There was a time long ago, like well over like 10 years ago now, where like I was, you know, sometimes I would listen to Joe Rogan. I thought he had like an interesting podcast, and I thought he had brought on some like interesting people. And then of course it went down the horrifying spiral to where it is now today. But like, it's just so disappointing that one of the biggest internet creators, like I think about him. When I think about climate change, I think about him a lot. 'Cause I feel like a lot of like disinformation comes out of that show now. And it's bad. I think he's a
year for the planet as a whole doesn't break records. The high heat means that the local consequences still will in many places. But surely climate scientists can't predict everything. Of course we can't. Firstly, there's a range of estimates scientists provide based on the thing.
And you know, the reason why I bring up that is because like you get like statistics like, oh, it was colder this year than it was last year type of headlines, and people like that run with it. You know? Right-wing idiots they hear, it's colder than it was last year. Global warming must not exist. It's also one of the reasons why we've changed the terminology from global warming to climate change. But the globe is, in fact, warming. People are just too stupid to understand the oscillating nature of it all. Things like El Nino and El Nina, or La Nina. But anyway. It will probably not, like Adam said, be the hottest year on record, but probably in the top 4 hottest years ever. Because we are still heading up at a disturbing trajectory. And we should not allow, anything to slow us down on trying to solve this situation. That is my opinion. Wow, Twitch is beating YouTube on views right now. More people over on Twitch than YouTube. Crazy. That does not happen that much, but it happens sometimes. It's good to see Twitch continuing to compete, even with us back on YouTube. I was worried a little bit. But I feel it necessary for us to stay streaming to Twitch and to continue growing there, especially after losing the YouTube for 3 months. I feel like more precarious than ever. Even though, you know what I mean? Like I just don't want to, feel like I have all of my fish in one basket. Oh, with the follow over on Twitch, Skit Kits. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. All right. What about feeding the world without creating a global catastrophe? Seems like a good idea. But if you're on both, that's totally fine, and I support you. They're different experiences. I can't express this enough to the space fams listening to this, the 50 or so space fams listening to this right now. The experiences on YouTube and Twitch are different. You get different benefits there. Your subscription on Twitch grants you emotes that don't exist on YouTube and vice versa. Right? If you subscribe on Twitch, no ads. YouTube, a membership doesn't do anything for your ads. Right, but it does give you some secret content as well. It doesn't exist on Twitch in the archives, the YouTube archives. What else is up in there? I mean, you also, unlike YouTube, Twitch people earn points, right? Galactic credits, space bucks. Space bucks that can be used to redeem cool things. So, it's like it's almost like you want to watch both if you have 2 devices type of thing. It's just me. I might be biased. Just saying. Like that, see? Leica treats. You can feed Leica treats. You can feed the space puppy on Twitch only. Thank you, Dark Sparkle, for the the live demonstration.
So hot right now.
So hot right now. All right, let's go to space. Let's go to space where some sort of strange situation is going on. Strange situation that is leading astronauts on the International Space Station to come back to Earth.
What you talking about?
Yeah, suddenly, unexpectedly. A medical evacuation from the International Space Station is happening. What happened? Is this a space virus, space bacteria? Unclear. Let's go here to Forbes breaking news from 13 hours ago. NASA and SpaceX will make a historic son of a bitch. Historic son of a bitch. I forgot about this. I hate this. I hate when they, like, Forbes breaking news does the worst, like, the worst timed, some of the worst timed, like, it's very difficult to read. So I'm going to mute this. I'm going to put different music on. This one, I guess, will be good. No, actually, it's not epic enough. It's not epic enough. It's too, I guess. I guess I'll just lower the volume here and I'll play this one. I can just turn it on. Doc. Okay, hold on. We're going back to the office for a second. Sorry. Sorry, chat. Sorry. False alarm. Alright, lowering the playback speed. That's probably good. And all right. Let's do it. Space time. NASA and SpaceX will make historic medical evacuation of astronauts from the space station. A NASA and SpaceX mission that began in August will end early due to an unspecified medical concern, prompting somehow a U.S. Sorry. An abrupt return to Earth this week for the Crew 11, currently aboard the International Space Station after a medical event with one of the crew members caused a spacewalk scheduled for January 8th to be postponed. Officials said the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft, one of the reusable spacecraft developed by billionaire Elon Musk's company, will undock from the ISS by 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time Wednesday. Coverage of the spacecraft's return to Earth will begin at 2:15 Eastern Standard Time on Thursday, and splashdown is expected off the coast. Off of the coast of California at 3:40 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, followed by a press conference scheduled for 5:35 a.m. While officials said the astronaut, who has not been named, is stable, they will require medical attention that is unable to be performed on the ISS, J.D. Polk, NASA Chief Health and Medical Officer, said during a press conference. The decision marks the first time a NASA mission has ended early because of a medical issue involving a crew member, according to retired astronaut Chris Hadfield, who said in comments on social media, the ISS will now be manned by 3 resident astronauts, 2 from NASA, and goddammit, these things are so fast, I hate you. Be manned by 3 resident astronauts, 2 from NASA, and a 3rd from the Russian space agency Roscosmos. We have a very robust suite of medical hardware on board the ISS, but we don't have the complete amount of hardware that I would have in the emergency department, for example, to complete a workup of a patient, Polk said in the news conference. And in this particular incident, we would like to complete the workup, and in the best way to complete that workup is on the ground. Crew 11 includes NASA astronauts Zena Gardman, Mike Fink, JAXA astronaut Kimia Yui and Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Platonov, who launched August 1st, 2025, and were originally expected back on Earth in February. NASA said the crew's objective was, quote, to perform research, technology demonstrations, and maintenance activities aboard. There you have it. Unfortunate end to these astronauts. Space trip here. Yeah, research cut short. Other things halted due to this sudden return of astronauts. These things are, of course, planned out many, many, many months in advance. And a sudden retrieval of astronauts is very unusual. Like they said, historic. This is, I guess, the first time it's ever happened. It must be pretty serious because these guys, they spent, not only are these things planned many, 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 many months in advance, these guys and gals aboard the space station spend many, many years of their lives preparing for these you know, these missions. So, you know, having to come to Earth 1 second too soon is devastating, I think, for most of them. Which is why I'm making jokes about what is it? Is it some sort of space virus? What the hell is cause? What the hell is leading them to leave early by like over a month? They were supposed to come back in February, and it's only the 11th of January. Can I slow the vid down to 69% speed? Jokes. People on Twitch got jokes. All right, let's see. What next? Actually, considering the timing of the end of that video, we're 7.5 hours in, which means the fifth half is basically done. We're like 5 minutes early. I just think it's the perfect time to pause because that's the one piece of space news that I have for all of you. Next is the global politics, global issues half portion of the stream. Whatever. I gotta distinguish between, because no longer, the fact is, I started calling things the US half, the environmental half, and the Earth half, the global half, because we used to do like a 6-hour stream, right? And they used to be 2 8 hours each, but now we do like an 8 to 12 hour stream. And now it just doesn't make sense. I'm fine with continuing to call each hour and a half portion a half. I can live with that. We can have as many halves as we want. I have no qualms with that. We have to call these sections different, something new. I'll come up with something. Or if anybody in chat's got ideas, I'm open to it. Totally pedantic, but segment would be a better word than half. Right, yeah, segment probably good. Right, but like, we're going to use half. We're going to continue. I'm sorry. We're going to call them halves. Each time that we take a break, that's a half. But when we go between the topics, right? When we go from the U.S. politics over to the environmental news and weather portion, I want to call that something other than halves. But for the longest time, they've been interchangeable, and so we need a different word for each. Do you see what I'm saying here? Because oftentimes, right, like the U.S. portion, the segment half, the U.S. half often takes multiple halves. Often takes 4 6 hours, sometimes longer. So we just need some kind of distinction in language here.
Please.
Precision of language, please. Tom Cruise's wife is right. What's her name again? Are they still married? I can't think of her name. Why can't I think of her name? You know, Dawson Cruise girl. Oh God. I should know this. Just it's evaded me. All right, quick break, everybody. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Okay. Hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by... Hold on. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Sorry, I needed hydration. What was I saying? Yes, all right, everybody. Please do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. That's right. Viewers of the Galactic Stream help keep us alive with their contributions. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Things like super chats and super stickers and memberships. Gifted memberships on YouTube. Got bits and subs and gifted subs. Prime subs over on Twitch. We got Cash App and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than to Google and or Amazon. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits... Wait, hold up. 1 second. Almost forgot. We have a new addition to our offerings on donations. Now you can buy physical items for me. Help keep the show alive. Things like tea to keep me hydrated during the show. And I'm going to try and keep it updated as much as possible with things that I need to keep the show running. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron, where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits for your dollars. Katie Holmes, thank you. Sasha, Katie, Joshua, both of you, thank you. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I'll be right back. All right, everybody. That sound, that beeping in your ears, was of course intended to alert you to the fact that the intermission is coming to an end. It's like when at the theater they lower the lights and turn them back on. It's a sign intended to alert you to the fact that your butt should be getting back in the seats immediately, if not sooner. Otherwise, you might miss what's to come next. Okay, Space Fams, it's time once again for this stream to get going as the 6th half. It's about to begin. It is all happening, people. Thankfully, we have no concerns about getting all of the galactic content tonight. We completed the goal long ago. Thanks to Space Fams like you. This galactic content is brought to you by Space Fams like you. Alright. To the Earth News geopolitics portion of the stream. Getting started. The take of one Mike Johnson. A take on what, you might be asking yourselves? Well, what have we been talking about at the beginnings of the Earth News portion of the Galactic Streams? Well, of course, it's been Venezuela over and over again. The Caribbean has been under siege by America. Let's see what Mike Johnson had to say about the U.S. invasion of Venezuela, among other things, during this little press conference here held by House Ghouls. House GOP. Whoopsies.
Huge, tiny mistake.
Why? Because Republicans take our responsibility seriously. Yeah, go ahead.
When President Trump has talked about military action in Greenland, you said that there didn't need to be military notification or that this wasn't a war act in Venezuela. If there is military action in Greenland, would Congress need authorization? And also, would Congress need authorization for control, need to have power of the purse for control of oil in Venezuela?
Okay, let me address them in turn. We're not at war with Greenland. We have no intention of being it. We have no reason to be at war with Greenland, okay? Everybody knows there's geopolitical and strategic importance of that landmass, and that's what everybody...
And everyone also knows that the United States already has an air base on Greenland because they're our ally. So invading them, or I don't know, using inflammatory language with regards our allies' territory might actually make that situation worse.
By the way, this is not just President Trump. I think this goes back to Truman. Like,
nobody was saying this. You have to go all the way back to Truman to find somebody talking about taking Greenland. Okay? You have to go back like 100 years at this point. All right, not quite, but a long-ass fucking time ago to find somebody talking about taking Greenland.
many presidents have acknowledged the strategic placement of Greenland and how important that could be to our country. And the president's talked about that, rare earth minerals and other things. They're talking about diplomatic channels for this, okay? There's lots been said about it, but I know this personally because I talked to the governor of my state a couple of days ago, Jeff Landry, who has been appointed to be our person there, our individual who would go and help with these negotiations. All this stuff about military action and all that, I don't think it's I don't.
All right, shut up. Hold on, Mike. We're here for Venezuela, not Greenland. Although it's illuminating the way that you seem to be thinking about it. Where does he start talking about the Venezuela thing?
To Venezuela, we have to see what plays out. I went to the Gang of Eight briefing. It was very detailed, as even the Democrats who are grumbling about some of this, who were in that briefing, will attest. They have said as much. It was military precision. Our armed forces do an extraordinary job. General Kane is an extraordinary leader for the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Another reason you should sleep well at night. Secretary Hegseth, great job at Defense, at Department of War. Sorry, Department of War doing all this. And Secretary Rubio was there. Attorney General Bondi, CIA Director Ratcliffe. I mean, we had everybody. And they went through the details and they explained the rationale and why everything happened as it did. I don't think anybody could have any complaint or question about that. And I expect they're going to give almost that same level of information in a larger auditorium. And I think members of Congress are going to understand this fully. What happens next? There are plans and procedures in place, but it's impossible to know exactly how it's all going to play out. We have to see how that works. I trust the people who are in charge of this. I'm told, and the president has mentioned, and Secretary Rubio has mentioned, that our American oil companies will be involved in getting that infrastructure back up, and that will have a lot to do with how all this sorts out. But we don't know the details of that yet, and I certainly don't. The House has not been apprised of it because I think it is in the works right now. This has just happened. This is a seismic development. This just happened.
It just happened.
Some of this is
Yeah, and why is it, Mike? Here's a question. It's a fascinating thought. I've just come across my thick noggin over here. Why is it that you're just finding out about all of this, Mike? This was 4 days ago. No, actually, this was the 7th. Technically, Mike Johnson talking about all this. Why was it that Mike Johnson was just starting to get a grip on all this situation? He's a member of Congress. He's the leader of House Republicans. Why is it that he's only finding out about this 4 days ago? Oh, that's right. Because the president went around Congress and did an act of war. Actually, a legal act of war, among other things, without asking Congress about it. That's right. He completely did a end run around you guys, ignored your constitutional authority, and you're fine with it, aren't you, Mike? You love it. You think it's great, even though there's only a concept of a plan. It's like we have a concept of a plan, and Mike Johnson, he's on board with it. Just the concept of a plan seems good to Mike. This stupid motherfucker.
It is not a regime change. I want to emphasize that. It is a change of the actions of the regime. As you know, they have an interim president now, and so we're not boots on the ground. We're not occupying Venezuela. We haven't declared war on Venezuela. We went to get a criminal who had been indicted in a U.S. court under our due process, and we're going to bring them to justice on American soil. We should applaud that. It's going to stop the killing of millions of people. Yeah.
It is really funny. It is a really funny joke. It's a really funny joke from Mike.
Give me a joke.
I love that joke. I love that joke from Mike. It's very funny. Oh, Mike, tell me another funny joke, Mike. He's such a comedian. Oh, due process. We kidnapped the guy in the middle of the night. The leader of a sovereign territory. In another country. In his country, in fact. There's nothing about that had due process. Are you kidding me right now? Oh my god. Yes, due process. This is due process according to Mike Johnson. That is fascinating. The concept of a plan of due process. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Meat Shield Man gets it. It's very stupid. Some very stupid stuff being said there, Mike Johnson. Also, I don't know if you caught it. He also claimed that the United States is not occupying Venezuela, which I found funny. Because I don't know how we're going to do all the things we're claiming to do without actually physically occupying Venezuela. Like, I mean, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he just means currently, but there's literally no way that we do any of the things that they've been talking about. In the wake of this, Republicans have been coming out and talking about how great this is for, like, U.S. oil companies. But there is no way that U.S. oil companies pump a single barrel of oil out of the ground without U.S. boots on the ground. At which point we will, in fact, be occupying Venezuela. So, you know. I think you might be splitting hairs a little
And we're focusing on the topic of Venezuela for our fact-checking segment tonight, Truth or Fake. We have Vendetta Bahal here in the studio with us. Vendetta, a clip is going viral on social networks claiming to show torture at the hands of Nicolas Maduro's regime. The only problem is it's actually a scene from a Netflix film. Tell us more.
That's right, Lindsay. This gruesome scene of 5 topless men being hung by their hands inside what it appears to be a prison cell. Well, it's a scene from a Netflix film from 2023. The problem is it's being shared as if it was reality, with users claiming that it shows dissidents being tortured in Venezuela under Nicolas Maduro.
Well, there you go. Footage from a fictional film being used as evidence of real crimes. Shock of shocks. Social media once again disseminating fake news. Now, let's go here. A shock of shocks. The Senate somehow located their balls and or ovaries, spines, if you will. I believe that's a gender neutral term. But they found them, they seized them, and they actually did one thing. They actually moved to restrict Donald Trump from taking further military action against Venezuela.
A what now?
On Capitol Hill today, 3 major votes testing Trump's policies and U.S. policy on big issues, including military action in Venezuela and the expired Affordable Care Act subsidies. Congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins has been covering it all from chamber to chamber at the Capitol, where she joins me now. So, Lisa, let's begin in the Senate, where we saw a rare rebuke there of the president on the issue of Venezuela. What happened?
Right. The Senate voted today to advance a bill that would essentially say the U.S. can no longer add any military troops in or around Venezuela. It would essentially ban much of what the president has said he would be doing. According to the supporters of it, it would mean no blockade, none of that. This was a vote to advance that idea into next week. And in the end, it was a dramatic vote. We didn't know if it had the votes to pass going into the chamber. It did pass thanks to 5 Republicans in the Senate who sided with Democrats. You can take a look at who those 5 Republicans are. 2 of them unexpected. Senators Josh Hawley and Todd Young.
There you go. Shock of shocks. 5 GOP Republicans voted to limit Donald Trump's actions in Venezuela. Incredible. That was big news this week. Now, all the way in Greece, people were protesting the United States' actions in Venezuela. I've got some footage from that protest here from 17 hours ago out of Forbes Breaking News. You know, I found interesting about this is, you know, yeah, they had police out here, but they had like 5 police, like 6 guys out here instead of like 600 in the United States. You know, people were just sort of freely protesting, being not attacked by the police here in Greece. Not that the police haven't done any sort of like brutality in Greece before. But, you know, just sort of a different response to this protest. Probably because it wasn't against the government of Greece. And it was just critical of the United States, I would guess, more than anything. Honestly, there's been a lot of repression of free speech. Not just in the United States, but everywhere. Seen it time and time again. Got the clips. Although our colonial empire comes home very often in all sorts of ways. It's visited upon Americans on U.S. soil. Let's go here now to Telesur English from 15 hours ago. A different country, not Greece. One right next to Venezuela. Brazil. And unlike the United States, who has canceled their aid program, USAID, last year under Donald Trump, Brazil this year under President Lula da Silva has given like 40,000 pounds of medical supplies. Dire need for medical supplies in Venezuela right now, without revenue from oil shipments in recent months. Serious shortages of medical supplies have been reported in Venezuela.
Venezuela received 40 tons of medical supplies from the Brazilian government to guarantee medical care for kidney patients following the United States aggression. Venezuelan authorities report that they received their first containers of medical supplies, including dialysis machines, catheters, and solutions for the hemodialysis program. It was specified that the shipment will replace the supplies destroyed by the U.S. bombing of hemodialysis and nephrology warehouses in the state of La Guaira. The humanitarian donation is part of a total of 300 tons that Brazil will send to Venezuela.
This is only a small fraction of what Brazil is planning to send to Venezuela of medical supplies. Huge donation, which I'm sure is greatly appreciated in Venezuela. We saw reports earlier of like people in Venezuela literally complaining about not being able to find medical supplies for basic medical needs. Walking all over the cities and towns trying to find just basic supplies. It's a fucking disaster. All completely preventable and being caused by the United States, of course. This is not like a result of an action of Venezuela's government. It's all a result of U.S. policy. Now, Venezuelans are shockingly upset and demanding the release of President Nicolas Maduro and First Lady Flores.
The Venezuelan people remain on the streets for the 7th consecutive day, demanding the release of President Nicolas Maduro and First Combatant Cilia Flores, who remain held hostage by the U.S. administration. Leaders of the United Socialist Party of Venezuela mobilized in protest against the aggressions of Donald Trump's administration. During the Great March of Social Movement, citizens raised their voices for the safe return of Venezuelan leaders kidnapped by the U.S. empire. The people remain firm and continue their fight for truth and justice after being illegally attacked on January 3rd, 2026.
Illegal.
It was illegal. That's true. Very true. Thank you, Telesur, with the clips. Now, let's go here. As we were just talking about moments ago, if the United States, if oil companies, U.S. oil companies, are to extract any oil from the ground of Venezuela, which I would point out is Venezuelan, all of the oil in the ground, no matter what Donald Trump says, is Venezuelan. It's not American oil. We're stealing it. We're stealing it, okay? Like, nobody asked us to do this. This is unwanted theft. Okay, this is unwanted seizure of somebody else's shit. And it's going to require boots on the ground. There is no way to make this theft of Venezuelan property happen. No way to make this happen without U.S. boots on the ground. Armed, without armed troops escorting all of these oil workers around. There's going to be problems. It's going to be problems, okay? I'm sure you can imagine what some of those problems might be. Violence. I mean, sure. I don't know. Maybe some people get taken hostage. Get like oil executives just running around Venezuela unguarded. Who knows? Who knows what'll happen? I mean, people aren't exactly thrilled with what's going on right now. If we weren't friends with Venezuela before, we're certainly not more friends now that we've invaded their country and stolen their president. And even the executives of oil companies seem somewhat skeptical about the prospects of this whole situation, considering how much effort, money, time would have to be put into all of this.
President Trump is continuing his quest to get American energy companies to invest in Venezuela's oil infrastructure. Now, yesterday, the president met with executives from more than a dozen oil and gas companies at the White House to discuss his plans and push for their commitment. Now, the meeting happened less than a week after the U.S. captured Venezuela.
I love how Donald Trump said he was going to get rid of the swamp and then filled the White House with the very swamp. This is the swamp. These people are the goddamn swamp. These 12, it's actually more than 12 companies. This is like, how many is it? It's like 16 companies, isn't it? 3, 6, 9, 13. It's like 17 companies. This is the goddamn swamp. Halliburton, Chevron, ConocoPhillips, Shell, ExxonMobil, Marathon. These people, this is the goddamn, this is the goddamn swamp. Okay? These are the people that are turning the United States into a swamp in places that were not swamp before because of climate change.
And push for their commitment. Now, the meeting happened less than a week after the U.S. captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro in a daring raid on his residence. Willie James Inman, is in West Palm Beach with Florida with more on yesterday's meeting and the initial reactions. Willie, good morning.
Kelly, good morning to you. President Trump is pushing those oil companies to invest $100 billion in Venezuela's oil infrastructure. This comes as U.S. forces take control of another oil tanker.
On Friday, the Trump administration seized what is believed to be a fifth oil tanker linked to Venezuela. It's the third interception this week alone.
They did another one. You're just, we are out of control. It's out of control. Hold on, I just gotta scoop ahead. Is this where they say it? Oh, yeah, pretty much. This is good enough.
On Friday, the president promised American oil executives that Venezuela was ready for investment.
We're taking back what was taken from us. They took our oil industry. We built that entire oil industry.
But not every company is fully on board, with some expressing concern about Venezuelan regulations and security needs for personnel.
If we look at the legal and commercial constructs and frameworks in place today in Venezuela, today it's uninvestable. And so significant changes have to be made to those commercial frameworks.
President Trump promised the U.S. would work with the Venezuelan regime to provide security.
Well, we're going to work with the Venezuelan.
Well, there we go. This might be the first time I've ever agreed with an oil executive on this stream. You might want to, take note of it, because it probably won't ever happen again. But there you go. That oil executive just said something that actually made sense. The the current factors on the ground make this whole situation very much just not feasible. On top of that, Venezuelan crude is more expensive, technically, to process than other kinds of oil that's currently being taken out of the ground in the United States. So you're basically the prospect. You're giving these oil executives the prospect to take oil out of the ground that is more costly to refine than the oil that they are currently extracting in the United States, doing it in a different country with a hostile political environment. It's just all terrible. Also, malaria. I'm fairly certain malaria exists in the jungles of Venezuela, if I'm not mistaken, among other things. Yeah. All right, let's go to Energy Secretary Chris Wright. See what this moron had to say over here. This stupid fucking guy.
Hello. How is everyone?
Good.
Staying warm?
Yeah. Good.
All right.
A couple questions for you. Can you tell us anything about the actual firm commitments that you got today, if any, from these oil and gas companies?
Tremendous interest. Remember that the United States moves in Venezuela were less than a week ago. We did have one specific pledge today, which was from Chevron, who's been in Venezuela for a long time. They're the largest producer in Venezuela today, so they're massively important. And they said with the actions that were taken and some additional things we can do for them, which is just permissions, approvals, no money, no guarantees, no nothing, just approvals.
Just approvals of troops on the ground, and then we're good to go. Unacceptable, Chris. It's a stupid plan. You fucking moron. He's like, look, they're not asking us for money. They're just asking us to spend the money to mobilize thousands of troops to occupy Venezuela. Who is this guy? That is Chris Wright. That is Chris Wright, Donald Trump's energy secretary. Christopher Wright, former energy executive, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on. We don't talk about Christopher very much. Hold on. Let me make sure I've gotten this. Yeah. CEO. Former energy executive, Chris Wright. An American businessman and government official serving as the 17th United States Secretary of Energy since February 2025. Before leaving the United States Department of Energy, Wright serves as the CEO of Liberty Energy, North America's second largest hydraulic fracturing company, and served on the boards of Oklo, a nuclear technology company, and EMX Royalty Corporation, a Canadian mineral rights and mining rights royalty payment company. The swamp. That's what Chris is. He's the swamp. He's a goddamn energy executive. That's who Chris is. He is a dirty energy executive who's now in charge of U.S. policy. Bad. Bad. All right. Let's go to some more people with words to say. Thankfully, these next person with things to say, much less problematic than old Christopher.
There are so many exhausting, alarming, and abusive things happening in the United States of America right now. We have the poor woman that was executed by ICE. We have the Jeffrey Epstein files that seem to be buried in the news cycle because Trump unilaterally invaded Venezuela and kidnapped and abducted their leader. He did this under the guise that we are going to take their oil and we're going to make so much money. And I saw these reports like Wall Street's going in and the United States of America is going to be so rich from this oil, because that's something that to a part of the electorate in the United States, they will justify any human rights violation if it's for money. A cancer in the United States, particularly in the Republican Party, and especially in the MAGA sect of the Republican Party, is that they value money and profits over human lives. Well, this headline is rather interesting. The oil executives are rebuking President Trump's claims. Newswire is reporting that U.S. oil executive on Venezuela said no one wants to go in there when a random fucking tweet can change the entire foreign policy of the country. When I saw this, you guys, I thought, okay, this is really interesting. I found this to be incredibly revealing because
here's the facts, right? Like, this has been the vibes of the Trump administration since the very beginning, right? He's claimed that trillions of dollars is poured into the country without providing any evidence for it. The fact is, nobody wants to make any investments in this business climate. You see it playing out in so many places, including the numbers we just looked at. Well, not just, but like 4 hours ago when we were in the U.S. segment, the jobs numbers in 2025 have been utterly atrocious. The new jobs numbers have been terrible. The worst it's been in like 2 decades. The worst since 2003 is my understanding. Like, they're bad. They're worse than during the fucking it's bad. Like, the convalescence of events right now, it's not good. And it's all because Donald Trump is incredibly erratic in his policy making. He just picks up the phone and he starts tweeting on Truth Social, and all of a sudden, tariffs are up 20%, 50%, 100%, 150%. It's insane. He's completely just running roughshod over absolutely every element of U.S. government and turning it to garbage. People don't know how to invest in this environment. Businesses specifically is who I'm talking about, but more than just businesses. But I'm in this discussion right now. I really am focusing about businesses because they're the ones who are doing the hiring, of course. And hiring's down, big. Layoffs are up, and investment in new is actually down. Even though Donald Trump claims that there's $18 trillion has come into the United States in 1 year, there's not a lot to show for it. In fact, there's basically nothing to show for it. The worst jobs numbers in many years. That's what we have to show for it. In a stagnating economy. It's the same thing with these oil fields. It'll take a decade. It'll take a decade to put these oil fields into whatever, any sort of new oil fields are going to take a great deal of time. to get in working order and be functioning to the point that they are actually putting they're like, and this is just on an economic perspective, right? That they are like actually turning out profits, right? It's going to take time. It's going to take like 10 years in some cases, maybe not all cases, but in many cases, it's going to take a lot of time. Especially like if you're like building out a new oil field in the middle of the fucking jungle, fighting malaria and dengue fever, up to your ankles in mud. Trying to build a platform in a swamp somewhere or something. Like, I mean, this takes time. It takes a lot of time. And so you're talking about, you know, like exploratory, like, efforts, right? People to go find the place with the most oil, right? All like the scientific, like the geologists and shit. And they go do like all these different like test drilling. Each one of these drilling events cost however many thousands of dollars to do. And then, you know, you send the cores to the lab or whatever. I don't know exactly how it all works, but you get what I'm saying. Like a bunch of effort goes into finding where the oil is at. And then the installation of all of the necessary equipment, getting the people down there, the people who are equipped to do this stuff down there, the infrastructure needed, right? Like roads or whatever, whatever else needs to be built out. Depends, I suppose, where that's located, but you get what I'm saying? A ton of investment up front, no guarantees that after 2028 you'll have any backing from the U.S. government, or that you'll even have backing in 2020, at the end of 2026, because Donald Trump is
regarding Greenland. The White House is reportedly discussing paying everyone who lives in Greenland anywhere from $10,000 to $100,000 per person if they secede from Denmark. This is apparently what putting Americans first looks like. And Warren Gunnels responds, 42% of cancer patients in America deplete their entire savings within the first 2 years of their diagnosis.
Yeah, no, it's a complete farce. I mean, Donald Trump promised, we talked about this story earlier. Like, think about this for a second. Donald Trump last year was promising tariff checks, multi-$1,000 tariff checks to everybody in the country for how much money they were taking in from that. And then he promised the $1,776 checks to the veterans. I honestly don't know if the veterans have received those or not. It's not clear. We should look that up. But then he's also, he's going to also give Greenlanders $10,000 to $100,000 per person. I mean, that's insane. How is that America first? He's going to take... So basically, I mean, what this is, when you really think about it, if he were to actually go through with giving Greenlanders $10,000 to $100,000 per person, it would be like taking all of the money that we made from the tariffs, right? That he said it was going to go to the people of America, and then just giving it to Greenland. The money that he took from America that should be going back to Americans, right? Because the tariffs were paid for by Americans. It's just a tax. It's just tax money. He's just taking American tax money that he lied about and then giving it to somebody else after promising it to Americans. Once it's wild. He just doesn't give a fuck about anybody. Oh, God. Oh, that was a perfect segue, though. Thank you, Jennifer. iHip News over there. Appreciate those ladies. Now, let's go here. Forbes breaking news from 18 hours ago to a Danish politician. I believe the head of the Defense Committee, Rasmus Jarlov, had some things to say about Donald Trump's threats. This is from Friday.
It would be the biggest self-inflicted wound to the Western world in history. I mean, I hope not, but I mean, you have American officials, they're asked to every week. are you going to invade Greenland? And they refuse to say that it's off the table. So we can't rule it out. When the Americans are not ruling it out, we can't rule it out either. But we don't think it's the most likely scenario because it's just simply too stupid. It would be such a disaster, so absurd that we still think that's unthinkable.
Unthinkable. Incredibly stupid. Says this Danish lawmaker. Yes, incredibly stupid it would be. Agreed. Very bad plan. A very dumb person. He just described Donald Trump. That's true. That did actually sound... he did kind of just describe the nature of our president. Don't remind me. I'm sure he won't disappoint us again with another incredibly stupid thing. He wouldn't do that. He would never do that. All right. Everything's fine. All right, not going to go very far from Greenland. Another North Atlantic island. The United Kingdom. Where Keir Starmer had some things to say. Actually, this wasn't in the United Kingdom. I take it back. This was actually in Paris, I think. I think this was at... I could be wrong. I think this wasn't in the UK. This is Prime Minister Keir Starmer talking. But I think this was at an event hosted in France.
European and American allies, side by side with President Zelensky, standing for peace. And we are closer to that goal than ever. But of course, the hardest yards are still ahead. We signed a declaration of intent on the deployment of forces to Ukraine in the event of a peace deal.
Hardest yards are still ahead. How is that even possible? When I heard this from Keir Starmer earlier this week, this was from Wednesday, I think, or like Thursday. It's like, dude, how? How are the hardest yards still ahead? They've been at this thing for, depending on when you want to start, 4 to 10 years. You're telling me that the hardest yards are still ahead? Sacre bleu. Seeing as that we're in France. Inconceivable.
French President Emmanuel Macron welcomed Ukraine's head of state, along with representatives from some 30 countries, to the Élysée Palace, part of the so-called coalition of the willing. Notably present to discuss how to end the war in Ukraine, a U.S. delegation including President Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. After Tuesday's meetings, Witkoff said security guarantees for Ukraine had largely been agreed to.
Those security protocols are meant to, A, deter any attacks, any further attacks in Ukraine, and B, if there are any attacks, they're meant to defend.
Since Trump's combative Oval Office meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky and his...
See, like, these two guys next to each other are fucking hilarious to me. I don't know why I find it so funny. But there's something about Steve Witkoff that makes Jared Kushner look more like Slender Man. And there's something about Jared Kushner that makes like Steve Witkoff seems like some sort of like underfed like bridge troll or something. And it's quite funny to me.
They're meant to defend.
Since Trump's combative Oval Office meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky and his subsequent summit in Alaska with Vladimir Putin, the Europeans have sought to shore up support for Ukraine on their own. President Macron, who hosted a similar meeting without the Americans almost a year ago, said he was encouraged by their presence.
The United States of America has clarified its participation.
particularly regarding what is called monitoring.
I hope they fall in love. Slender Man and the underfed bridge troll. Yes. He would almost be an elf if he wasn't so like craven, like in his behavior. You know what I mean? It's also like his characteristics aren't very elfin. But yeah, it's Slender Man and the underfed bridge troll. What a beautiful story made in heaven. I too hope that they wind up together. That'd be a beautiful end to all that. Ivanka would be so sad. Or do you think it'd be like a throuple situation? Like, do you think they would just like welcome him in? All right, now let's go down south to Africa. As there have been some things going on down there that we ought to talk about here today. First, Uganda, where a political election is underway. One for president. And Uganda doesn't exactly have a long history of peaceful political elections. Let's talk about it. Associated Press, 3 days ago. Seventh time.
We are not participating in this election because it is free and fair. No. We are participating in this election to draw the attention of the world to the disrespect of democracy in Uganda.
Yeah, it's not a great record. Of incredible democracy going on here in Uganda. 7th term this guy is running for. That was from 4 days ago, 3 days ago. This is from yesterday now. The scenes on the ground. Days, just a short time ahead of the election here.
We are not going to stop. We shall never give up.
This love is the fuel that keeps us going. Many times, as you have seen, they are hounding us. They are beating us left, right, and center. They are tear gassing us. They pepper spray us. They even shoot live bullets at us. Every day, there are 99 reasons for us to give up because it's dangerous. But there's one big reason for us to keep going. That is the love.
Yeah. So this president is running for his 7th term, right? And Bobby Wine is the opposition. I don't pretend to know everything about Ugandan politics, but 7 terms seems like too many. There used to be term limit, a 2-term limit, as well as an age limit in the country. Those were scrapped by the current president because, you know, he wanted to stay in power. And I'm not saying that he doesn't, you know, that he's stolen the election, but you see scenes of, you know, people getting gassed and beaten in the streets. It's a certain vibe, I suppose.
Motivation, the support and solidarity. Yo!
Although I gotta say, hard to, you know, criticize people for people getting beaten by militarized police in the streets with everything going on back in the United States. Our democracy has crumbled. We're watching a, like, you know, our democracy has crumbled when I'm watching a Ugandan election and being like, not much worse than our situation. That's when you know things are fucked. All right, let's go to Sudan, where unfortunately there's still a war going on there. I don't know if you knew that. It's true. And actually, the Sudanese war has hit 1,000 days, according to TRT World, as of 18 hours ago. Millions of people still, of course, face starvation. You know, human rights atrocities have abounded throughout this entire goddamn civil war that's been going on here. It's, honestly, it's gotta end.
It has been 1,000 days of war in Sudan, and NGOs say it's one of the worst humanitarian crises of the 21st century.
Millions of children are at risk of rape. Survivors include children as young as 1 year old. Behind every one of these numbers is a child, frightened, hungry, sick, and wondering why the world has not come to help.
The Sudanese army, led by General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, and the Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, headed by Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo, have been vying for power since April 2023. Fighting broke out in Khartoum after disputes over integration into the military and quickly spread to other cities. In March last year, Sudan's army took back control of the capital. But in October, the RSF captured the city of Al-Fasher and other regions.
Fighting continues across multiple fronts. In Kordofan, sieges have cut off the towns of Kadugli and Dilling, restricting food, healthcare and access to farms and markets.
While both sides have been accused of war crimes and crimes against humanity, the majority and most severe accusations are against the RSF.
Yeah. That's one of the things about this that makes it difficult. But, I mean, they are right. Quantifiably, RSF has certainly done way more war crimes. But nobody's innocent in this situation, which is why it needs to come to an end. It's just the continuation of the fighting is just an ensuring continuation of suffering on all sides. The continuation of millions of people starving. Let's not forget that there was a crop failure in Sudan last year. It's just such a terrible situation. 1,000 days is fucking ridiculous. And the other side just hired them to do it originally. Well, technically the RSF is an offshoot of the SAF, right? Like the RSF is technically an offshoot of the Sudanese armed forces, right? Which, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like, maybe I'm confusing my Sudanese history, but if I recall correctly, the RSF was created after a number of Sudanese armed forces like generals and other sorts of like top brass broke off from the military and created their own like military like after the coup, because first there was a military coup, right? And after the coup, nobody could decide who was in charge, so some of them broke off, created the RSF, and they've been fighting ever since. That's just how I remember it. Maybe I'm mistaking some aspects of that, and if so, that's my bad. Feel free to correct me further. That's just how I recall this having gone down. All right. Let's go here to Syria. Things aren't good in Syria right now, unfortunately. Although I do have an update. It happened right around the time the stream started. But as I was preparing all this tonight, things were bad and have been bad in Syria, worse than they had been all year or over the last year. As Kurdish and Syrian government forces, SDF, and I guess HTS, really, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, the now ruling party in Syria, clashes happened across much of the north and in Aleppo. A lot of bad stuff happening over the last few days. Let's start here. This is from 4 days ago out of the Associated Press. This is in Aleppo here. As you can see.
Clashes.
Yeah, we're staying on this story, unfortunately. This is from 1 day later, Thursday. It's France 24.
Clashes between government troops and Kurdish-led forces in northern Syria's Aleppo killed at least 9 people on Tuesday, mostly civilians. The implementation of a March deal to merge the Kurds' semi-autonomous administration and military into Syria's new Islamist government has largely stalled. Both sides traded blame over who started Tuesday's fighting, which the Kurds said included artillery and missile shelling, drones and sniper fire. It's prompted the suspension of flights to and from Aleppo, while the governor said schools, universities and government departments would close this Wednesday. Well, to help break down this story for us, I'm joined by Rochelle Ferguson-Buyahi in the studio. Rochelle, explain to us first what's behind this latest fighting.
Well, look, this latest fighting comes just a few days, 2 days to be precise, after the senior leadership of the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces met in Damascus with members of Ahmed al-Shara, that's the interim president there. Both sides then indicating that no progress were made in those talks. Let's go back to March of last year. In March of that year, there was a deal, if you will, signed by the SDF and the Syrian government forces. The idea was to merge the SDF with the Syrian government forces. However, those talks stalled. Why? A number of reasons. There were disagreements over command structures. There were disagreements over territory and who would maintain what aspects of Syria, and plus the future of the SDF. The SDF saying it's not clear what will become of us if we are integrated fully into the Syrian army. So that's one of the reasons that this latest fighting erupted. Now, it has to.
Yeah. And part of the problem is, of course, the SDF and the Kurds for a very long time have wanted their own state. Kurdistan. Not a thing, but people have wanted it to be a thing. specifically the Kurds, for quite some time. And it's not a thing. And they're stateless people. And I honestly, you know, I have no idea what will happen with that. I don't think it's a strong likelihood right now that they'll get their own state. But I also understand their concerns over being absorbed into Syria, disarming essentially and becoming part of the Syrian military would present a problem essentially if you still had, you know, theoretically, hypothetically, desire for a separate state still, right? Get rid of the SDF, all of a sudden, the dream of Kurdistan sort of dies. Not officially, but unofficially. I mean, it could be done, sure. You could create a Kurdistan through democratic means. I don't know. New countries don't often get created by democracy. Just saying. Just saying. You don't usually form a democracy just to split off and secede. But it could happen. It could happen. So not the Royal Space Force. I don't know what that's in response to. Sorry, I have not been reading chats enough over on Twitch. Very sorry, very rude of me. Very rude, it's true. I'm sorry. No, all of this fighting has caused a lot of chaos on the ground in Syria. Like they were just saying, injuries to civilians, innocent civilians, children. Some of the images have been horrifying. I'm going to skip past one of these videos that was especially horrifying in nature. Suffice to say, some of these casualties are hard to look at.
Aleppo has endured years of war, but for residents of the city's Kurdish majority districts, the sound of gunfire is once again shaping daily life. Since Tuesday, fighting has intensified around the neighborhoods of Sheikh Mahsoud and Ashrafiyah, areas long controlled by the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces. The clashes have pushed thousands of families to flee on foot, carrying what they can, unsure when or if they will return.
We have been suffering for 14 years. I wish God would take our souls so we can rest in peace.
Government forces say they are reasserting control and accuse the SDF of operating outside state authority despite agreeing to merge with the government last March. The SDF, meanwhile, says it is defending areas it has administered for years, warning against what it calls forced reintegration without political guarantees. That political deadlock is now playing out on Aleppo's streets. On Wednesday, the government announced that any SDF element in Ashrafiyah and Sheikh Mahsoud is a legitimate military target and urged residents to distance themselves from the SDF and move to safe areas.
We want this conflict to end. Let there be pain one time, not constantly. There is shelling from both sides. We hide in a safe house, and when the sun rises, we have to leave.
Aid workers warn that renewed displacement inside Aleppo could strain already fragile services in a city still struggling to recover from years of destruction. For civilians here, the message is painfully familiar.
Yeah. Yeah, I hate to say that I said it, but I had a lot of concerns about what would become of Syria after the fall of Assad. Many of you probably remember what my take was on this. I was cautiously optimistic due to the concerns that I had about where things might lead. There were some signs along the road that this wasn't going to go smoothly. And it just seems to be devolving into further chaos. And that is, the Middle East doesn't need more chaos and fighting and war, death and despair. It's the opposite of that right now. There's too much. There's too much of a concentration of that in this region right now. I'm not suggesting that we should spread it out or anything. I just say we just need less. All right. Let's do a little bit more on Syria. So we got time on this half. One more Al Jazeera story here from 20 hours ago. 2 days after that last story. I can't remember if I said what time, when that was from.
Let's take you to Syria now, following reports of an attack on a government building. Let's listen in to what officials are saying. All right, let's bring you actually an update on that. And we understand a drone has hit the Aleppo government building. We understand this is a Syrian Democratic Forces drone. It comes at a time of intense fighting between the Syrian army and the Kurdish-led fighters. The army had announced the suspension of military operations. That was over an hour ago. The governor of Aleppo, Azam al-Ghari, was holding a press conference alongside the Minister of Information and the Minister of Social Affairs. All right, Rasul Sardar is live outside the building that was hit in Aleppo. Rasul, I understand you were quite close to that explosion. Tell us what you saw.
Indeed, we were just heading toward Al-Zuhur Street, which is one of the humanitarian corridors announced by the government for the evacuations of the civilians. And while we were heading there, just here, it was a quite powerful blast, powerful explosion, right, that happened on the governorate building of Aleppo. You can see the building right behind me, and there still you see the higher levels of the building. The wall is black, and that was caused by the drone that was fired by SDF. So this, while that was happening, the governor, Azam Gharib, was delivering a live.
You can also pretty clearly see there's not just blackened area. You can see here in this region, you can tell that it actually broke the facade of the building. Unless there's like a trick of the light, it appears that it actually broke through the facade of the building.
Developments and trying to inform the public about what is exactly happening now, not only in Sheikh Mahsoud and Ashrafiyah, where we have seen heavy fightings going on since 4 days, but also across the city as well. And so this is quite a new element, Sami, because since morning on, the fighting is not only contained with Sheikh Mahsoud and Ashrafiyah, but is now spreading to the other parts of the city as well. So a couple of hours ago, SDF has launched 6 drones that were launched for some 60 kilometers away from the city center. And they launched at western Al-Furqan district, which is in western Aleppo. They hit some military posts of the government and also some buildings that the security forces are using.
Okay. I think this is a good spot for us to take a break. As good as any, I suppose. Well, I guess I could keep going through these. I think it's best to take a quick break from this. That was basically that coverage of Syria was from about Wednesday to about Friday evening, Saturday morning, I think, technically. Take a break here. We'll come back to Syria before we do Iran. And I think I got some other stuff, too, after that. All right, everybody. Final intermission of the night. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, I hope you've all been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. And do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Twitch Prime subs, Cash App and PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. Of course, Patreon is the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars. And all the links for all of those things are in my bios on YouTube and Twitch. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, everybody. It is time for us to get back to the show. So, prepare yourselves. Get back in those seats. Final half about to happen. I was muted. I was muted that whole time. That's terrible. It's terrible. It's fine. I was just saying we're going back to talk about Syria. A long-winded saying. I said a lot of stuff. It was mostly just me saying we're going back to talking about Syria, though. Ay, Syria already needed so much help, and this kind of stuff, you know, missile strikes, drone strikes, more gun battles. Not what Syria needed, I don't think. You know? See this collapsed roof over here? You can see smoke off in the distance. You can see where these drones and other sorts of incendiary devices hit, explosive devices hit. You miss my beautiful voice? Aw, that's sweet, Carl. That's sweet, Carl. I appreciate you saying that. I was just saying stuff about how the break was over. It's the last half. How we were going to start talking about Syria again in the final half, and how things were bad and getting worse. You know, I also said that this is all that we've been covering is in the last 24 hours. That drone strike happened almost exactly 24 hours ago. At least that's when it was posted to Al Jazeera on my list here. And that Reuters clip was from 19 hours ago. People started to flee the area as forces moved in. This is the Associated Press next from 18 hours ago. We've seen too many videos of this. Why? Why? Oh my God. We've been talking about this kind of thing, watching these kinds of scenes seemingly over and over again, and it's clearly not just in Syria, right? I mean, Syria is just really just like a new development here. New-ish development. Extended new-ish development. Sorry. I want to translate what this woman says because I felt that what she says it just needs to be heard. We want peace. We are exhausted. We are dying every day. We wish for death these days. We sleep in fear. We eat in fear. We went out with the help of God and the general security. She sounds exhausted. That old lady sounds exhausted as fuck. And this only just began. Imagine what Palestinians are going through right now. Not to diminish what this woman's going through. This is a fucking tragedy. But I guess my point is Palestinians have been dealing with this for like 3 years. Although I guess really Syrians have been dealing with oppression for much longer than just... for fuck's sake. When are we going to actually get... Donald Trump promised peace in the Middle East. Remember that? You remember 3 months ago in Egypt when Donald Trump declared peace in the Middle East? A great victory. Never before seen, everybody saying it. Nobody else could have gotten it done. Columbia Rican on a lunch break. Checking in on the Galactic News Spacecast. Very smart choice. Smart life choice from Columbia Rican. We could click women supporting women. Jamila Jamil and Jackie Tone share a special moment on BAFTA carpet. No. Can't do it. Can't do it.
Not gonna do it.
This is Syria? Yes, this is Syria, Colombia. This here be Syria. Life in fear sounds like exactly how we're living in America right now. It's true. Let's hope hopefully we don't have to start having internal displacement camps. And oh well, we've already got the infrastructure, I guess. I'm not sure if it would support the number of, but on a percentage basis. No, I'm not gonna do it. Not gonna make a Trail of Tears joke. Not gonna make a Trail of Tears joke. That's not prudent.
Not gonna.
Not prudent at this time.
At this juncture.
Bad taste, StreamLord. That's bad taste. All right. I've lost my place. Reuters. 15 hours ago now. 15 hours ago now, Syrian army attempting to dislodge the latest Kurdish fighters from Aleppo can be seen here in this next video.
Syrian forces entering Sheikh Maqsoud, the last stronghold of Kurdish forces in Aleppo. Dozens of Kurdish fighters left Syria's second city on Saturday, security sources told Reuters. And civilians also streamed out of Sheikh Maqsoud on foot. But the army said it was still working to clear a remaining group of hardened fighters, after a ceasefire failed to end days of deadly clashes. Kurdish fighters from the Syrian Democratic Forces were still holed up in a hospital in Sheikh Maqsoud, security forces said. The SDF said it was locked in street battles against government forces on Saturday, accusing them of indiscriminately bombing civilian infrastructure, including the hospital, where civilians were taking cover. The violence in Aleppo has deepened one of the country's main fault lines. President Ahmed al-Shara'a's promise to unify the country under one leadership after 14 years of war has...
You have an ancestor who survived the Trail of Tears? That's horrifying. And fascinating. It's both horrifying and fascinating. That's horsinating. No, that's... I gotta stop trying to come up with these ridiculous words. Why do I insist on trying to merge words? I do it a lot, don't I? Yeah, honestly, it doesn't feel like HTS is really keeping the peace right now in Syria. Like, it feels like not that. Like, it's just been a bunch of violence ever since they took power. Not great. I'm not blaming them entirely, but they are in charge now after all. And they did promise a multicultural, what was the word? An inclusive democracy, something like that. I remember those. Those days. Thoughts of peace. Talk of peace and other things like that. All sounds quite far-fetched. However, the governor of Aleppo, right before the stream started, declared that the Kurdish-led SDF forces had completely left the city of Aleppo. I guess that's good news. Well, I guess you don't have to be in the city to launch
The Syrian
drones,
army
so.
says it has entered a neighborhood in the northern city of Aleppo after days of intense fighting with the rebel Kurdish forces. Clashes broke out Tuesday in the predominantly Kurdish northern neighborhood. It comes after the government and the Kurdish forces failed to make progress on how to merge forces into a national army. Each side has accused the other of starting the violence and deliberately targeting civilian neighbors and infrastructure. The 5 days of fighting has killed at least 22 civilians and displaced thousands.
Humanitarian corridors were opened today to ensure the safe passage of civilians to areas near the front lines to safe areas within Aleppo. The Aleppo government provided a number of buses, ambulances, and temporary shelters for these civilians who are now leaving the area near the front lines. We've been the place for 15 years. Every time we run somewhere, we flee. Where are you taking us? Where are you trying to make us live? What does this mean? This is unacceptable. We don't know where to live, where to stay, where to go. What is the sin of these children? My son, your son, their son. What is their sin? Hardships. My husband's blood sugar spiked. He's an elderly man. We ran out of bread. We didn't know what to do. I faced many hardships. I mean, how old am I now? I've never faced hardships like the one we've witnessed in the past few days. Not great. Not great. I was promised unprecedented peace. This, you know, day one. And it just seems like the world is getting worse and worse right now. More conflicts. Remember was it last stream or 2 streams ago that I declared that we're in the middle of World War III? That was before this all happened, wasn't it? Actually, no, it wasn't. We just didn't talk about Syria the other day, even though I wanted to. Because I was tired. a mockocracy and a gaslightocracy. Also a kakistocracy. Look it up. No, you probably know what it means. You're a smart guy, Carl. You probably know what that means. All right. All right, that's it on Syria. But we're not done with unrest in the Middle East. And let's not forget, once again, just to remind everybody, there's still a genocide happening in Gaza. In Palestine. Yeah, there's a supposed peace right now. We'll see. Well, not even a supposed peace, just the leaving of SDF forces from Aleppo. Like I said before, of course, they can still send drones into Aleppo from outside of Aleppo. That's the thing about drones. You can pilot them from far away because they're remote controlled. Depending on the technology available to you, of course, some of it requires like radio frequencies and things like that, which only have a certain distance depending on the power of the transmitter and receiver. But generally speaking, you would assume fairly competent drones, maybe not the most. I mean, SDF isn't exactly the most well-armed military on the planet. I would venture to say they're actually probably one of the more underfunded ones, but or just whatever the word you want. They're not swimming in money over there. That's all I'm saying. You're officially not a smart guy. You just pay attention to a lot of stuff. Yeah, that's fair. It's fair. It's horrifying that two countries in this world are affecting so many lives.
Since the US captured Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro.
Hold on. This is not the part that I want. Oh, right. She just segues into it straight from this. Right. Okay, so let's talk about Iran now. Not that far away from Syria. In fact, I feel like they share a small border somewhere, don't they? Like the tip of Iran might doesn't it touch Syria? I can't remember. I'm not looking at a map. I feel like it's close. All right. CNN. 3 days ago in Iran, dozens reportedly killed in Iranian protests after Donald Trump warned that the U.S. is locked and loaded, quote unquote. That's right. And we watched that video earlier this week. I think it was last Friday that Donald Trump said that the United States was locked and loaded to protect the innocent, peaceful protesters on the ground in Iran. Of course, this was all before the murder of Renee Nicole Good in the streets of the United States by U.S. Agents, whatever you want to call these assholes. Gestapo.
Nationwide protests there against a cost of living crisis are ramping up. And
Sorry, I was playing that and none of you could hear it because I left the volume down.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
There we go. Now it's working.
Since the US captured Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro, President Trump has been warning a long list of countries, including Iran. Nationwide protests there against a cost of living crisis are ramping up, and President Trump has warned that Iran will get hit hard by the US if protesters are killed. CNN's Paula Hancock has the latest.
A female protester is dragged from a street in Tehran. Demonstrators run for cover as gunfire is heard in Malek Shahi,
help! I'm being
a city
repressed!
in Iran's western Ilam province. It is a familiar and brutal response to nationwide protests, now in their second week. The Iranian currency is collapsing, inflation rising, and the cost of living becoming hard to bear. Shopkeepers, traders, and students on the streets blame government mismanagement. Officials say publicly they are willing to talk.
The government is trying to be more amenable to dialogue. President Pezeshkian has offered to mediate and engage. He's acknowledged responsibility.
But as the president offers dialogue, the security forces are cracking down, attacking protesters holed up in this hospital in Ilam. Social media footage shows forces inside looking for injured protesters and those trying to hide. The US State Department said, quote, "The assault on the injured with tear gas and live ammunition is a blatant crime against humanity." The US president has already...
These claims ring so much more hollow. They already rang hollow previously, but after the murder of Renee Nicole Good in the streets, this all just sounds so fucking ridiculous. It's like, really? Tell me another funny joke. Tell me another funny joke. Donald Trump and the Trump administration, the United States cares about international law. Oh, there it is. That's just later in this sentence. These actions by the Islamic Republic are a gross violation of international law. There it is.
Give me a joke.
That's another funny joke. Wow, they're full of hilarious anecdotes and witticisms over here at the State Department. It's like a goddamn stand-up show or something. Just so many jokes flying around all over the place. International law, you say? International law, they tell me. United States. Oh, God. After the last, let's forget everything before it. After, the last 3 years, for us to be like, international law, though. Hilarious. Hilarious. We've just been supporting a genocide, and last week we invaded a sovereign nation and stole their president. International law. That's a good one. It's really funny. Yeah, I needed that. I needed that laugh. It's been a tough week. All right. Seriously though, things are getting crazy in Iran. This was also from 3 days ago. Global news. Rival messages from opposition and officials as Iran unrest deepens. Those who came into the streets to take part in riots or lead them or support them or assist them. In light of this explicit declaration of position by the criminal Zionist regime, and likewise by the criminal president of the United States, and the issues that they've raised, that if anyone comes into the streets for riots or to create insecurity or supports them or in this matter, or supports them in this matter, then no excuse remains for them. The matter has become very clear and transparent. They are now operating in line with the enemies of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
موضوع اعتراض با اغتشاش تفاوت داره. ما در حقیقت
Protest is different from rioting.
به حق و قانون تفاوت داره. ما در حقیقت برای
We have a duty to provide security and ensure safety for those who have legitimate and lawful protests.
انجام امنیت داریم. ما با اطمینان خاطر به مردم عزیزمون
We reassure our dear people and promise that we will confront the rioters to the very last person.
نفر آخر بازنشر دهنده
We will deal with those who stand behind them to the very last individual and ensure and establish security.
قوه قضاییه دوستانمون در حوزه‌های امنیتی
Well, there you go. Iran. Struggling with a great deal of unrest in the country. Unrest that has been triggered by economic upheaval, uncertainty, incredible inflation. And it's mostly currency inflation. But also mismanagement of Iran's water resources. Which has led to people having no drinking water, and it's been bad. It's not just mismanagement; it's also, I mean, partly related to climate change. We honestly first started talking about this. Videos started coming out of Iran of people like on Iranian internet, like people were posting videos of them at the Tehran, the reservoir. Like here, I'll show you a photo of it. But like the reservoir outside of Tehran was completely empty, and like people were, what the fuck just happened? Oh, I have my fingers on the wrong spot. There we go. That's how you spell it. That's how you type. And yeah, this is the AI overview. Fuck you for this, Google. Okay, here, actually, I'll do this. This is Al Jazeera. Okay, here, actually, yeah, I'm going to read this for everybody. Tehran Zero Day, a threat or an opportunity to revive water governance and adaptive water policy making in Iran. Day zero is the moment when residents of a city or region no longer have access to drinking water, and the last drop flows from their taps. First coined in Cape Town, South Africa, this term is now being echoed in 2025 from Tehran, a capital with over 15 million inhabitants. Concerns about the sustainable provision of drinking water in Tehran and other major Iranian cities have reached critical levels. The gravity of the crisis is underscored by President Masoud Pezeshkian's stark warning, quote, "If it doesn't rain in Tehran, we will have to ration water. If it still doesn't rain, we may have to evacuate the city." And that was actually from, he said this was in 2024. This quote of his, this quote was in 2025. This was like late November that he said that. But this story is from January 1st of 2026. Al Jazeera Center for Studies, Hojat Mianabadi. Despite these alarms and the deteriorating situation in Iran, evidence suggests this crisis is not unique to Iran. Alongside reports of emptying reservoirs that supply Tehran's drinking water and the complete desiccation of Lake Urmia, media outlets have also covered the drying of Tuz Lake, the second largest lake in Turkey, in 2023, which led to the tragic loss of over 5,000 flamingos. So on and so forth. So like this has been a multi-pronged situation going on in Iran. Just so that everybody understands all the dynamics at play here, and people don't think I'm making up this water crisis because none of the mainstream media is talking about it. Swear to God, I didn't make it up. This is a real thing. Okay. But that is my job. All right, so this is from yesterday now. We are getting closer to the current situation. This is from yesterday. Things have gotten a little crazy. Stuff is on fire in Iran. People are lighting shit on fire. Last 24 hours. The Iranian state broadcaster office was set ablaze, among other things. Here's Forbes breaking news. Raw video. Ooh, raw.
ایول وای این صدا و سیماست میبینین آتیشه زدن ایول
Okay. So yeah, it was January 9th. Looks like the night of January 9th. I don't think it said enough. Iran used to be a really cool place before the United States fucked up. Hey, don't blame the United States alone. You gotta give Britain a little credit. Can't just be America. It's also Britain's fault. They were deeply involved in this situation. I refuse to allow the United States to take full credit for this fiasco. Partial credit, 50%. I'll even take, I say even 51%, because of all the years preceding, following, whatever you want to call it. But you're not wrong. U.S. heavily, very much, deeply involved. We'll get to that in a second. I have a reason why I've been holding off on talking about that. You are making perfect sense. First though, before we get back to that, some stuff happening here on the ground. More video from Forbes breaking news. This is from 17 hours ago. January 10th. Okay, this is a fuck ton of people. Like this is a ton of people out here. Thousands. Who knows exactly how many? Hard to tell from this vantage point. People seem pissed. Vibe that I'm picking up on. That was apparently in Isfahan, another rather large city in Iran, not as big as Tehran, from my understanding. Still certainly a bustling city. You know, the streets were certainly bustling in that video. Good God, humongous crowd walking through the streets. The U.S. has done it all. All the crimes, the very best crimes. Everyone's saying the very best crimes in history. Okay, one more video from on the ground in Iran. Here's the AP from 16 hours ago. I can't tell who that's a picture of. I think I know who it is, but it's not clear. I think I know who it is, but it's not fully clear. And it also feels kind of like, I don't know. I'll get into it in a second. But you know who I think that is? I guess, like I said, it's very hard to make it out. But I think That's what's his name? Reza. Oh God, what's his name? The son of the Shah, the son of the ousted Shah. I think. I can't remember his name right now. Hold on. Reza Pahlavi. I was right. Reza Pahlavi. I think that's who that is. I can't. It's hard to. It's a very blurry picture. It's super hard to tell. It's just a bald Iranian guy. Beyond that, it's hard to tell. Speaking of Reza, he released a statement 16 hours ago or something like that. This is Forbes breaking news with that clip. Exiled. Oh, I'm sorry. I should read the whole title. The whole title from. Excuse me. Shut your mouth, sir. Shut your mouth. Thank you. Forbes breaking news. Full title. Shock statement. Exiled Iranian crown prince calls for Iranians to prepare to seize city centers.
I ask all of you, today and tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday, this time starting at 6 p.m., to come into the streets with flags, images, and national symbols, and to reclaim public spaces as your own. Our goal is no longer merely to come out into the streets. The goal is to prepare to seize city centers.
Honestly, though, like Forbes breaking news is in so many ways, especially in terms of their titles, like the titles that they do, they are very much like the tabloid journalists of the internet, of YouTube. Like they will put out a clip of literally anything and give it the most like inflammatory, like, or suggestive, or like just like like bombshell, breaking news. Like they take themselves so fucking seriously over there. It's wild. Anyway, here's Reza Pahlavi, the ousted son of the son of the former Shah of Iran. A guy who was ousted after he collaborated with the United States and Britain to unnationalize the oil, which had been done by democratic means by the Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh at the time. And of course, after the Mossadegh nationalized the oil fields, the U.S. and the Britain were like, hey, those were ours, kind of in the exact same way that Donald Trump is currently claiming that the oil in Venezuela is ours. You know, how it's on someone else's territory, but magically the property of the United States. Of course, there's plenty more things that we've done in Iran, but I think that's the most important point when it comes to this guy. Mordent Inky Cap. Trying to get more puppy treats in for Leica before the stream ends. I'm sure she appreciates that. Try to say that 3 times fast. Try to say what 3 times fast? Or try to explain the U.S.'s involvement in Iran 3 times fast? Please no. I'm good. I'm good on that. Fuck that. I feel like we all know it well enough. Many of us in this chat know at least some amount of this information of U.S. meddling in Iran's affairs. Perhaps not, but hopefully that was enough for those without any former knowledge on this particular situation regarding the former crown. The exiled crown prince is quite a way to put it, because this guy was never, I mean, I'm trying to think. I guess he's old enough. Now that I think about it, I guess he's old enough that he was probably technically the prince of Iran. So I guess he is the exiled crown prince of Iran. He is an old fucker. Look at this guy. Yeah, he was probably. I don't know for sure, but I think that's why they're calling him the exile. I was like, wait, that's a weird way to put it, because this guy, like, for a second I was thinking like this guy was like, but no, it actually makes sense. do we have here? More videos. Reuters, 16 hours ago. Iranian authorities signal intensified crackdown as unrest grows. Yeah, and apparently they've shut down the internet in Iran as well. That, as we've seen in recent days, months, shutting down the internet can backfire. That can really piss people off. As it turns out, I mean, part of the unrest in Nepal was attributed to that. Although certainly not all of it. But that repression, I think, added to the unrest, no doubt.
Iran's authorities indicated on Saturday they could intensify their crackdown on the biggest anti-government demonstrations in years. The Revolutionary Guards blamed the ongoing unrest on terrorists and vowed to safeguard the Islamic Republic. That's after imposing an internet blackout on the country on Friday in further attempts to quell action. There were fresh reports of countrywide violence overnight, with footage released on social media showing the burning of a mosque in Tehran. That was a day on from President Donald Trump issuing a further warning that the US could intervene.
Now, a burning of a mosque in Iran, you know, considering that it's an Islamic republic, that is kind of huge.
Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei the same day said protesters were acting on behalf of Trump, accusing the US.
Like burning a mosque in a theocracy, like a Muslim theocracy, like I think is certainly is symbolic, to say the least. Although once again, I think a lot of the current like objections don't necessarily aren't like, I don't think they all like stem, like we've been talking about, solely from that. I think there's clearly people who do not appreciate the repression, no doubt, right? I think there's a lot of people who don't want to necessarily live their life according to whatever the Ayatollah wants. I think there are also people who do, but I think you add on top of it, right? You got a bunch of people who are already sort of disenfranchised, right? However many percent of people are not a fan of the regime. Like, you add on to that the water crisis, the economic crisis, the United States bombing Iran. We can't forget that. That's not popular. People are not happy. You would assume people aren't super thrilled about that, right? Like, considering the sort of supreme, all-powerful sort of image the Ayatollah tends to like to project. They didn't really respond to the United States. What did they do? Nothing, really. The U.S. has seen no consequences for bombing Iran, as it turns out. Okay, one more, I think. Was that the CBC one? No, two more. All right, yes, CBC News, 16 hours ago. Internet blackout in Iran as it enters its second day. Oh, I'm sorry. Internet blackout in Iran enters its second day as anti-government protests intensify.
We continue to track the latest in Iran.
Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Columbia Rican. Oh, no. Oh, God, that broke me inside. I don't know if I can continue this story right now. Everything you just said applies into the United States. I'm fairly certain you're right. I wasn't keeping track. I can't remember all the words I just said. Oftentimes, I'm just sort of spitballing from the hip. If you will. So I couldn't repeat back to you everything I just said, but I'm fairly certain you're right.
We continue to track the latest in Iran, where mass anti-government protests are entering their third week and growing across the country. You're looking at recent video of demonstrators filling the streets of Tehran. These are the most widespread protests Iran has seen in years, driven by anger toward the regime and worsening economic conditions. In response, authorities have cut access to the internet and phone lines in Tehran and other cities in an effort to curb dissent. Human rights groups say dozens of people have been killed and more than 2,000 arrested. Iranian officials accuse the U.S. of interference. President Donald Trump has threatened to intervene if protesters continue to lose their lives. The CBC's Julia Chapman is tracking developments on this story for us this morning. Julia, what is the latest?
Well, Marianne, the crackdown on these demonstrations does appear to be intensifying, although it is difficult to glean exactly what's going on because of that information blackout you spoke of. Some of the information we're getting comes from government sources, a news agency close to Iran's Revolutionary Guard saying today that 100 people had been arrested just outside of Tehran.
The images coming out of Iran right now are fucking wild. Like these are revolutionary type images. Burning government buildings, mosques in Iran. Like this is some wild shit. I did not predict. This was not on my bingo calendar, like my bingo card for 2026.
Revolutionary Guard saying today that 100 people had been arrested just outside of Tehran. They described them as armed rioters. There have also been trickles of information from hospitals where there are reports that medical staff are overwhelmed by the number of patients being brought in with violent injuries. But it is, as I say, difficult to verify this information. We have heard from the Revolutionary Guard today accusing what it called terrorists of targeting military sites. It said that it was a red line for any undermining of security or any undoing of the aims of the Islamic Revolution. But it does appear that there has been a heavier hand used by the authorities.
Hold on one second, everybody. I'm gonna grab a tea. I'll be right back. Keep an eye on Leica for me, would you? Also, oh wait, no. More than Thinky Cap. Geo Dragon just fed her a treat, so she should be snacking. Okay. All right, BRB.
In this response, and there's been condemnation of that from a number of world leaders, including Prime Minister Mark Carney. He said the reports of violence, arbitrary arrests and intimidation tactics by the Iranian regime against its own people are profoundly concerning. Canada strongly condemns the killing of protesters and urges Iran to allow for freedom of expression and peaceful assembly without fear of reprisal. We've also been hearing again today from the son of the late Shah, who was ousted in that revolution in 1979, the Crown Prince who lives in exile in the United States, Reza Pahlavi. He's been calling for these protests to continue. He's called for a nationwide strike to take place as of today, and he says that protesters need to start preparing to take control of cities. He says he'll be in Iran when what he calls victory is achieved. It isn't clear that the protesters want any kind of return to the monarchy, but those that are risking their lives to take to the streets are certainly calling for change.
And Julia, we know that the United States has threatened to attack Iran if security forces respond with force. What more do we know about that?
That's a threat that President Donald Trump has made several times now, most recently yesterday when he said if they kill people, we'll hit them where it hurts. But he insisted that that didn't mean American boots on the ground. There have been shows of support from the Trump administration. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying overnight in a tweet on social media, the United States supports the brave people of Iran. But inside Iran, among the authorities, that's being interpreted as intervention from the U.S. In fact, the Ayatollah speaking yesterday accused the protesters.
These statements of support for the people of Iran are ringing hollower and hollower and more ridiculous as they go on. It's becoming just so Just farcical. We support the great people of Iran while we gun down the great patriots of America in the streets. Like, what in the fuck is going on? It's gone from America first to America fucking last. Like, what the hell? Marco Rubio. What I love about this is Marco Rubio and these Trump acolytes are... Like, think about this for 1 fucking second, please. Just stay with me on this. They are celebrating rioters burning down government buildings in the streets. Rioters burning buildings, government buildings, religious buildings in the streets, and in the streets, protesting. And they don't think that they should all be murdered? It's super weird. Here in the United States, they think that anybody who does anything even remotely close to that deserves to be run over by like a Humvee and like drone struck.
Of doing Washington's bidding. There's no suggestion that these protests grew anything other than organically, and certainly the authorities, having seen what happened in Venezuela last weekend when the U.S. exfiltrated the president from his own capital city, they'll be watching that and certainly thinking they need to tread carefully going forward.
Like, just for a second, I just want you to imagine what the narrative would be like if this was what was happening in Minnesota right now, right? If in Minnesota, in reaction to the murder of Renee Good, people started burning shit to the ground, what would be the reaction in the United States from these guys? We support the brave patriots of America? Fuck no. Shut the fuck up. That is what's so farcical about this whole situation. People are such, like, disingenuous gaslighters. All right, last video on Iran where we end at CNN. We're not ending the stream, just the topic. CNN, 14 hours ago.
Welcome back. Iran is in a near total internet blackout amid widespread anti-government protests. Authorities cut off communication more than 36 hours ago, raising fears of a brutal crackdown to suppress dissent. The demonstrations have raged for nearly 2 weeks in more than 100 cities.
Ivan Van Veen 2.0. I'm not familiar with you or the original Ivan Van Veen, but that comment's on point. Breaking news: wife beater beats up neighbor after neighbor beats up wife. Yeah, that's basically the scenario that we're doing here. Like, hey, you don't get to beat up my wife. Only I get to beat up my wife.
You are seeing footage there from the capital, Tehran, where some protesters chanted, "Long live the Shah." They called for an end to the Islamic Republic and the return of the Shah's exiled son. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump issued another stark warning, threatening to hit Iran, quote, where it hurts, if it uses violence against protesters. Iran's supreme leader has said Trump should focus on, quote, his own country. For more on what's taking place across Iran, I want to bring in our Paula Hancock's in Abu Dhabi. Paula, thanks for joining me again. President Trump is weighing in on the protests with a pretty strong warning to Iran's leaders there. What does that tell us about how the White House is viewing this moment?
Well, Ben, it tells us the White House is watching what's happening in Iran very closely. It's not just the US president, also the Secretary of State, others within the Trump administration who are commenting on this. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, saying that they stand with the protesters. And we have heard some fairly strong words from the US president saying that the US would...
Fairly strong words, like locked and loaded. Yeah, I feel like that's a very generous characterization of what we're fairly strong. Wow. It's interesting when like when it is like CNN decides like some of these like mainstream supposed like centrist neoliberal whatever you want to call them outlets decide to like give Trump like the benefit of the doubt. And it's always when it has to do with something like this. It's like it's fairly strong when it comes to Iran. It's like, dude, he literally basically said he was going to invade Iran if they killed another protester. Fairly strong. He's like, I'm going to do another Venezuela in Iran. Fairly strong, says CNN. It certainly says so. I'd say unhinged and incredibly hypocritical. A paradoxical dichotomy of epic proportions, perhaps never seen before and never to be seen again. The hypocrisy like is honestly at like 13. You could listen to an audiobook with that dude's voice. Wow. Talking about the CNN, the British guy. I'm sorry, Columbia Rican, I can't be British. I could pretend, though. But I'm not going to. All right. We are almost done with the stream. Like 3 clips left. 3-ish clips. Exactly 3. All right, here we go. South China Morning Post. Let's talk about an American trend, I guess you'd call it, that's gone viral in China. Although it's really not a trend here. It's more
From
of a
the
way of
rates
life.
of homelessness to the sky-high cost of medical care, stories of financial hardship in the U.S. have gone viral on Chinese social media. Posts like these have gained a lot of traction in China in recent weeks, prompting debates over just how quickly Americans can spiral into poverty.
那个就是剁手的开大，知道吧？就是斩杀线到了。
Many posts use this term, kill line, which originally referred to the point in video games where a character is one hit away from death. Here, it's adapted to mean the point at which families can fall into financial ruin.
There's a term going around. It's called the kill line. The one thing that keeps hitting me is the examples they're giving are like, oh, when you're homeless and living in the sewer. And I'm like, no, it's when you live in the suburbs, you lose your job and your mortgage goes into default.
Most Americans aren't able to have $500 in savings, and these days $500 will not even get you that much. You don't even have to lose your job to lose your house.
But one economist warns that the picture being painted can veer into exaggeration.
A lot of what's circulating on Chinese social media is also misframed. There are actually 3 different things we're talking about, and they're kind of all collapsed into a very dramatic narrative. First, there's a real middle class cost pressure. There's working class financial fragility, and there's also extreme poverty or homelessness. They're very related, but they're not the same thing. And I think that's what gets confused in the media narrative, especially in Chinese social media. Where the discussion gets more interesting, and I think fascinating is around what we economists call financial fragility, especially among the group known as the Alice household. So Alice is asset limited.
I was saying, isn't the Shah backed by the U.S., says Vilma Rygar, and yes, he is, and he's not the Shah or the former Shah, he's the son of the former Shah, who was backed by the U.S., and this guy is implicitly backed by the United States. You must have missed most of the discussion that we had about this.
Income constrained and employed. And these are people working full-time. They earn officially above the poverty line, but they don't have meaningful savings or cushion or buffering. So nationally, roughly 30% to 40% of US households fall into the category. And that's pretty stunning for the United States as the #1 developed country in the world.
Lee says these families live paycheck to paycheck, although it does not necessarily mean they're poor. But a single setback such as a medical bill can quickly snowball into long-term financial issues. Globalization and technological advancement in the US has meant the prices of high-quality goods have gone down over the past few decades. But
okay, hold on. I'm just gonna skip towards the end of this video. I think that's where I wanted to go.
Exist, but very modest, especially out of major cities. And it's still quite thin by international standard. Pension systems exist, but very modest, especially out of major cities. And if you look at social assistance, unemployment insurance, they're very limited. But there's generally a floor below which people rarely fall, especially because family can really chip in and help there.
Lee also suggested that fears in China were more about a gradual downward drift as competition for jobs has heightened amid China's economic slowdown. In the summer of 2025, a record 12.2 million university students graduated in China. That pushed the youth unemployment rate to 18.9% in August, the highest level since the data was adjusted in 2023 to exclude students. Yet for many Chinese youth, especially as most are the only child in their family due to the decades-long one-child policy, they can fall back on their parents with little risk of ending up homeless.
For decades, especially in the 1980s through the early 2000s, the United States occupied almost mythic position, if you will, in Chinese imagination, right? This is the land of abundance. This is the land of opportunity. This is the symbol of institutional superiority. Even as China developed very fast, America still remained the benchmark. In reality, as you know, both countries have strength to learn from and also clear limits embedded in their own system. It's what demythologicalization looks like. And I think that's understanding, that's clarification of misunderstanding. That's
There you go. South China Morning Post with a deep dive on poverty in the United States and in China. And a meme taking over social media. An American Variety. Thank you. I heard a follow over there. Who followed? Raw Cut Brief. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Twitch is getting super close to 1,000 people. In the last 3 months of us being kicked off of YouTube, the Twitch has grown substantially. Substantially catching up to the YouTube side. Although still behind. But, boy oh boy. I did not think we'd be at 1,000 followers on Twitch. Our numbers were so bad before we went solo on Twitch for 3 months. Thank you for the follow, though, once again. Raw Cut Brief. Unfortunately, if you're just finding the stream, we're nearly done. We've been going for 10 hours. 2 more clips here, people. Reuters by the way, speaking of which, penultimate clip, which means, of course, you all deserve one of these. You all deserve a round of applause, a clap, a pat on the back. Great job to you, your stoic resolve, your impressive efforts. Making it through the entire stream, 10 hours, my God. It's incredible. Your galactic dedication is noted. I'm writing that down right now. Incredible dedication from the Space Fams. All right. Second to last video, Reuters 4 days ago. Japan has a problem with some Chinese trade policies.
Japan's Chief Cabinet Secretary, Minoru Kihara, said Wednesday that China's export ban on dual-use items was, quote, absolutely unacceptable and deeply regrettable. A dual-use item describes goods or software that can be used for both civilian and military purposes. The term often includes rare earth elements needed for making drones, computer chips, and other devices. Kihara declined to say which industries could be impacted, saying it remained unclear exactly what items would be targeted. China's ban was announced Tuesday, and is its latest move in response to Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi's remarks on Taiwan. Late last year, she said a Chinese attack on the democratically governed island could pose an existential threat to Japan. Beijing, which claims Taiwan as its territory, demanded she retract the remarks.
Okay, so obviously there's been a lot of tensions going on in here. United States, of course, has not been helping with the trade war ongoing and all this other stuff. But this is an inter-country situation between China and Japan right now. I believe that's how this is working, although there's been multiple instances of these export controls. So I don't think it's not solely Japan who's dealing with the export controls, but because they're a very direct ally of the United States, and because of some of the comments from the new Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, China, and if you're not familiar with what these export controls are, effectively, if you didn't quite get what they were saying, anything that could be seen, like China is locking down the exporting of certain goods to certain countries, specifically goods that could be seen as dual use. And dual use means that they could have civilian application as well as a military application. All sorts of things could fall under this category. Computer chips, software, drones, robots. I mean, just a litany of things. There's been a lot of questions surrounding it because a full list hasn't actually been released, but this term dual use is very interpretable and has thrown a great deal of confusion into trade between some countries like Japan and China. Like I said, Japan's not the only ones that's dealt with these export controls yet, but has been a main recipient of some of this stuff. And Japan's upset. They're very upset. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's happening? Which is... I can't tell. I think you guys are being sarcastic. I can't tell what's going on. We don't have a mod in chat. I have no idea what just happened. I see all caps. I see an all cap statement in chat, and I'm just hoping that this is not real. I can't tell. It's hard. Hopefully we can all get along. We're one big space fams here, right? You know, we can have things happen and still, you know, at the end of the day, know that we're on the same side, that we are one big beautiful space family, and that I love all of you. Okay? Write that down. StreamLord loves me. And he values me. And he wants me here right now. For this last video. Talking about U.S. foreign policy. And what seems to be a clear-cut decision of military power over, you know, good old-fashioned diplomacy.
President, do you have a New Year's resolution? I have. Let's hear it. Peace on earth.
The president of peace. That's how Donald Trump's staff and supporters define him. Referring to the disputes and the conflicts he claims that he settled, from the India-Pakistan tensions to Israel's war on Gaza. But beyond that, Trump has been longing to assert American dominance and redraw the borders of the U.S. influence, often getting as unconventional as it can get.
We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland...
You know, while we're talking about diplomacy and war, I would like to say this, considering what's happening in chat, or what's been happening in chat. As I've noticed, this isn't the only kerfuffle that's happened. You know, one thing I've noticed in my own life is that sometimes, not always, but sometimes, people I fight with who were friends that we get into some sort of disagreement, we stop being friends all of a sudden. I feel like sometimes, or like, we get into like a disagreement, right? I feel like after that, if we can get past that moment, oftentimes the friendship blossoms to something beautiful. Just saying.
From a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. Thank you.
From wanting to buy a self-governing Danish territory, Greenland, to try to convince Canada to become the 51st state of the United States.
Oh, I'm glad you upgraded me to president.
Oh, did I say?
Great stuff. That's good. I started.
From hinting to seize control of the Panama Canal, citing mismanagement and Chinese influence.
The Panama Canal is vital to our country. It's being operated by China. China. And we gave the Panama Canal to Panama. We didn't give it to China.
To threatening Cuba, Mexico, and Colombia with Venezuela.
I hate him. I hate this guy. Why is Trump just ruining everything? I don't understand. Can this guy just stop ruining everything? Is that possible? Can that be our New Year's? Can that be? I wish that would be Trump's New Year's resolution. Stop ruining everything.
Intervention.
Just leave it all alone.
Yes. Cuba looks like it's ready to fall. I don't know if they're going to hold out.
Trump frames his foreign policy motto as peace through strength, as a proud president of America's military might and diplomatic leverage. Given the U.S. has the world's largest and NATO's strongest military, with more than 750 bases located in at least 80 countries, and has been also using aid to enable its foreign policy objectives. The U.S. is the world's largest single donor of foreign aid, spending $60 to $70 billion a year. Israel, Egypt, and Ukraine are the top recipients, getting mostly military and security assistance. Aid reduced to Central America over migration control and froze to Afghanistan after the Taliban takeover.
Foreign aid is not a separate activity of the United States government. It is an element and a tool of our foreign policy, and it should be used for the purpose of furthering the national interest.
Our world is just devolving into this horrifying, chaos-filled cesspool of war and corruption and tragedy. Good God. Well, we have a whole new week starting now. Fingers crossed, space fams. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Monoip, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, D Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rica, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Rizla, Penny Hanna, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, and the Reference Frame. That's right. All of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few dollars a month on Patreon. Huh? What just happened? Why have you stopped? I have no sound. What's happened?